trying to call you, babe, but I could not get through. And I'm crying, baby, drive me insane. Though your love is toxic, baby, it saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. I've been chewed up, let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my aches. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
Okay, good morning. Hi. How you doing? Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. And today is October 17th, Friday, 2025. And we're doing it live. What do you know? How's everybody doing? How's your week been? Been good? Great. Fantastic. All right. So, if you haven't watched the show before, which people have, people haven't, who knows? What we typically do is pick about 4 topics on ground news, look at how the bias distribution and the fact distribution is going on them, and then pick one story to read through, and we point out which side of the aisle the publication that we read from leans on, and their factuality rating. I typically like to use ground news to sort by the highest factuality. That's kind of how I do it, so... But you can do it any way you want if you have your own Ground News subscription. I pay for mine. I am not paid for Ground News. They are not a sponsor, Tubes. They look at my tiny, puny little channel and they say, he doesn't. Why pay him? Nobody's watching his shit anyway. But that's not true because you're watching and you're not a nobody. You're a smart person who knows you want to get your news from a non-bias. But I'm not non-bias. I am biased, but I try to point my own bias out. That being said, I do want to do want to take a minute to say that I am going to be not necessarily changing the format of the show, but I'm going to be offering more after the first of the year. Going to go ahead and start a Patreon for the show. Try to get a little bit of a little bit of self-sponsorship, if you will, Tubes, because this isn't free to do. Like, not only does it require my time, and I put in money for my own equipment and stuff like that, but I also have to pay for my yearly Ground News subscription, which is going to be coming up at the end of this month. I looked at it's I've got a subscription through some YouTuber, so I only pay $50 a year. But that's still $50 a year that I'm paying for this show. So, and I do it because I enjoy it. But like I said, I would like to open up the opportunity to make this channel a little bit bigger and do some more. Speaking of that, I will be at the No Kings protest in Portland tomorrow, reporting on what's happening. I don't know if I'll be doing any live reporting, but I will definitely be taking my camera and my microphone, maybe get some interviews with some people down there, and try to bring you guys a little bit of fair and balanced idea of what's going on. So with that being said, though, we do have 4 stories picked out, and we'll go ahead and get into them we'll start with our Ground News aggregator and see what's going on here. So, story number 1, U.S. revokes visas of 6 foreigners over Charlie Kirk-related speech. You gotta love that in the land of the free, where our First Amendment is free speech. People are getting kicked out of the country for things that they said. Seems a little bit hypocritical, but that being said, you can see that the bias distribution is pretty right down the center, 55% coming from the center, 23 left, 22 right. So not exactly a blind spot in any means. First published 3 days ago, updated yesterday. And it says that there are 332 articles reporting. I pulled from the second highest factuality on the list. It's actually a right-leaning publication. So just to go scroll back up for just a second, our factuality is 87% of the sources are high factuality or above, 39% are very high factuality. So that's good. You know that you're getting the facts when you get a high factuality rating on something like this. With as big a reporting as we have with 332 articles. So National Post says it leans right, but it does have a very high factuality rating. So we're going to go ahead and read an article from the National Post on what's going on with Mr. Charlie Kirk here. So the visas of 6 foreign nationals in the United States were revoked over comments about Charlie Kirk, says the Trump administration. The individuals were from Argentina, South Africa, Mexico, Brazil, Germany, and Paraguay, respectively. The Department of State shared examples of the types of remarks that were made, 2 of which appears to be posts on X, while 1 looks like a Facebook post. None of the individuals were identified by name. An Argentinian national alluded to the fact that Charlie Kirk deserved to be in hell, and he did not give a fuck about the death of a person who devoted his life to spreading racist, xenophobic, misogynistic rhetoric, according to one example shared by the department. Visa revoked, the department wrote. And then this is the post they're saying. So just came here to say Charlie Kirk can rest in fucking piss. And yet again, if you have any empathy at all for people like this, you can go ahead and remove yourself as my friend. I do not give a fuck about the death of a person who devoted his entire life to spreading racist, xenophobic, misogynistic rhetoric. It's hot as fuck where this man currently is, and it's deserved, with a heart emoji. Kirk was a political activist and ally of U.S. President Donald Trump, known for hosting debates about a wide range of topics, from religion to gender identity. He was a polarizing figure for some. He opposed same-sex marriage and was against abortion. However, he also connected with people with his Christian values and for supporting gun rights. He was fatally shot on September 10th while he was hosting a debate at the Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. The 22-year-old suspect, Tyler James Robinson, was arrested and is now facing murder charges. The United States has no obligation to host foreigners who wish the death of Americans, the Department of State said. The State Department continues to identify visa holders who celebrated the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk. In another example, a person from South Africa said that Kirk won't be remembered as a hero in a post that appeared to be written on X. That person also said that Kirk was used to used to astroturf a movement of white nationalist trailer trash. Astroturfing is an artificially manufactured political movement designed to give the appearance of grassroots activism, according to the Political Dictionary. In a post written in German, another person wrote, "When fascists die, Democrats don't complain," according to the Department of State. One person called Kirk a racist, while another said he died too late. The Trump and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will defend our borders, our culture, and our citizens by enforcing our immigration laws, said the department. Aliens who take advantage of American hospitality while celebrating the assassination of our citizens will be removed. In mid-September, Rubio said visa revocations were underway. America will not host foreigners who celebrate the death of our fellow citizens, he said. I think it really depends on the citizen, because you don't have any uproar about the Democrats who were killed in Minnesota that were politically assassinated. But when it comes to Charlie Kirk and the right, it's just kind of weird. So this comes after Jimmy Kimmel Live, the late night talk show hosted by comedian Jimmy Kimmel, was taken off the air briefly after he made comments about Kirk. Kimmel joked about how Trump was dealing with the loss and also accused the MAGA gang of trying to characterize Kirk's alleged killer as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. That seems like a very low bar to be taken off the air for, but that's just me. And I'm just some guy. So I'm just some guy drinking this not a sponsor Juneberry Red Bull tubes because it gives me wings. And because it kind of tastes, like I was noticing today, kind of tastes like blackberry, which is pretty cool. There's blackberries all over where I live, so. They should make more blackberry soda, I think. But that's just me. Oh boy. Oh boy. The next topic is something that we talk about on this show quite often. Artificial intelligence. So... and the lack of official intelligence you'll soon see. So, story number 2, U.S. general uses ChatGPT for military decisions. Oh God, here we go. Here it is. Skynet is upon us. Dystopian sci-fi, it's everything. Okay. Bias distribution has got 23% of the stories coming from the center, with 39% from the left and 38% from the right. So not a blind spot by any means. When I pulled this, there were only 18 articles reporting so far. 69% of the sources are high factuality or above. I have my sources sorted by factuality. The first one was Breaking Defense, but it was just a video. I tried to pull it up. I would have read from that. It does say it's a right-leaning publication, but second down on our list is News Nation, with a very high factuality and a center-leaning distribution. So we're going to go ahead and read the story from them. It says at least one top U.S. military official has turned to artificial intelligence bots like ChatGPT for decision-making, Business Insider first reported. Major General William Hank Taylor, commanding general of the 8th Army, said he's consulted AI when making leadership decisions that impact thousands of soldiers. As a commander, I want to make better decisions, Taylor told the outlet. Well, I've got one that you can make to start with. I want to make sure that that I make decisions that are at the right time to give me the advantage. Taylor also said he's asked the chatbot to build models to help us all, especially for predicting the next steps based on weekly reports, he told Defense Scoop. Oh my God, he's feeding AI defense reports? Oh boy. Okay. Some military leaders see AI as a way to make decisions more quickly within the OODA loop. Observe, orient, decide, act, which is in which speed is everything. Being able to, observe and orient and decide and act, and doing so, but faster than the enemy, probably of paramount importance, said Tessa AI CEO Mo Nasir. But some AI experts warn that no matter how quickly the tech can provide an answer, nothing can replace human judgment in life-saving situations. AI will empower, but it will never replace human judgment, Hutchins Data Strategy CEO Chris Hutchins told News Nation. Trust and culture, those things that are always going to be a factor, particularly when you're talking about chain of command. Nasir warned that if a general or a commander is relying on off-the-shelf AI models, enemies have access to them as well. Maybe there's some context that's missing from one party to another, but using the same model would probably be my biggest concern with that, he said. U.S. military has long used AI in its day-to-day operations, from drones and fighter jets to logistics and cyber defense. The technology analyzes satellite feeds and intel reports, even predicting when equipment will need maintenance. And behind the scenes, it's helped train troops through simulations that detect cyber threats in real time. ChatGPT-5, the program's latest iteration, still hallucinates or pushes incorrect or nonsensical information as if it were fact. The technology is also known to seek engagement and validate answers, even if they are not accurate, according to chat-based analysis. Ed Wattal, CEO of Intellibus and World Digital Governance co-founder, told News Nation the real risk isn't AI itself, it's what's been shared and where the data goes. For these models to be effective and give you meaningful response, they need a lot of context, Waddle said. He warned against more involved questions that might require top military officials to share potential confident content with the chatbots. What are the guardrails, he asked. Waddle's warning follows a similar call from the Pentagon, which said in a memo earlier this year that relying on public models could expose sensitive information and pose serious risks and high-stake decisions. The United Nations debated AI's role in international peace and security last month, and international representatives deemed the technology a double-edged sword in military operations. AI can strengthen prevention and protection, anticipating food insecurity and displacement, supporting demining, helping identify potential outbreaks of violence, and so much more. But without guardrails, it can also be weaponized, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said. And that's a very good point. Oh man. Goodness gracious. Using ChatGPT to make military decisions is not a good idea, tubes. I don't care who you are. That's bad. That's bad. Story number 3. BBC faces criticism over Palestinian prisoner coverage. And you can see a huge amount of reporting is coming from the right on this issue, with 73% coming from the right, 9% coming from the center, and 18% coming from the left. So you could say that this is a blind spot for the left side. 55% of the sources are high factuality or above, and it says none of the sources are coming from independent media sources at all. So I have a story picked from AOAV, which says it leans left with a high factuality coverage. So let's see what's going on. The BBC's Gaza problem. When the bombs stop falling, scrutiny should begin. Ben DePere, the former editor of Channel 4 News, has called for the BBC to confront what he describes as a failure on almost every level in its coverage of the Gaza war. Writing for Repensatology at Cardiff University's invitation, he argues that the national broadcaster must examine not only why it dropped his documentary Gaza Doctors Under Attack, but why its journalism across television, radio, and online failed to meet the moment. DePere is no outsider throwing stones. For some years, he reported from Gaza and Israel, including on a parallel trip with this author. And he understands the dangers and pressures that come with covering the conflict. Given this, his criticism is unsparing. The BBC, he writes, was paralyzed by fear of being accused of bias, fear of offending Israel's supporters, and fear of images too raw for its audience. The result, he says, was a distortion of reality in which Israel's military actions were presented as proportionate responses, while the scale of Palestinian suffering was blunted by euphemism. In DePere's account, the broadcaster's problem is not only one of editorial judgment, but of institutional culture. Lawyers, public relations managers, and L-Poll officers, the BBC's internal editorial policy team, now shape output as much as journalists do. He recalls being told that the UN could not be trusted as an independent source, that Amnesty International's investigators were unreliable, and that the interviews with prisoners under duress could not be used. These decisions made in the name of neutrality produced something else: paralysis. The BBC suspended all the normal rules of journalism in its coverage of Gaza and Israel since the October 7th attacks, he writes, rendering it not only unrecognizable but also highly compromised. Nowhere, DePere contends, was that failure more visible than in the decision not to air Gaza Doctors Under Attack. The film, commissioned by the BBC, documented the targeting of hospitals and medics during Israel's assault. It was later shelved, and the BBC falsely implied its producers were to blame. This is not so much about the dropping of our film, he says, but its coverage across all platforms. For him, the episode symbolizes a deeper retreat from courage. The argument is less about bias than about the compromise of moral clarity. Since the attacks of October 7th, the BBC has been careful to present the war as a clash between two sides of roughly equal weight. In doing so, it often blurred the distinction between aggression and survival. As Israel's bombardment leveled neighborhoods and killed thousands, many of them children, the BBC's coverage, DePere says, remained trapped in the language of balance. Compassion fatigue, he writes, has become compassion failure. There are structural reasons for this. The BBC regulates itself on three principles: failure, accuracy, and impartiality. OFCOM, its external regulator, relies on two: fairness and accuracy. But in practice, these principles have become a straitjacket. Journalists err on the side of caution, wary that one complaint could lead to disciplinary action. During DePere's own decade at Channel 4, he says they lived under similar rules but were guided by a singular principle: public interest. At the BBC, public interest has been displaced by institutional anxiety. He accuses the corporation of having created an echo chamber. Experienced correspondents who try to reflect the reality of Gaza, he claims, were overruled by managers in London. Editors in secure offices replaced reporters in the field. A clique of senior executives, he suggested, was more concerned with reputation management than truth. He sees the BBC bosses managing up to the political and lobbying level, not listening down to the experience and the cries from Gaza. That self-protective instinct is visible in the BBC's treatment of images, where Channel 4 showed the human cost of bombing, mangled bodies, destroyed homes, families in mourning. The BBC largely chose restraint. DePere argues that this editorial sanitation, however well-intentioned, has moral consequences. Without pictures of the dead, he writes, the public cannot grasp the true scale of violence. If you have endless images of dead children, they should be seen so that the viewer can be shocked. Not by showing them. By not showing them, you are removed from the truth. The BBC's defenders will say that such caution is a hallmark of responsibility, not cowardice. They note that the images of war can inflame tension and traumatize audiences, yet the issue, as DePere presents it, is not taste but truth. A broadcaster that cannot bring itself to show the results of modern warfare risks normalizing that warfare, which is true. Good morning, Bad Wolf. To ignore or misrepresent something on the scale of Israel's assault on Gaza, he writes, takes some effort. His essay ends with 5 lessons. Context, he says, is essential for both historical context of occupation and the human context of civilian death. False equivalence must end. Regulation should not suffocate editorial courage. The BBC must resist becoming a closed circle and remember that journalism is not public relations. The BBC has managed this story, he concludes, as an exercise in PR, not journalism. DePere's call is not vengeful but reformist. He sees the current ceasefire as an opportunity, a moment for introspective before the next war begins. The audience, he warned, and more crucially, its own journalists demand it. For an organization that has long prided itself on impartiality, that demand may be hardest to hear. But unless the BBC confronts the limits of its own caution, its silence on Gaza will be remembered not as neutrality, but as complicity. That's a good point. Yeah. Morning, Bad Wolf. Dank Kellogg says that's most definitely what's up. And that is most definitely what the fuck is up, tubes. All right. We got one more story to do, and then the weekend to kick off. I'm sure I'll see everybody watching this at the No Kings protest, right? Everybody's going to be there. Everybody's going to be there. Who's not going to go? Anyway, we got one more story to get into, and I think it's kind of funny. So, story number 4. Trump spokeswoman's remarks on Democrats draw backlash from critics. And this is a blind spot story for the right. You can see only 20% of the sources are coming from the right, with 7% from the center, and 73% are coming from the left. You can see 47% of the sources are high factuality or above, which is really weird because typically with ground news, when you have a subject that's being covered more by the left, the factuality rating is higher, and when it's being covered by the right, it's usually lower. And in the instances that we looked at, the 2 blind spots that we looked at today, those were both the opposite case. So my story is pulled from D. Nuez. It says Levitt goes off the rails with takes on Democratic base. And I just think it's so funny that this woman who is 28 years old, in my opinion, in this picture at least, and in some pictures that I've seen, she looks like she's older than me. Okay? She looks like she's at least 46. I think this job might be taking a toll on her. I don't know. Anyway, let's read about what Caroline Levitt said. Excuse me. Caroline Levitt unraveled with an absurd claim about the Democratic Party supporters during a Fox News interview. The White House press secretary, 28, pushing 47, declared that the Democratic Party's main constituency are made up of Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals while speaking on America Reports Thursday. That's who the Democratic Party is catering to, not the Trump administration and not the White House and not the Republican Party who is standing up for law-abiding Americans, she continued. Okay. Whatever you say, boo. Levitt was responding to a clip Fox News had played of Zohran Mamdane's Wednesday interview with the story host Martha McCallum, in which the Democratic New York City mayoral candidate declined to answer whether Hamas should lay down their arms and give up leadership in Gaza. He didn't decline to answer that, by the way. What he said was that has no bearing on him running for New York, for the mayor of New York City, which he's absolutely right. So I don't have any opinions about the future of Hamas and Israel beyond the question of justice and safety and the fact that anything has to abide by international law, Mamdani, 33, said. That applies to Hamas, that applies to the Israeli military, applies to anyone you could ask me about. So that wasn't refusing to answer the question. Levitt deemed Mamdani's response a classic case of, I don't want to answer the question because I know it's wildly unpopular. It's a maneuver the press secretary is hardly unfamiliar with when fielding tough questions. Levitt's wild take on the Democratic Party base was swiftly called out by Democratic Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Most Republicans are good people. Most Democrats are good people. The White House says outrageous things to make you hate your neighbor. The 2024 Democratic vice presidential nominee wrote on X, your neighbor isn't the problem, the White House is. He's got a point there. Levitt's self-styled analyst of the Democratic Party's main constituency doesn't square with reality. In the 2024 House elections, about 70 million Americans voted for Democrats compared to 74 million who voted for Republicans. In the presidential race, Kamala Harris received 75 million votes to Donald Trump's 77 million. Despite the narrow margins, however, the president and his party have claimed a mandate to pursue his continuous and norm-smashing agenda. And this picture, man, this picture just speaks so much because, like, you have Marco Rubio, who is completely laid down and just bowed down to Trump when he said that he wouldn't. You have Trump's lapdog there on the right, who, oh my God, just, and then you've got his mouthpiece on the left. So the sycophants are running the administration now. So. At the same time, the White House has intensified its rhetoric against the opposition party, painting it as a threat to the nation. The Democratic Party is not a political party. It's a domestic extremist organization, Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said in an interview on Fox News last month. After Democrats and Republicans failed to reach a deal to keep the government funded, Trump declared Democrats the party of hate, evil, and Satan in a truth social triad. The post-Levitt goes off the rails with on the Democratic base appeared first on the Daily Beast. Okay, so anyway, that's all that I've got for today, tubes. So yeah, just more of the great things that are happening here. We will continue to bring you the news as it happens here on Nightly News this morning. We will be back on Tuesday. I will be in Portland tomorrow for the No Kings protests. William Bender says, thank you, Matt. Matt, thank you. You are absolutely welcome. Thank you, William, for being here. Bad Wolf, Dank Kellogg, thank you guys for hanging out, making comments, liking the video if you haven't. I appreciate that if you do. Get some more eyes on it later after it gets processed and everything. So yeah, we'll be at the No Kings protest this weekend, and might do a live stream from the phone while I'm there, see how a vertical live goes. Definitely going to be getting some footage, try to talk to some people, get some interviews and stuff like that. I show my mom your shorts and she likes it. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You guys have a good weekend too. And like I always say at the end of every episode, like, you have a bigger impact on the world around you than you realize. Like, you interact with so many people on a daily basis, and sometimes you don't even realize that people are seeing you or recognizing you or watching what you're doing. So if you have a chance to put a little bit more positivity in the world, that's really all that we have control over, is what we do on a daily basis. And so when we affect the people around us in a positive way, that affects the world in a positive way. And that's all that we can do to try to make things better. So, yeah, anyway, I appreciate everybody that's been here. Thank you guys so much. I will do everything that I can to be safe, and maybe look for a video tomorrow. So anyway, take care, you guys. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. Everyone and every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. From the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of this weakness that timidly take hold, makes me shiver. Yeah, someday too soon, the top will blow off. And I'll be there breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. Little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own.
Okay. Good morning, Tubes. How's everybody doing? How is everybody today on this, what is it, Tuesday? Tuesday, October 21st, 2012? The world is about to end. No, Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. So, welcome to Nightly News this morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. This is the show where we read through some news stories and, kind of see what's going on in the world, look at what side is reporting on which side. We use the ground news aggregator to look at the bias distribution and fact ratings and stuff like that on typically 4 stories every Tuesday and Friday. This is the format right now. I am going to change things up. At the beginning of the year, we're going to start a Patreon, going to have a Cash App, PayPal, all those good things. So if people want to donate and be more a part of the show, pick the articles, help out, things like that. So we'll talk more about that as it gets a little bit closer. But for now, we've got 4 stories for today picked out, and we're gonna get moving on it. So let's go ahead and get going this morning. All right. So, story number 1 says White House begins tearing down the East Wing for Trump's $250 million ballroom. All right. Well, cool. He's tearing down the government. He's tearing down the White House. Now he's literally tearing down the White House. So, 413 articles are reporting on this. It sounds like a lot of people are covering this. Bias distribution has 50% of the reporting coming from the center, 31% coming from the left, with 19% coming from the right. So you can see that the left is a little more worried about this than the right. I've got my sources sorted by factuality, and I had to come down here, I think, to the 6th down. I wanted to find a right-leaning source, and so we pulled from El Mundo, which is a Spanish-speaking organization. So the article is translated from Spanish, so there might be a little bit of confusion in some of the ways that things are worded. I don't do this very often, but occasionally I'll pull from a source that speaks a different language, and so we'll read it and just kind of see how people in other parts of the world are reporting on this. So before we do, though, I do want to highlight that 89% of the sources are high factuality or above. 10% of the ownership is coming from independent news sources. And so let's get into our article from El Mundo. I've already got it translated. So some correspondents made public the first images of the demolition machines working in the East Wing from the headquarters of the U.S. executive. See the way that that's worded? As reported by the Trump administration a few weeks ago in a statement, the new facility was going to be substantially separated from the main building. However, as several journalists present today, we are able to verify the original structure of the White House will be affected. A White House official confirmed to the newspaper The Washington Post, on the condition of anonymity, that the demolitions seen this Monday, they are to build a hall, and he pointed out that this will replace the East Wing. Holy shit. Trump has ordered construction of a ballroom in the White House measuring about 8,000 square meters and with a capacity for up to 900 people, he told NBC last week. The project has an estimated cost of $200 million, which, according to the White House, will be covered by donations from the president himself and other patriots. The company in charge of the works is the construction company Clark, based in the state of Virginia and responsible for emblematic projects in the U.S. Capitol, such as Capital One Arena Stadium and L'Enfant Plaza Park. The design corresponds, in turn, to the firm McCreary Architects, which will preserve the American neoclassic style that prevails in the White House. So yeah, a little bit of a translation challenge there, but you kind of get the gist of what's going on. And like I said, I picked that because it was the highest factuality that's being reported from the right. So, yeah, blasting through. That's story number 1, and I've got my not a sponsor Juneberry Red Bull. I'm also wearing my dog tie today. I put that on for my girlfriend this morning. She's a very big fan of dogs. I'm a very big fan of a few dogs. I mean, most dogs are great, but like when I get like a connection with a dog, that's when it's like a Coat, the dog that we have now. She's so good in like the last year. Like the amount that we've been training her, it hasn't been a whole lot, but she's just getting so much smarter. And we can go for walks throughout the entire neighborhood, and she doesn't have to wear a leash. She listens to me the whole time. She won't run off. One of the best dogs I've ever had. She's amazing. But anyway, I digress. Let's get into story number 2, huh? Report: ICE increases weapon spending by 700%. This is a huge blind spot story. If you look at our bias distribution, there are no stories being reported by the center or the right. It's completely 100% left leaning. Now, I did pull this about an hour and a half ago, so I can refresh the stories here and see if we have any more reporting. It's from Raw Story. So let's go ahead and refresh and just see. Okay, so we have one more article now. So we went from 7 articles to 8 articles. However, still 100% of the reporting coming from the left. So when we sort by factuality, we see that Raw Story is our highest factuality reported story here. Left-leaning distribution with a high factuality rating. 86% of the sources are high factuality or above. 100% of the sources are independent news, so that's pretty good. No corporate news bias in there. So let's get into the story. Let's get into the article from Raw Story here and see what's going on. We got everybody's favorite wine aunt, who's been put in charge of a federal organization, Miss Kristi Noem here. So $170. Oh, okay. $170 billion in new funding for immigration enforcement operations that the Republican Party included in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act earlier this year led some to warn that the Trump administration was ramping up spending at anti-immigration agencies, not just to fund its attacks on migrants, but to deploy federal forces against anyone it wanted across U.S. communities. New reporting on Monday detailed just how much U.S. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement has spent on weaponry since President Donald Trump took office. Weapons that have been purchased as the administration has turned federal agents on U.S. cities such as Chicago and Portland, illustrating how the president is treating increasingly armed ICE officers as his private military, as one progressive critic said. As images spread online of immigration agents deploying pepper spray and tear gas at nonviolent protests, Judd Legum at Popular Information recently delved into government's contracting records from the Federal Procurement Data System and found that ICE has increased its spending on small arms ordnance and ordnance accessories manufacturing by 700% this year compared to 2024 numbers. The agency spent $71,515,762 on small arms from January 20th, the day Trump began his second term, through October 18th. This number dwarfs ICE spending during the first Trump term, during which the agency spent about $8.4 billion annually on small arms. And during President Joe Biden's administration. Okay, hold on. Let's reread that. The number dwarfs ICE spending during the first Trump term, during which the agency spent about $8.4 billion annually on small arms, and during President Joe Biden's administration. That doesn't make any sense because $71 million is a lot less than $8.4 billion. So again, some of these articles are just not worded right. The type of weaponry purchased by ICE also raised alarms Monday, with Legum reporting that while most of the agency spending was on guns and armor, there have also been a significant purchase of chemical weapons and guided missile warhead and explosive components. What? If the immigration enforcement apparatus of the United States were its own national military, it would be the 13th most heavily funded in the world. Holy shit. This puts it higher than the national militaries of Poland, Italy, Australia, Canada, Turkey, and Spain, and just below Israel. The reporting comes as ICE and other immigration agencies continue to deploy armed masked agents in major Democratic-leaning U.S. cities where officers have been filmed and photographed pointing weapons at protesters, firing a pepper ball at a pastor, and pointing a firearm at a bystander who saw one agent arresting a man. A CBS reporter in Chicago also accused an ICE officer of firing a pepper ball at her vehicle, causing the chemical to engulf inside of her truck. Sally Duvall, a Texas State House candidate last year, said in last year's elections said she was curious to know why ICE needs guided missile warheads. Yeah, me too. Me too, Sally. The report came days after the Trump administration used the U.S. military for what Democratic California Governor Gavin Newsom called a profoundly absurd show of force that could put Californians directly in harm's way. When the Marines fired 155 millimeter artillery shells over a section of a busy Interstate 5 freeway to celebrate the military branch's 250th anniversary. Newsom accused Trump of using our military to intimidate people he disagrees with and called the exercise reckless. Melanie D'Argrio, executive director of the Campaign for New York Health, said Legum's reporting on Monday showed that ICE was always going to be Trump's private military to deploy domestically against Americans. Legum's analysis, which likely understated total spending on weapons by Trump's deportation forces, as it did not include spending by other anti-immigration agencies, followed a report on ICE's recent funding increase in these times. With the $170 billion, including in the OBBBA, reported by the outlet, if the immigration enforcement apparatus of the United States were its own national military... We just read this. Is it... Did I... Huh. The budget, Brandon Lee of the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights told In These Times, shows the misplaced priorities of this administration, where they are cutting healthcare and cutting vital programs for people across the country and putting all of this money into domestic terrible force. And it shows the cruelty, said Lee, that the Trump administration intends to enact on all the people of the United States. Okay. That article needs to be completely reformatted. It has the same paragraph in it twice, but I used to go over the stories and like read them before the show started, but I got some feedback from a couple people that were like, no, it's a cool idea if you read them for the first time live on the show so that you're reacting to them with the audience. And I was like, okay, that's fine, sure. But then you get into situations like this where you have a badly formatted article with a repeat paragraph and stuff like this, and I'm sitting here trying to do it live and just kind of get a little bit messed up. So, but anyway, I digress, as they say. Let's keep moving, keep on moving on. All right. So, Trump administration agrees to speed up student loan forgiveness under new court deal. Wow. So you've got mostly reporting on this by the right. It's kind of a blind spot for the left. If you look, only 7% of the reporting is coming from the left, 29% from the center, and 64% from the right. Factuality, it says only 43% of the sources are high factuality or above. Not a great sign, tubes, if you know what I'm saying. I have a story pulled from Fox Business because I wanted to go ahead and get a story from the right. It's second down on the factuality list, so it's not, doesn't seem like it's trying to deceive us as it leans right. And let's get into it. Okay, cool. The formatting just completely messed up there. That's fun. And a significant win for, gosh darn it. This just keeps jumping all around. In a significant win for student loan borrowers, the Trump administration has agreed to a court-supervised plan that will speed up debt cancellation under income-driven repayment programs and protect borrowers from unexpected tax bills next year. The administration and the American Federation of Teachers reached an agreement on Friday in the AFT versus U.S. Department of Education case, resolving months of legal tension over the government's obligation to cancel student loan debt for borrowers who have made decades of payments under federal law. The AFT said in a statement that the deal, now awaiting court approval, requires the Education Department to follow through on debt forgiveness for eligible borrowers in 2025 and ensures they won't face a surprise tax hit because of the bureaucratic delays. For nearly a decade, the AFT has fought for the rights of student loan borrowers to be freed from the shackles of unjust debt, and today a huge part of that affordability fight was vindicated, AFT President Randy Weingarten said. This year, we took on the Trump administration when it refused to follow the law and denied borrowers the relief they were owed. Our agreement means that the borrowers stuck in limbo can either get immediate relief or finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. And crucially, they won't ever get taxed on that relief, Weingartner continued. The AFT will hold the federal government to its word, and we won't stop fighting until college is affordable and taking out a student loan doesn't trap millions of Americans in a ruinous and exploitative debt circle. According to the filing, the administration must cancel student debt for all eligible borrowers enrolled in income-driven repayments, contingent repayment, pay-as-you-earn, and public service loan forgiveness programs. Borrowers who make payments after becoming eligible for cancellation will be reimbursed. The Education Department must also process IDR and PSLF buyback applications, including those from borrowers no longer required to prove financial hardship. Borrowers whose loans are canceled on or before December 31st, 2025 will not receive IRS forms treating the forgiveness balances as taxable income. I don't think that any of it should ever be considered taxable income. It's not income that you get, it's debt that's being forgiven. That's ridiculous. Additionally, the administration must file 6 monthly progress reports with the court to show the pace of the application process and the loan discharges, the AFT said. The union said the deal also tackles what it calls a looming tax bomb stemming from a 2026 change in the federal tax law that will treat canceled debts as income. Without this agreement, borrowers whose loans should be wiped out in 2025 could have been penalized simply because of government slowdowns. This is a tremendous win for borrowers, Winston Berkman Breen, the legal director for Protected Borrowers, said. With today's filing, borrowers can rest a little easier knowing that they won't be hit with unjustly tax bill once their student loans are finally canceled pursuant to the federal law. The U.S. Department of Education has agreed to follow the law and deliver congressionally mandated affordable payments and debt relief to hardworking public service workers across the country and will do so under court supervision, Breckman Breen added. We fully intend to hold them to their word. Fox Business has reached out to the White House for comment. The AFT and several individual borrowers filed a lawsuit in March of 2025 after the administration removed IDR enrollment applications from the federal websites and quietly instructed loan services to stop processing them. The government later resumed accepting and handling the applications but had not publicly committed to canceling debt until now. The joint status report filed Friday is awaiting court approval. So still not all the way there, but pretty close, and that's a good sign. Little bit of relief for student borrowers. Give me just a second here, Tubes. I need to take a drink of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor. All right. One more story to get through, and it has to do with something that I've been talking about a lot on this show. Donald Trump in Portland. All right, let's just get into it. U.S. Appeals Court lets Trump send troops to Portland in the back and forth war between the city of Portland and the president and the administration in Washington, D.C. The troops were blocked by a judge, and now an appeals court has said that the president can send the troops in, so... We have 51% of the sources are coming from the center, 27% from the left, 22% from the right. So it's pretty even distribution. 407 articles were reporting on this when I looked at it this morning. My story is pulled from Benzinga, which if we look down here is fourth down on our factuality list, has a center-leaning distribution with a very high factuality rating. Let's just go ahead and get into it, huh? All right, so... A federal appeals court on Monday temporarily cleared the way for President Donald Trump to send National Guard troops to Portland, Oregon, overturning the lower court's block on the deployment amid ongoing legal battles. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit sided with the Trump administration after Oregon officials sued to block the National Guard deployment, citing mostly peaceful protests at an ICE facility in Portland. U.S. District Judge Karen J. Immergut had previously barred both Oregon and California National Guard forces from entering the city, noting that the violent demonstrations had significantly declined. During the hearing, Justice Department lawyer Eric MacArthur argued that the district court erred in focusing only on recent events and that the federal response needed additional troops to protect property and officials. Oregon Assistant Attorney General Stacey M. Chaffin countered, saying by the time of the proposed deployment, protesters were generally peaceful with only sporadic incidents of violence and disruptive behavior. The Trump administration has previously deployed federal forces in other cities, including Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, and Chicago. The courts have blocked some of these efforts. Attorney General Pam Bondi praised the Ninth Circuit's ruling, allowing President Trump to deploy the National Guard to Portland, saying it affirmed his authority as commander-in-chief. She added, "We will continue fighting and winning in court to defend President Trump's agenda." Earlier this month, Republican senators expressed concern over Trump's clashes with Democratic governors in Oregon and Illinois, warning that the deployment raised questions about states' rights and the use of military forces in local policing. Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina said the move set a troubling precedent and masked state and local leadership failures. The U.S. District Judge Karen Emmerga had temporarily blocked the deployment while a lawsuit by the Attorney General Dan Rayfield remained pending. The lawsuit challenged sending troops to protect federal immigration facilities, which Trump described as threatened by domestic terrorists. The decision comes amid broader domestic and international security challenges for the Trump administration. And the rest of this is not part of the story. So, yeah, more Portland trouble. So, it looks like the troops might be coming in now. So, if you haven't seen my lives from this weekend, I was at the No Kings protest in Portland, and then I did go down to the ICE facility right about the time that they were pushing out into the street and doing flashbangs and stuff like that. The live streams from my phone weren't great. I have some footage from my DJI action camera that I need to make into edit into a video, which I plan on doing, and I'll get that uploaded sometime this week. Got a lot of stuff going on, so. But anyway, that's the episode that we have for today. Nightly News this morning. I've been your host, Cousin Matt. I do appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us, everybody that's catching this later. Like I try to say at the end of every episode, you watching this, you have a bigger impact on the world than you know around you. You impact more people on a daily basis than you realize. Everybody that you interact with is a chance to put some positivity in the world. So just some food for thought if that's something that you can do. And you know what? It's a challenge sometimes. I think it's a challenge for everybody. I try to remind people to put positivity into the world, but then when I was at just as an example before I end the show, when I was at the protest, I was the demonstration in Waterfront Park. I was filming, I was live streaming on my phone, just, walking around holding my phone. And this woman in a mask with her face completely obscured she took issue with how I was dressed or something, and she starts putting her phone in my face, like recording me. And I asked her why she was doing it, and she said it was because she didn't trust me. And I was like, well, you can have a conversation with me. This is who I am. I'm on YouTube. You can look me up. Maybe don't be such a... And then I said a not nice word to her, and I realized in that moment that, like, I was offended by what by the fact that she said that she didn't trust me, that something about the way that I looked made her think that, I don't know, I was a Fed or something, and I took offense to that in the moment, which I didn't really need to, and it had the impact of putting negativity into the world. And so I thought about that for a long time, and I was like, that's not the kind of energy that I want to put out. So if she happens to see this, I do apologize for what I said. She probably won't ever watch this, but whatever. And it's up to all of us, myself included, to try to put that positivity in the world, to try to keep that mindset, even in the moments where it's hard to do, where we want to make things better, where we want to be more positive. And especially at a No Kings protest where, like, everybody is out there to show solidarity in what's going on. But I think a lot of people, especially in Portland, are mistrusting. A lot of people are looking for glowies, you know, people who are infiltrators, you might say. And I've noticed every time that I go up there, if I go to the ICE facility or if I go to cover a protest or anything like that, for some reason, I guess I just have that look. Everybody's like, that guy's a Fed. Not a Fed. Not ever a Fed. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Thanks for hanging out, Tubes. We'll catch you guys on Friday. So have a good rest of your week, and we'll do it live on Friday, probably a little bit later. And then next week, I think that what I'm going to start doing is just to give people who are in different time zones a chance to kind of catch the show and check it out and everything. I might start doing my Tuesday shows at like 6 a.m. Pacific, just because there's you know, people in certain time zones that are like, damn it, that's just too late for me to watch. So we'll try to switch it up. We'll do either 5:30 or 6 a.m. on Tuesdays, and then like 9:30 to 10 a.m. On Fridays, so that there's a few hours difference in when the shows start, so that people from different time zones can hopefully check it out and things like that. So anyway, thanks for hanging out, everybody.
Toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my aim. days. Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
Hi, good morning. Hello, welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. This is Friday, October 24th, 2025, and we're doing it live. So today, we're starting something a little bit new. We're streaming on YouTube like we always do, but we're also simultaneously streaming on Twitch. And the only way that I could get it to work with both streams at once is the Twitch stream's vertical and the YouTube stream is horizontal. So that may change in the future, but right now I'm trying to spread it out a little bit, you know, get some more platform views, get on some more platforms. There's a TikTok now. The show does have a TikTok account. It's Nightly News This Morning on TikTok, all one word. And yeah, Twitch, the Twitch is Mind Release. That I may be able to get a dedicated Twitch for just the show, but my old Twitch account is what I started on for now. So yeah, anyway, hi, good morning, welcome. It's me, Cousin Matt. I'm here to look at some news with you this morning. Got some stories pulled up on our ground news aggregator, and we're gonna go through and see what's going on this morning, read some stories, and see what's going on in the world. All right. So if this is your first time watching, if you're watching on Twitch, you've never seen the show before, we go through the ground news aggregator and we point out the biased distribution in the stories that we read, try to find a factual story on the subject and read through that. And this is the kind of show where if you want us to cover a story or anything like that, leave it in the comments. You can contact me on Bluesky and X. All of those are in the YouTube descriptions. I'll make sure that all of that stuff gets linked to Twitch in the next couple days. So, and then again, I did say after the first of the year, we're going to be doing things a little bit differently. Going to be starting a Patreon for the show. Probably get a PayPal and Cash App and Venmo and all that stuff set up for it, so that maybe we can take the production level up a notch. You know, get things going to the next level. Been doing okay on views. Not blowing anybody out of the water or anything, but not being ignored either. So, you know, there's some people out there who seem to appreciate what I'm doing. So anyway, let's get moving this morning. We got some stories to read. Let's get on with it. All right. So our first subject of the day has to do with former press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre writes she couldn't be a Democrat anymore after party's horrible treatment of Biden. And this is a blind spot for the left. You can see, if you look down at our bias distribution down here, you can see that it is 82% of the stories are coming from the right. You've got 6% of the distribution coming from the center and 12% coming from the left. So fairly big blind spot coming from the right here. And as with most of the time, what I see on ground news is that anytime you have something being mostly reported on by the right, your factuality is going to be down. So you can see it says that 36% of the sources are high factuality or above. It's not a great rating, but it does say 20% of the news sources are independent. I have my story pulled from NPR. I sort by factuality, which you can do on ground news. You can sort by most recent. You can sort by biased, alphabetically, location. I sort by factuality because I like to get the highest factual news sources. And on top of the list, we have NPR. It says it leans left with a very high factuality. So this is one of the very few sources from the left that's reporting the 12%. Because like I said, this is a blind spot that mostly the right is reporting on. So we'll come over and we'll look at the story from NPR and read what Karine Jean-Pierre has to say. So, for nearly 3 years, Karine Jean-Pierre served as the White House press secretary, the public face of the Biden administration, through daily briefings and trips around the world. A new book, Independent, A Look Inside the Broken White House, Outside Party Lines, published on October 21st, Jean-Pierre says the party's internal dysfunction and disloyalty have helped pave the way for its 2024 defeat. Speaking with Morning Edition host Michael Martin, she reflected on her time in the administration and described why she decided to step away from the party she once represented. Here are 5 takeaways from the conversation. And that's something else too, is that this story is taken from an actual radio interview, but we're gonna read the actual story version. So, she says the debate revealed political vulnerability, not cognitive decline. Jean-Pierre opened her book with the account of the June 2024 presidential debate. The night in question about former President Joe Biden's health and acuity intensified. I had not seen the president because he had been in debate prep, she said. So the first time I actually heard him speak was while he was doing the debating. So when I heard his voice, I thought to myself, uh-oh, he was hoarse. He kind of looked like he was sick. She said she immediately recognized how the optics might play publicly. Everything I've been pushing back on, his age, is he fit, like automatically, anytime he would sneeze or have a runny nose or something would happen, that would be where the questions would go. Still, she maintained she had seen no reason to doubt the president's ability to serve. I stand by that. I stand by that 110%. She blames, in part, Democratic disunity for Trump's return. Jean-Pierre argued the Democrats' inability to rally around Biden cost them politically. I would say their ability to rally around a good candidate is what cost them, because they didn't have one in 2024. Joe Biden objectively had been very successful for 4 years. Okay. She said, and here we are on the cusp of an election of a lifetime that we all need to get behind our person, and we couldn't do it. Republicans are able to do it, and we weren't able to do it. That's a very good point. It's the Republicans' ability to get behind somebody who doesn't seem like they should be the person. Like, let's keep moving. She cited figures such as Nancy Pelosi and George Clooney, who she said signaled their doubts about the president. All of it, she said, contributed to a perception of disunity. She's not wrong. She says criticisms of her as press secretary reflected deeper bias. Jean-Pierre recalled the scrutiny she faced at the podium, including claims she was too wooden or lacked policy depth. Well, look, in the moment I was quiet, she said. What I can do is state facts, which is that no one has ever looked at me no one has ever looked like me that has been at that podium. She said she understood that as a black woman, things are just different for people who look like me. She says Democrats have failed black women even as they rely on them. In a chapter titled Sisterhood, Jean-Pierre described the loyalty of black women voters within the party. I feel like if you look at black women and how they come out and vote no matter what, because they understand what's at stake, we get forgotten, she said. She said she had appreciated the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to elevate those voices. They felt seen when they saw me at the podium. Behind that lectern, whether it was a woman of color, black woman, queer community, LGBTQ community, immigrant, they felt seen, and that mattered to me. She says becoming an independent was about accountability, not deflection. Jean-Pierre said that her decision to identify as an independent was meant to start a conversation about the direction of American politics. Look, for me, I'm not telling people, hey, you go become an independent, she said. There is a growing number of people who see themselves as independents, including young people. We have to question, why is that? She also said the Democrats have failed to anticipate what could follow their losses. Jean-Pierre said she hoped the book would encourage engagement rather than cynicism. There's an opportunity to reimagine what politics can be, to reimagine what America can be. That means you can't stay quiet because silence is complicit. And I like this interview. I think that she brings up some very good points and something important to reflect on. So, all right, Tubes. So I have my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, Tubes. Gonna kill this one. I've got another one on deck just in case. All right. So, in keeping with the ridiculousness that is the current day and age and day, time and place, all of that good stuff, let's get into story number 2, huh? DC man sues over detention for Star Wars protests. What is going on with this one? So, this is, again, another blind spot, but this time it's a blind spot for the right, as you've only got 10% of the distribution is coming from the right, 55% from the center, and 35% from the left. So mostly center-leaning reporting when it comes to this, with 92% of the sources being high factuality or above. My source is pulled from Law and Crime, which is fourth down on the factuality list, has very high factuality, center rating. Man arrested after playing Darth Vader's theme at National Guard troops files a lawsuit. Let's get into the article here. A Washington, D.C. man arrested after playing music from Star Wars at federalized troops is suing for violating the First Amendment. In a 17-page complaint filed Thursday, attorneys with the American Civil Liberties Union give the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia a quick refresher on John Williams' pen score to one of the most popular science fiction franchises of all time. In the Star Wars franchise, the Imperial March oral tradition of civil law enforcement in the U.S. and deeply concerned about the normalization of troops patrolling D.C. neighborhoods, the filing says. So O'Hara turned to the authoritarian universe, or perhaps rather galaxy, created by George Lucas in order to contextualize his dissent against the troops performing police duties, according to the lawsuit. This is amazing. He began protesting the Guard members' presence by walking several feet behind them when he saw them in the community, the lawsuit reads. Using his phone and sometimes a small speaker, he played the Imperial March as he walked, keeping the music at a volume that was audible but not blaring. Mr. O'Hara recorded the encounters and posted the videos on his TikTok account, where millions of people have seen them. On September 11th, O'Hara was arrested according to the original petition. On that day, Ohio National Guard member Sergeant Devin Beck was not amused by this satire, the lawsuit alleges. That day, Beck was patrolling in uniform with several other National Guard troops near the intersection of 14th Street and R Street Northwest, the lawsuit states. Then came the protest in question. Mr. O'Hara calmly walked behind the Guard members, began playing the Imperial March aloud on his phone, and started recording, the filing goes on. In less than 2 minutes, Sergeant Beck turned around and threatened to call the D.C. police officers to handle Mr. O'Hara if he persisted. Mr. O'Hara continued recording and playing the music. Sergeant Beck contacted the Metropolitan Police Department. Soon, 4 members of MPD arrived and, in essence, did what Sergeant Beck had threatened, putting Mr. O'Hara in handcuffs and preventing him from continuing his peaceful protest, the lawsuit claims. The complaint leans into phraseology of the introductory text scroll used for exposition purposes in each iteration of the film series. The law might have tolerated the government conduct of this sort a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, the lawsuit continues. But in the here and now, the First Amendment bars government officials from shutting down peaceful protests, and the Fourth Amendment, along with the district's prohibition on false arrests, bars groundless seizures. Next, the filing accuses Beck and the 4 named MPD officers, J.M. Campbell, Tiffany Brown, Edward Reyes Beningo, and Alfonso Lopez Martinez, of violating such constitutional mandates. Particular ire, however, is reserved at the MPD who compounded these violations by needlessly prolonging the length of Mr. O'Hara's seizure and using excessive force by placing handcuffs tightly around his wrists and failing to loosen them after he complained, the lawsuit alleges. The lawsuit explains how O'Hara sought to join the discourse surrounding the deployment of troops and notes that DC's own Attorney General sued to end the deployment. The plaintiff says he used his phone and on one occasion a small speaker to play the Imperial March at National Guard troops on 3 occasions without incident, even occasionally drawing smiles or laughs from the troops he protested. On each occasion, Mr. O'Hara did not speak with the Guards members he trailed, the complaint reads. He played the march at a volume loud enough for people in the vicinity to hear, but not at a blaring level. The plaintiff also makes clear to say that he never interfered with any of the actual law enforcement activities, but rather limited his protests to the occasions when troops were walking on patrol. On the day in question, roughly 2 minutes into the protest, Beck allegedly told O'Hara, "Hey man, if you're going to keep following us, we can contact Metro PD and they can come handle you if that's what you want to do. Is that what you want to do?" Mr. O'Hara, in response, claims to have said nothing but continued to play the orchestral arrangement. "That's what you want to do?" Beck allegedly said as the song continued. Okay. When MPD arrived, one of the officers first suggested O'Hara was harassing the troops and later amended the allegation to suggest that O'Hara was assaulting the troops, which the plaintiff disputed, instead saying he was peacefully protesting according to the lawsuit. Mr. O'Hara was correct, the complaint goes on. He was not harassing or assaulting the Guards members. He was, in fact, standing several feet away, recording them and playing the march. Nor had Mr. O'Hara assaulted or harassed the Guard members at any point during his interactions with them. The lawsuit announces the effort to ensure accountability, secure compensation for his injuries, and vindicate core constitutional guarantees. O'Hara's lawsuit claims two First Amendment violations and one Fourth Amendment violation, all three of which use 1983 civil rights liability theories, and two separate violations of Washington, D.C. law. That's 1983 civil rights liability. Okay, yeah. That's a little dystopian if you ask me. You've got people getting arrested for peaceful protests and like clever protests at that, playing the Imperial March as the Guard members walk around in DC. That's kind of smart in my opinion, but I guess somebody doesn't like it. So gonna get a sip of our Juneberry Red Bull here and we'll get into story number 3. All right, get set up with this. How's everybody doing? Got big plans for the weekend? Me too. Or me neither do I. I don't know. Anyway, let's get into story number 3. That's not it. Here we go. U.S. inflation hits 3% in September, lower than expected. Long-awaited CPI reports show. You can see that the bias distribution on this has got very little reporting coming from the right with 14%, 32% coming from the center, and most reporting is 32% from the left, and most of the reporting is coming from the center with 54%. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics released CPI on Friday, reporting year-over-year inflation rose to 3% in September, slightly below economists' forecasts of 3.1%. And my story is pulled from CNN, which is second down on the factuality list. It does say that it leans left. So let's get into the story here. The cost of living got even more expensive for Americans last month, with prices rising at a faster pace since the start of the year. Consumer price rose 0.03% in September, which drove an annual rate of inflation from 2.9% to 3%, the highest it's been since January, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics data released on Friday. Gas prices, which shot up 4.1% overall and 4.2% for regular unleaded fuel, both the largest monthly increases since October 2023, were the biggest culprit behind the monthly increases, BLS data shows. Food prices rose at a more moderate price than they did in August, a month when grocery prices leapt by the highest rate in nearly 3 years. And housing-related inflation also continued its lengthy slowdown. Economists were expecting that inflation would continue to pick up speed, rising 0.04% for the month and 3.1% from the year before, according to FactSet estimates. Excluding food and energy, which can be quite volatile, the core measurement of CPI rose 0.02% in September, with an annual inflation rate setting out at 3%. Although better than economists had expected, Friday's inflation data is a disconcerting reminder that prices are still rising faster than they typically should. There's a psychological milestone of being back at that 3% level again, Heather Long, chief economist at the Navy Federal Credit Union, said in an interview with CNN. Due to inflation, the typical American household is spending $208 more a month in September to purchase the same goods and services that they were a year ago, and $1,043 more a month than they did at the start of 2021, coming out of the pandemic, new data shows from Moody Analytics. The softer inflation reading for September gives a green light to a rate cut from the Federal Reserve, which has a policy meeting next week, wrote Christopher Rupke, chief economist at FWD Bonds. Front-wheel drive bonds? No. However, Rupke cautioned that better than expected report might also be painting a rosier picture than actually exists. The immediate dangers from Trump 2.0 tariff policies have not yet fed through to inflation overall, he wrote in a note to investors Friday. The market will likely hold their applause, however, as one reason inflation is held in check may be due to the economic slowdown seen in many labor market indicators. Friday reports provided further evidence that President Donald Trump's steep import tariffs are causing certain good prices to move higher. Categories such as apparel, home furnishings, footwear, and appliances all continued to see price increases last month. And a closely watched inflation index, core goods, excluding autos, is up 1.3% annually, which is the highest since August 2023. However, the September report is somewhat unique in its own right. It's the first major federal economic report released since the U.S. government shut down on October 1st. September CPI, which was originally scheduled for release on October 15th, is being belatedly pushed so that the government can meet deadlines to make cost of living adjustments for 2026 Social Security payments. So that's a lot of numbers. What does it all mean, Basil? I don't know. It means apparently the economy isn't doing as good as they say it is. But I digress. All right, let's get into our last story of the day. And I picked it because it has to do with the city that I was just in a couple weeks ago. So, shots fired at a vehicle after it backs into a U.S. Coast Guard base in the San Francisco Bay Area. A U-Haul truck approached security officers at a U.S. Coast Guard base in California during a protest, prompting officers to open fire. What? This is nuts, man. The FBI is leading the investigation into the incident, where no injuries among Coast Guard personnel were reported. That's great. So bias distribution has most of the reporting coming from the left at 52%, 24% from the center, 24% from the right. Not exactly a blind spot for the right, but not a huge amount of reporting on the story at all. First published 2 hours ago, so not a very big story yet. This is kind of early on in the reporting. I have a story pulled from Associated Press, which we can see is highest on our factuality list, leans left with a very high factuality reporting. And let's get into the story here. Look at that. All right. Alameda. Law enforcement officers fired shots at a vehicle that backed into a U.S. Coast Guard base in the San Francisco Bay Area that had earlier been the site of protests against federal immigration agents, and hours after President Donald Trump called off a planned surge of federal agents into San Francisco to quell crime. Shots were fired at about 10 p.m. Thursday at the base in Alameda, the Coast Guard posted on X. The vehicle drove away and no Coast Guard personnel were hurt, the statement said. Video from the scene showed what appeared to be a U-Haul truck trying to back into the base. Coast Guard personnel issued multiple verbal commands to stop the vehicle. The driver failed to comply and proceeded to put the vehicle in reverse, the statement said. When the vehicle's actions posed a direct threat to the safety of the Coast Guard and security personnel, law enforcement officers discharged several rounds of live fire. The Coast Guard said the FBI was investigating. The FBI and U-Haul did not immediately respond to emails seeking further information. Earlier Thursday, protesters had assembled at the island, with many singing hymns and carrying signs saying "Protect our neighbors" and "No ICE troops in the Bay," a reference to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the National Guard. The Associated Press always loves to do that to me, and I always forget about it. Get realigned here. Okay. Trump had been threatening to send National Guard troops to San Francisco, a move Mayor Daniel Lurie and Governor Gavin Newsom said was unnecessary because crime is on the decline. Separately, U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents began arriving at the Coast Guard base in the region earlier Thursday for a possible ramp-up of immigration enforcement, a move that drew several hundred protesters. Trump said he backed off after speaking to the mayor and several prominent business leaders who said they are working hard to clean up the city. That decision was in contrast to others made by Trump to send in the military into Democratic-run cities over fierce resistance from mayors and governors. The deployment of National Guard troops on the streets of Washington faced challenges in two courts on Friday, one in the nation's capital and another in West Virginia, while across the country, a judge in Portland, Oregon was considering whether to let Trump deploy the troops there. Deployment remains blocked in the Chicago area. Coast Guard Island is a 67-acre human-made island formed in 1913 in the Oakland estuary between Oakland and Alameda. It's federally owned, does not allow visits from the general public without an escort or specific government identification, and has been home to the current base Alameda since 2012, according to Coast Guard documents from 2016. Base Alameda provides a variety of services for Coast Guard activities throughout the West Coast. Okay, all right. Well, that's our show for today. I appreciate everybody who's watched, who's watching afterwards, who's liked the video and left a comment and all of those good things. I hope that this works out. I hope some people caught it. It looks like there were some viewers on Twitch at least, so didn't get any comments, but that's not a big deal. So we'll we'll get things split up into individual episodes. I'm a little bit behind on my release schedule for videos. I've been doing some shorts. Like I said, I've got TikTok and Instagram now. There's accounts for the show on both of those platforms. You can come and interact with me there, suggest story topics, request a tie, request a vest. I don't know. But yeah, like I said, we'll get some things planned out for Patreon at the towards the end of the year, and we'll make some more announcements on that. But I appreciate, like I said, everybody that's been here. I try to tell everybody at the end of every show, you have a bigger impact on the world around you than you realize. Everybody that you interact with, be it on the phone, in a text message, in a chat room, somebody that you talk to in the grocery store line, you have an impact on those people, and you have a chance to impact their day in a positive way. So if you can, try to put a little bit of positivity in the world. So anyway, I've been Cousin Matt. This is Nightly News This Morning. Thanks for hanging out, and we will see you guys on Tuesday. Have a great weekend. Take care.
Oh, well, I've seen her break a man. Yeah, and I've seen her pick him up again. Yeah, she's untethered, she got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, she can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. You can try to control her, but it's futile to try. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, she can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. Hey baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring it down, you only get kind of game.
Okay. Good morning. Hello. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Welcome back to the show. We do this on Tuesdays and Fridays. We go over some ground news articles and try to look at some media reporting bias and things like that. So we're back. Hope you had a good weekend. Great week. Everything's going well for you. It's Monday. It's not Monday. It's Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. And today, mostly just artificial intelligence taking jobs and things like that. But I do have one news that's not necessarily related to artificial intelligence, and then the other three are. So good stuff all around. Good stuff all around. I hope everybody's doing well. And yeah, with that, we'll just kind of go ahead and get going on it. So let's get moving here. So. All right, getting into story number one. Texas Attorney General sues the makers of Tylenol over hiding alleged links to autism. What a world, what a world. And you can see that this is a huge blind spot issue for the right. If you look at the bias distribution of the reporting on ground news on the aggregator, it says that only 7% of the reporting is coming from the right, while 43% of the reporting is coming from the center and 50% of the reporting is coming from the left. So, like I said, pretty big blind spot for the right. They're not really that worried about Texas suing Tylenol. You can see that 85% of the sources are high factuality or above, so that's good. 13% of the reporting is coming from independent news, and the story was broke by Forbes earlier today. So this is a fairly new breaking news article here. Let's go ahead. I have a story pulled up from ABC because I have my sources pulled by factuality. And when we look down at our news sources here, a few of them are behind paywalls. I like to pull from Reuters when I can, but it was behind a paywall. US News is behind a paywall, and Bloomberg is behind a paywall. So coming down, ABC News is the first high factuality source that isn't behind a paywall. It does say that it leans left with a very high factuality rating. So a little bit of left-leaning bias, but we're going to go ahead and come into the article knowing that, and let's get into it. Let's see what they have to say. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton sues the makers of Tylenol, Johnson & Johnson, and Kenvue, claiming that they deceptively marketed the over-the-counter medication to pregnant women, despite alleged links to autism and other disorders. Big Pharma betrayed America by profiting off of pain and pushing pills regardless of risks, Paxton said in a statement on Tuesday. These corporations lied for decades, knowingly endangered millions to line their pockets. By holding Big Pharma accountable for poisoning our people, we will help make America healthy again. You'd think that they'd be going after, like, I don't know, opiate manufacturers or the precursors for fentanyl and stuff like that, but whatever. This is the first lawsuit from a state government since President Donald Trump claimed last month that Tylenol use during pregnancy is linked to increased risk of autism, despite limited evidence to suggest an association. Almost no evidence. Let's not sugarcoat it here. There is almost no evidence to suggest it. There's like one study done from another country. So, anyway. Johnson & Johnson sold the drug for decades, and its consumer health division spinoff, Kenvue Incorporated, has been selling the drug since 2023. In a statement, Kenvue pushed back on the Attorney General's claims, saying it is deeply concerned by the perpetuation of misinformation on the safety of acetaminophen and the potential impact that it could have on the health of American women and children. Acetaminophen is the safest pain reliever option for pregnant women, as needed throughout their entire pregnancy. Without it, women face dangerous choices, suffer through conditions like fever that are potentially harmful for both mom and baby, or use riskier alternatives. High fevers and pain are widely recognized as potential risks to a pregnancy if left untreated, the statement read. We will defend ourselves against these baseless claims and respond per the legal process. We stand firmly with the global medical community that acknowledges the safety of acetaminophen and believe we will continue to be successful in litigation as these claims lack legal merit and scientific support. This is a developing story. Please check back for updates. Yeah, kind of crazy. So the state of Texas decided to sue Tylenol, and let's get it all out in court. Why not? Because they're going to have to defend these claims that Tylenol is unsafe. And they're going to have the American people really judge whether these studies that RFK and President Donald Trump are claiming to cite are really as knowledgeable as they say that they are. So, anyhow, how we doing, tubes? Everybody doing great? Obviously, I have my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor. Just like Ground News is not a sponsor. In fact, the show has no sponsors. So if you, watching this right now, hit that like button and subscribe, share, and do all of those things, that helps me out more than anything because I'm not monetized. I'm not getting any kind of ad revenue or anything like that. I'm just trying to put this show out there. It was an idea that I had. We did it for a while on another channel, and now it's here. I could use a co-host, though, I think. Like that's like the one thing that this show started out with that was really great, and then I lost that, and it's just kind of been struggling along since then. But, you know, it is what it is. So, anyhow, let me get set up for our next story here, and we will get moving right along. All right. Story number 2. Musk launches AI-powered Grokopedia to rival Wikipedia. All right, more artificial intelligence news. So on October 27th, yesterday, Elon Musk unveiled Grokopedia, an AI-driven online encyclopedia through XAI. This was published 4 hours ago, so again, pretty breaking story, but there's already 152 articles reporting with fairly even distribution in our bias distribution here. We've got 37% of reporting coming from the left or the right, 30% from the center, and 33% from the right. So no blind spots by any means. 73% of the sources are high factuality or above. My source is pulled from Euronews, which if we scroll down is the third on our factuality list, because I always use the Ground News aggregator to sort my stories by factuality here. So let's get into the story from Euronews. It says that they're very high factuality with a center-leaning distribution. U.S. tech billionaire Elon Musk launched an AI-powered encyclopedia, Grokopedia, but it got off to a rocky start. Elon Musk wants to expand his range of AI products and on Tuesday launched Grokopedia, an AI-powered encyclopedia. Musk's company XAI wants to offer an alternative to what he calls a less biased version of Wikipedia, the largest online encyclopedia to date. At the launch, Musk announced on the X platform that, in his opinion, the 0.1 version of Grokopedia is already better than Wikipedia. However, the website temporarily crashed before coming back online hours later. Tech billionaire said on X that Grokopedia is completely open source, meaning anyone can use the application free of charge for any purposes like Wikipedia. I don't think that's what open source means. I mean, I guess it kind of does, because they're not talking about the code as open source or the editing as open source. It's just you're allowed to use it. So just call it free. How does Musk's Grokopedia work? If you want to use Musk's new online encyclopedia, you will reach a homepage with a large search bar similar to Google. You can set the color mode and create your own account. The homepage also shows that there are currently around 885,200 articles on Grokopedia. If you enter a search term, you land on a page that resembles Wikipedia both visually and in terms of content, with heading, chapters, and references. So far, there are no images. In terms of content, the system is based on existing sources such as Wikipedia itself. In the case of technical topics in particular, entire paragraphs are taken over as users note in comparisons. Unlike Wikipedia, entries cannot be edited or corrected by the users themselves, a feature that Wikimedia Foundation also doubts. Wikimedia is not owned by a company, but it's independent and is supported by thousands of volunteers who have the greatest sense of responsibility for their project, said Francesca Heine, managing director of Wikimedia Germany. The organization describes Wikipedia as radically transparent. Everyone can understand where the knowledge comes from and what editing has taken place. This creates trust. How neutral is the information on Wikipedia and Grokopedia? Elon Musk's new encyclopedia is also intended to be a counter design. The tech billionaire has repeatedly emphasized that Wikipedia is not objective, has a left-wing political bias. The Wikimedia Foundation commented on a possible bias, stating that numerous investigations over 25 years have found no reliable evidence or proof of this. Wikipedia is not perfect, but it is and remains the largest freely accessible and transparent source of reliable and verifiable knowledge, the press release continues. Instead, Grokopedia wants to ensure greater neutrality with its own built-in fact-checking, similar to Grok for Platform X. The sources used by these AI applications and how exactly the fact-check works have not yet been made public. AI software is also known for so-called hallucinations. This means that large language models such as ChatGPT, the chatbot from OpenAI, invent plausible-sounding information. I don't know why it was necessary to put that at the end of the article. It's not even in relation to what we're talking about, other than the fact that it has to do with AI. So, but yeah, just more and more AI as we go along. Just can't stop it, tubes. So, anyway, let's get set up for the last two stories of the day. Actually, kind of are in relation to each other. You know, I don't. By the way, my fingernails aren't painted. I smashed my fingers in the garage door, and my nails are dying. And so, like, that's what those marks are. If you ever see me like raise my, has he got a painted nail? No, he's got a big scab underneath my nail, is what it is. All right, story number 3. Let's get moving here. UPS cut 34,000 jobs in the first 9 months of 2025. All right, published 2 hours ago. 19 articles were reporting a few minutes ago before I started the show. I'm just going to refresh this to show. It's still 19 articles reporting. So my story is from the Associated Press, but you can see mostly center-leaning distribution with 76% of the reporting coming from the center, 18% from the left, and 6% from the right. So you could call it a right-leaning blind spot, but it's also pretty early in that, like, this was just published 2 hours ago. So you got to give the other stories a little bit more chance to catch up and find the article and things like that. So, but the Associated Press is third down on our factuality list. It does say that it leans left with a very high factuality rating. And let's get into the article here. United Parcel Service posted third quarter results that handily beat Wall Street's expectations and gave details about its turnaround efforts, including approximately 34,000 job cuts. Shares surged more than 12% before the markets opened on Tuesday. UPS earned $1.31 billion or $1.55 per share for the first 3 months ended September 30th. The Atlanta-based company earned $1.99 billion or $1.80 per share a year earlier. Removing one-time costs, the earnings were $1.74 per share. That easily topped the $1.31 per share that analysts polled by Zacks Investment Research were calling for. Revenue totaled $21.42 billion, surpassing Wall Street's estimate of $20.84 billion. UPS said in a regulatory filing that it has cut about 34 positions and closed daily operations at least 93 leased and owned buildings during the first 9 months of this year as part of its turnaround plan. The company said that it's still looking to identify additional buildings to close. In April, UPS announced that it was looking to slash about 20,000 jobs and close more than 70 facilities as it drastically reduces the number of Amazon shipments it handles. At the time, the company said that it anticipated closing 73 leased and owned buildings by the end of June. The company noted that it was still reviewing its network and might identify more buildings to be shuttered. In January, UPS announced that it had reached a deal with Amazon, its biggest customer, to lower its volume by more than 50% by the second half of 2026, as Amazon just continues to do its own deliveries. During UPS's fourth quarter earnings conference call in January, CEO Carol Tomé said that the company had partnered with Amazon for almost 30 years and that when its contract came up this year, UPS decided to release the relationship. Okay. UPS has realized cost savings of approximately $2.2 billion as of September 30th. It anticipates achieving $3.5 billion total year-over-year cost savings in 2025. Yeah, probably because they don't have to take such a hit on their deliveries for Amazon anymore. They don't have to get shoved around and bullied by their biggest customer. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't seem like my screen transitions are working as well as I'd like. I might need to look into that real quick here. Oh well, it is what it is. All right, we've got one more story, which is funny because we were talking about UPS's biggest customer. Amazon cuts 14,000 corporate jobs as spending on artificial intelligence accelerates. We're just bringing everything all the way full circle here. AI, artificial intelligence, job cuts. If you can't see what's going on, just look around you. Anyway, bias distribution has 50% of the reporting coming from the center, 30% from the left, 20% from the right. Not necessarily a blind spot because there are 438 articles reporting on this. 92% of the sources are high factuality or above. And I have my source pulled from Deutsche Welle? Whatever, let's read it. Amazon said Tuesday that it would reduce its corporate workforce by roughly 14,000 people as part of a wider restructuring driven in part by the online retail giant's investment in artificial intelligence. The company said in a note to employees that was also posted on its website that the cuts would help further reducing bureaucracy, removing layers, and shifting resources to ensure we're investing in our biggest bets and what matters most to our customers' current and future needs. Amazon is in the process of adapting to demand that's slightly lower than its peak during the lockdowns of the COVID pandemic, when it hired additional staff to cope with the spike. Over the past 2 years, The e-commerce giant has been gradually cutting jobs across divisions, including books, devices, and its podcast business, Wondery. Beth Gallietti, Senior Vice President of People Experience and Technology, wrote in a note that the company would continue reducing in some areas and hiring in others heading into 2026. Yeah, they're going to be hiring robot technicians pretty soon. That's all that they're going to be hiring. Employees were told that most effective workers would be given 90 days to seek new roles internally. Recruiting teams would prioritize such candidates, the company said. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy said in June that the adoption of generative AI would reduce the total corporate workforce at the company in the coming years. The e-commerce giant is focusing much of its capital investing on building AI and cloud infrastructure, including building a $10 billion campus in North Carolina, one of 4 such data center projects in the U.S. The generation of AI is the most transformative technology we've seen since the internet, and it's enabling companies to innovate much faster than ever before, Gallietti said. Oh, and look, and there's Jeff Bezos and his new mail order, whatever you want to call her, plastic bride, built to fit Barbie in Venice on their wedding, where they shut the entire city of Venice down. The company is also vested in AI growth as it plows resources into generating its own AWS business that seeks to compete with other major players like OpenAI, Google, and Microsoft. An AWS outage last week showed how far the tool has spread, with disruption everywhere from Duolingo and Snapchat to popular online games like Fortnite and Gran Turismo 7. My job was also affected by that because delivery apps depend on AWS. Isn't that great? Amazon has roughly 350,000 corporate employees and a total workforce of approximately 1.56 million. Tuesday's cuts represent roughly 4% of its corporate workforce. Corporate. It was the largest reduction since 2023 when the company announced 27,000 job cuts in 2 waves. The company will post quarterly results on Thursday, with the last set of figures showing 17.5% growth for its AWS cloud computing arm. Okay. We're going to stick on that for just a second here. Go human employees less. Yeah. Who needs human employees anymore, right? Bad Wolf? How you doing? Anyway, that was the last last article that I had for the show. So I'm gonna kill the rest of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor here, tubes, and then we'll call it a day, and we'll be back on Friday. What's up, Andy? How you doing, man? I hope you were able to catch some of that. I just wrapped up, so. But yeah. Now that that's gone, I'll just say that, like I try to say at the end of every show, you impact more people in the world than you know. I'm sure you've heard me say that before if you've watched this before. So try to be a little bit more positive in the way that you interact with people. And I think that I've told this story before, but I'll tell it one more time. I went up to the No King's Day protest in Portland on the 18th, which was last Saturday, about 10 days ago. And I was just filming, just trying to get some footage of what was going on. I think I was live streaming with one camera, with my phone actually, and then I had my camera up filming as well. And I was in some of my motorcycle gear, so I looked a little bit did up. I don't think I had gloves on or anything like that. But then this girl in a mask, completely fucking obscured, blacked out, just like the regular protester stuff, puts her phone in my face, right? And she's like fucking filming me as she's walking around. I was like, is there an issue? She's like, yeah, I don't trust you. And like, that set me off. I at that point, like, I was upset. And instead of being courteous and just being, because I did tell her, I was like, I'm Cousin Matt on YouTube. You can look me up. But then I said, instead of being such a bitch, which I could have left out. So I'm not the best at it. Like, I recognize that I have a problem with this too. But if we recognize that and we try to make an effort to be better, then we can spread some positivity and try to make the world a better place, rather than in those kinds of moments. You don't need to be confrontational. Like, it's better to diffuse a situation like that, or try to turn that person's distrust around in some way. And that's why I told her like what my YouTube channel was. But then calling her a bitch doesn't get me anywhere, does it? So anyway, Yeah, I know. It happens. I like I said, I was upset. I was there with my face exposed. I was like me all out in the open, and somebody's like, "I don't trust you. You seem like what? A Fed? I'm not a Fed. Sorry. I'm not an informant. I just do this news show." But yeah, it was rude of me. It was rude of her. It was rude of both of us, and I had an opportunity to kind of diffuse it, and I didn't. But I recognized it afterwards. I recognized it honestly, like as soon as I did it, and I think that that's really the best that we can do. Like if you recognize your shortcomings and your downfalls, and you try to be a little bit better every day, then like you're making effort, you're making progress in the right direction. So, but anyway, I appreciate everybody hanging out. Appreciate everybody that's catching this afterwards. And we will be back on Friday with another episode of Nightly News This Morning to talk about some news that, you know, may or may not be relevant to you. If you have if you've got an article or a topic or anything that you'd like me to cover, drop it in the comments. Not in the comments of like the live stream, but like the comments of the video afterwards. So I got that vibe at a bar once. Some girl asked us to watch her drink, and this other group gave us looks like, what the fuck. Yeah, people just, you know, they jump to their own conclusions based on their own biases. So it is what it is, and we just have to keep that in mind and, you know, try to do as good as we can do. So anyway, take care, everybody. I appreciate you hanging out, and we will be back on Friday.
Yeah, she's untethered. She got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's in love. She can't be tamed. She's in love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you'll only get kind of game. You can try to control her, but it's futile to try. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get caught again. Hey, baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go? The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring it out, you only get kind of in. Moonlit nights, I'm feeling blue. Been trying to call ya, but I couldn't get through. And I'm crying, baby, you drive me insane. Though your love is toxic, yeah, save me from this pain. My friend, girl. You made a man your property and you ripped away his world. And I don't want to admit it, but there's a man to blame. Well, I can only hate myself for feeling of his pain, 'cause my brain's on fire when I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? A razor cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games. Oh, but I still need you to save me from my aims, 'cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
All right, here we go. Good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Friday, October 31st, 2025. It's Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody. How are you? You got big plans today? You got big plans for the weekend? You got big things going on in your life? I'm important. Things are happening. Anyway, how we're doing? So, like I said, I'm your host, Cousin Matt. This is Nightly News This Morning. Today we're going to read about a couple stories. If you saw the title on YouTube, you might have an idea. Researchers say that we're not in the Matrix anymore. I did hear, and I'm not going to be reporting on it today because I just heard it on the radio as I was getting ready to get things started. Apparently, the Trump administration wants to start testing nukes again in the Nevada desert north of Las Vegas. So that's not dystopian at all. That's not, terrible news to hear this morning. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that today. We got some other stories to talk about. So let me get things pulled up here in a way that I'm ready to go, and then we'll get moving here. Just a second. That works. Okay. So all right, here we go. UBC researchers say the universe cannot be a simulation. All right, let's look at our ground news aggregator here, and you can see that this story was it was published 12 hours ago, and it is a huge blind spot for the right. There's literally no reporting coming from the right. You've got 60% of the bias distribution is coming from the center, while 40% of the bias distribution is coming from the left. Now, what exactly is going on with this? Well, we're going to get into it here. It does say 100% of the sources are high factuality or above, which I don't see that very often. So, but I have my story pulled from the highest factuality source, which says it's interesting engineering, and we're going to read about why the universe can't be a simulation. So, look, it's the Matrix. Cute. The idea that we might be living inside a vast computer simulation, much like in the Matrix, has fascinated philosophers and scientists for years. But a new study from the researchers at University of British Columbia's Okanagan campus has delivered a decisive blow to that theory. According to Dr. Mir Faisal, adjunct professor at UBC's Okanagan's Irving K. Barber Facility of Science, and his international collaborators, the structure of reality itself makes simulation impossible. Their work shows that no computer, no matter how advanced, could ever reproduce the fundamental workings of the universe. The research goes further than rejecting the simulation theory. It suggests that reality is built on a kind of understanding that cannot be reduced to computational rules or algorithms. The researchers approached the simulation question through mathematics and physics rather than philosophy. They explored whether the laws governing the universe could, in theory, be recreated by a computer system. It has been suggested that the universe could be simulated, said Dr. Faisal. If such a simulation were possible, the simulated universe could itself give rise to life, which in turn might create its own simulation. This recursive possibility makes it seem highly unlikely that our universe is the original one, rather than a simulation nested within another simulation. He explains that this question was once thought to lie outside the reach of science. However, our recent research has demonstrated that it can, in fact, be scientifically addressed. I have my doubts. Modern physics already sees reality as more than solid matter. Quantum gravity, the latest framework uniting relativity and quantum mechanics, proposes that even space and time are not fundamental. They emerge from something deeper, pure information. To test whether this informational foundation could be simulated, the team relied on mathematical principles, including the Gödel's incompleteness theorem. This theorem states that in any logical system, there will always be true statements that cannot be proven within the system. Dr. Faisal says the same limitation applies to physics. We have demonstrated that it is impossible to describe all aspects of physical reality using computational theory of quantum gravity, he explains. Therefore, no physically complete and consistent theory of everything can be derived from computation alone. He adds that a full description of reality requires what they call non-algorithmic understanding, which cannot be captured by any computer process. In other words, computation can only go so far before it hits the edge of what logic can express. Could the deeper information of the universe itself be simulated? The researchers say that even this is impossible. Drawing on mathematical theorems related to incompleteness and indefinability, we demonstrated that a fully consistent and complete description of reality cannot be achieved through computation alone, says Dr. Faisal. It requires non-algorithmic understanding, which by definition is beyond algorithmic computation and therefore cannot be simulated. Hence, the universe cannot be a simulation. This just seems like talking in circles to me, but maybe I don't understand it well enough. Co-author Dr. Lawrence M. Krauss says that discovery changes how we view the laws of physics. The fundamental law of physics cannot be contained within the space and time because they generate them. A complete and consistent description of reality requires something deeper, a form of understanding known as non-algorithmic understanding. Dr. Faisal concludes that any simulated world must follow programmed rules, but since the fundamental level of reality is based on non-algorithmic understanding, the universe cannot be and could never be a simulation, he says. The study is published in the Journal of Holography Applications in Physics. So, might be something to read. Yeah, so apparently we don't live in the Matrix according to this doctor from the UK. But I don't know, he's basing this on our understanding of computation as it stands right now. And that I don't think that means that something can't change in the future. So, like I said, I'm skeptical, but who knows? So, anyway, let's get rolling into story number 2, huh? Prince Andrew to lose his prince title and move out of the Royal Lodge, Buckingham Palace says. Published 19 hours ago. Not exactly a blind spot. You have 55% of reporting coming from the center, 27% of the bias distribution is coming from the left, and 18% of the bias distribution is coming from the right. So at least there is reporting on the right coming from it this time. However, you've got more reporting coming from the center than anything else. I do have my stories sorted by factuality, and the first one that I was able to pull with a decent format was UPI. News World Communications, very high factuality with a center-leaning distribution. So let's get into the... Oh, man, look at that guy. Look at that guy. He doesn't sweat, if you didn't know that. Can't sweat. He's physically unable to. England's Prince Andrew has been stripped of his official title and will leave his royal residence amid fallout from his relationship with the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. We're always talking about Epstein on this show. Andrew, the son of late Queen Elizabeth II, is alleged to have attended gatherings hosted by Epstein. Buckingham Palace announced Thursday that King Charles III will initiate the process of removing Andrew's styles, titles, and honors. Prince Andrew will now be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, a statement from the palace said. His lease on Royal Lodge has provided him with legal protection to continue his residence. Formal notice has now been served to surrender the lease, and he will move to alternative private accommodations. Andrew stopped using his Duke of York title and announced in a statement released by the palace that the continued accusations about me may distract from the work of His Majesty and the royal family. What a statement. Just, mwah. We're going to learn why that's bullshit here in just a second in the same article. It's fantastic. It is the first time that a member of the royal family has been stripped of their title in more than a century, according to the House of Commons. Andrew will move from the royal residence on the grounds of Windsor Castle to a property on Sandringham, which is the private estate of the king in Norfolk, England, according to ABC News. Andrews consistently denied accusations against him regarding his association with Epstein and attacked the credibility of Virginia Giuffre, I believe that's how you say that, author of a book centered on Epstein called Nobody's Girl. Giuffre died in an apparent suicide in April after, I might add, she was hit by a bus and said that she would never, ever, 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 ever kill herself. In February 2022, Andrew settled a sexual assault lawsuit filed by Giuffre while not admitting any wrongdoing. Let's read that again. In February 2022, Andrew settled a sexual assault lawsuit filed by Giuffre while not admitting any wrongdoing. Why would you settle if you didn't do anything wrong? Epstein and Giuffre settled a lawsuit for $500,000 in 2009. Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's former accomplice, was convicted in 2021 on child sex trafficking and other charges connected to her involvement with Epstein. Maxwell has consistently denied all wrongdoing and is the only Epstein associate who has ever been charged in connection with his crimes. And I hope that she continues to rot in jail. But I digress. I've got my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. Hey, if you're in the comments, tell me if you're watching this live, or even if you're not watching this live, drop a comment below. First off, like the video for me because that helps the algorithm, gets me, more views. Turn notifications on if you're not if you are subscribed and you don't have all notifications turned on. You turn those on and you'll get a notification when I go live on Tuesdays and Fridays. It usually changes time. I try to go earlier in the mornings on Tuesdays and later in the mornings on Fridays, just to give people in different time zones a chance to catch the show. But yeah, so those things help. And yeah, if you're not watching this live, if you want to drop a comment, tell me what you're going to be for Halloween. Tell me what you did go for as Halloween, because you're probably watching this after Halloween, maybe. I don't know. Time travel. It's weird. Anyway, let's get into story number 3, huh? FBI Director Wop, wop. We're going to try that again. FBI Director Patel faces criticism for using government jet during the shutdown. And I wouldn't necessarily call this a blind spot issue, but you can definitely see that a lot more reporting is coming from the left than anywhere else. 24% of our bias distribution is coming from the right, 19% from the center, and 57% from the So let's get into an article here. I have First Post Nation pulled up, which is third down on the factuality list. It says that the bias distribution is center leaning. And the title of the article says, did Kash Patel use a $60 million FBI jet to watch his girlfriend sing at an event? Spoiler, the answer is yes. Bam. Look at that guy. So this is actually, I think, taken from the event. Like, they took a selfie there. That's how people are saying that, like, they know that he was there. Kash Patel, the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has found himself at the center of a controversy after reports surfaced claiming he used a taxpayer-funded jet to watch his girlfriend perform at a wrestling event. According to a recent report citing flight records of a government-registered aircraft, Patel allegedly traveled to Nashville, Tennessee over the weekend. The 45-year-old was seen at the Real American Freestyle event alongside his girlfriend, 26-year-old country singer Alexis Wilkins. The sighting quickly drew attention online, with many questioning whether the FBI chief used government resources for personal reasons, especially at a time when the US is grappling with a government shutdown. Here's a breakdown of what happened, what the rules say, and how the FBI has responded to the growing controversy. The controversy began when former FBI agent Kyle Sefrin alleged that Kash Patel used a $60 million FBI jet to travel over the weekend to watch his girlfriend perform. He made the claims on X and discussed them further on his podcast, accusing Patel of showing a pattern of misuse of official resources. And then this is his tweet about it. According to flight data from the Federal Aviation Administration, the aircraft used is registered to the FBI's national headquarters in Washington, D.C., indicating it's an official government jet. However, a passenger manifest has not been made public, leaving it uncertain whether Patel was actually on board. Notably, just 2.5 hours after landing in Pennsylvania, the same jet reportedly continued its route to Nashville, Tennessee, where the city where Wilkins resides. FBI directors are generally required to use official aircraft for security reasons, even for personal travel. However, they're also obligated to reimburse the government for such trips at an equivalent of commercial airfare rates. In Kash Patel's case, it remains unclear whether he has paid back the cost of his recent flight. According to Expedia estimates, a one-way commercial ticket from State College to Nashville costs around $239. But factoring in jet fuel, maintenance, and landing fees, the total cost to taxpayers could reach several thousands, or probably more likely tens of thousands of dollars per flight. This isn't the first time an FBI director has faced criticism for using government planes for non-official purposes. Both former directors James Comey and Chris Wray have previously come under fire for similar issues. Ironically, Patel himself was a vocal critic of Wray back in 2022, accusing him of misusing federal resources. Now Patel faces similar accusations from lawmakers who allege he's been overusing government aircraft for personal travel. In his defense, Patel has said Congress made it mandatory for him to use the government airplanes for all travel. Adding to the controversy, former FBI counterintelligence chief Frank Figliuzzi claimed earlier this year that Patel spends more time in nightclubs than at the Bureau's headquarters. Reports also suggest Patel divides his time between Washington, D.C. and Las Vegas, a lifestyle insiders described as contributing to growing chaos within the agency. An FBI spokesperson has come to the defense of Kash Patel, insisting that his travel followed all established protocols. Ben Williamson, the assistant director for public affairs at the FBI, said Patel pays a reimbursement service in advance whenever personal travel is involved, as required by policy. Williamson also pointed out that Patel actively tries to reduce costs. He said unlike the previous directors such as Wray and James Comey, who often flew out of Washington's Reagan National Airport, Patel reportedly uses a government airfield instead, a move that the FBI official said is about 2.5 times cheaper. He added that Patel has significantly limited personal travel and only takes time off occasionally to visit family, friends, or his girlfriend. He doesn't do it often. He works far more full weekends than he does otherwise. And maybe most importantly, ask anyone who works for him. He's on duty 24/7 regardless, Williamson said in a statement about his boss. With input from agencies. I like that. All right, well, I don't know. I'm kind of torn on that. Like, he does have to use the jet for travel. Like, that's confirmed completely. But like, should he be flying to Nashville to watch his girlfriend perform at a wrestling event? I don't know. I would say no, but that's just me. We're going to cut spending by cutting subsidies for healthcare and taking away SNAP benefits, but I don't know. Anyway, we got one more story to read through today, and then we're going to call it a weekend. Oh, I didn't tell you. I'm going to be a sloth for Halloween. I have a Halloween party to go to tomorrow, which is a little late, but I'm going to do all my deliveries today. My girlfriend got us onesies for the party that we're going to tomorrow, and they're almost like pajama onesies, but they're a little bit more intricate than that. And so like that was our lazy, this is what we're doing for Halloween. And she's got bat or a crow or something like that. She's got wings, I know that. And then mine is a sloth. pretty great. I think I'm just gonna wear it and like lay on the couch at the party the whole time and be like, yeah, I'm in character. I don't know. That's a joke. Not really gonna do that. But anyway, let's get into our last story of the day, huh? And then I'll let you guys all go do your, excuse me, your fun Halloween stuff, huh? How about that? Just 1 second to set up. Okay. Trump calls for the U.S. Senate to scrap the filibuster rule. Oh man, this is not good news, tubes. This is kind of dystopian if you ask me. So, on Thursday, President Donald Trump urged the Senate Republicans to eliminate the filibuster and use the nuclear option. We're going to read all about it in the story here. 22% of the bias distribution is coming from the left, 60% is coming from the center, and 18% is coming from the right. So it's not a blind spot, but you definitely have more center reporting than anything else. My story is pulled from BBC. I had the Associated Press pulled because that's who I usually like to pull from. But unfortunately, that article isn't actually an article. It's more just like summary of headlines. I got into it and I started reading it. I was like, oh, dang, I'm glad I didn't like use that for my story on screen. So, and I didn't pick the first highest factuality because it's Dallas news, and I want to pull from a little bit bigger of a media conglomerate than that on this story. So let's get into the story here about what our commander-in-chief here, who looks like he's going as dead Trump for Halloween, maybe. I don't know. The dude looks old. Like, let's not sugarcoat it, you guys. He's looking Biden old here, and I think it's kind of funny that was something that he criticized. That like he was criticizing a guy that was only a couple years older than him. Anyway, he's now like he'll end up being the oldest president in the United States by the time that he's out of office, right? President Donald Trump has called on Republicans in the U.S. Senate to scrap the filibuster rule in a bid to end the ongoing government shutdown, now entering its 30th day. The filibuster is a long-standing Senate rule that requires 60 of the 100 members to approve most legislation. With a 53 to 47 majority, removing the rule would allow Republicans to pass a funding bill without Democratic support. It's now time for the Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now, Trump wrote on social media. The shutdown, which began on October 1st, has left millions of Americans facing losses of essential services. If it continues into the weekend, more than 40 million people could lose access to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which provides food aid to low-income households. Thousands of federal workers have already missed paychecks, and there are growing fears of increased flight delays as air traffic controllers and airport staff work without pay. Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune has previously rejected calls to change the filibuster rule to end the shutdown. Lawmakers from both parties have long expressed concerns that scrapping it would erode a key safety guard for the minority party. Safeguard. Well, we now are in power, and if we did what we should be doing, it would immediately end this ridiculous, country-destroying shutdown, Trump wrote on social media post late Thursday evening. By Friday, most senators had left Washington for the weekend, with a little sign of progressing towards reopening the government. It remains unclear whether there is enough support within the Senate to invoke what is known as the nuclear option and eliminate the filibuster. In recent years, both parties have chipped away at the filibuster's reach. During former President Joe Biden's administration, some Democrats suggested ending the filibuster to enshrine abortion access and protect voting rights, but it didn't get sufficient support within the party. The Senate has already made exceptions so that some nominees, including judicial appointments, only need a simple majority vote for confirmation, but most legislation remains subject to the 60-vote threshold. Many Republicans fear that ending the filibuster could backfire if Democrats regain control of Congress. The shutdown went into effect on October 1st after Democrats refused to support a stopgap measure to keep the government open until mid-November unless Republicans agreed to extend healthcare subsidies for low-income Americans. Republicans have resisted, accusing Democrats of holding the government hostage over unrelated policy priorities. Yeah, I don't know about that. So, anyway, yeah, if this nuclear option is employed, it's just one more facet of the powers, the checks and balances that the founders enshrined into the powers of this country that are just gone, that we don't have anymore. But yeah, that's what we've got today. Hey, Bad Wolf, catching it at the end again, but I'm sure that you'll get the chance to go back and watch. It's Halloween. What are you gonna be for Halloween? So, but like I said, I'm gonna be a sloth. Kind of goes with my easygoing nature, we'll call it. So anyway, that's all that I've got for today, tubes. I appreciate everybody that's hanging out, that's watching this later. We'll get it clipped up. I don't have any episodes set to release. I have four segments from the last episode. Oddly a wolf, that's great. I've got the four articles I did from the last episode are all up, and they have they're all uploaded and everything, but I need to make thumbnails for them and then set them to release. But I don't have anything set to release yet. So if I get the thumbnails done, there will still be a video tomorrow morning. If not, might be a day or two. Got some stuff coming up. But then I'll get this video clipped up as soon as possible. And gonna try to get some new things in the works. Gonna try to put a little bit more effort into the show here over the next few weeks and months and see what we can do. Like I said, there's gonna be a Patreon and some donation abilities coming in the future to try to help out the show, make it a little bit more professional, get the viewers involved a little bit more, you know, make you guys feel like you're part of the show as well. So, but yeah, we got things coming in the future. I appreciate everybody. Take the time to tell everybody that you care about, how much you care about them. Let the people around you know, your support network, you know, how great they are, you know, that they're good. Just try to be a little bit more positive if you can. Put some positivity in the world anywhere that you can. And take care. Have a great weekend. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. Thanks.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. And I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. And wondering every little thing you could possibly know. Will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. From the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of this weakness that timidly take hold, makes me shiver. Yeah, reminding someday too soon, the top will blow off. And I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. Little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. My own. Till then it simmers.
good morning. Hello. Hi, welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. And we're here to look at some news stories. You know, we do this every Tuesday and Friday. We take 4 topics from ground news and kind of give you an idea how they're being reported on from each side, at least which side's reporting on it, you know, more or less. And then I kind of give you, you know, which way the direction of who I'm picking to report from, which way they lean. So does that necessarily mean that I'm left or I am right? No, not really. I don't really consider myself either one of those things. I just try to report the news. You know, I might have a little bit of bias, but you know, I don't try to pick one side or over the other or anything like that necessarily. So we're gonna get into it in a minute here. I just wanted to start the show by addressing there will be some changes hopefully coming in the future. I've got some things in the works. I'm gonna try to bring some more awareness to the show. Maybe try to go do some more out in the field type reporting things. We're gonna get a Patreon going at the beginning of the year. Maybe try to get some guest hosts in here, get some more people, get the show expanded a little bit, because you could call it niche right now. You could call this a niche show. There is an audience. It's small at the moment, but we're growing. We're growing. That subscriber count's going steadily up by the day. We're almost to 300, man. We're getting there. I know that's not much. My view counts are actually a lot more, but I digress. So we've got some news stories to cover today. We'll get into. I'll go over it a little bit more at the end of the show. Just, you know, the Patreon and stuff like that. But we got some news stories to cover today. Got some big news in the U.S. And we're gonna cover that on our first story here. So let's go ahead and get going. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Dick Cheney. Yell at Ben and yell. Sorry, I'm gonna go back here and we'll start that one over because I don't. The conservatives will try to cancel me if I say that. But Freedom, you said yell at Ben and join DP more often. Love seeing you there. Might do that too, actually. Might try to do some day streams with him a little bit more, possibly. So I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, got some things going in the future, and hopefully, you know, if I'm on DP more, maybe that'll bring more viewers over to this show. But anyway, let's get back into story number 1. So. Former U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney dies at the young age of 84 years old. So I saw this morning on Ground News, and I was surprised because I'm not going to lie, I thought Dick Cheney was already dead. I don't know. Shows how much I know. But anyway, yeah, so Dick Cheney died last night, heart disease or whatever. So bias distribution so far, you've got 19% coming from the right, 34% coming from the left, and 47% is coming from the center. But with 247 articles reporting, that's not really a blind spot at all. So I have my sources, my news sources sorted by factuality, and I pull from CTV News a lot, which is a Canadian reporting outlet, and it has a center-leaning distribution. But I wanted to try to find something else this morning to pull from. I don't want to continuously read articles from the same news source over and over again. So my story today is actually pulled from a source that is it's way down here on the factuality list. It's Spiegel, which I think, yeah, it's from Germany, and I do have it translated to English. So again, sometimes when we do this, when we pull from stories from other countries, we get a little bit of a translation error in the article, but it's still going to give you kind of the gist of what's going on. I mean, Dick Cheney's dead. We know that. Like I said, I wanted to pull. This says it's a left-leaning source, and it's got a very high factuality rating still. So let's go ahead and read through it real quick. It's not going to take very long. So the first two articles today should be pretty short. So, former U.S. Vice President and Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney is dead. This is reported by U.S. media citing Cheney's family. Cheney was 84 years old. He died on Monday evening as a result of pneumonia and heart and vascular disease as a result, according to his family, I assume. The Republican politician served as the Vice President of the United States from 2001 to 2009. Under George W. Bush, and from 1989 to 1993, he was the Minister of Defense. It was the defense secretary, I believe. Under, again, it's the translation error here. Under his father, George Bush. At the beginning of his political career in Washington, Cheney worked, among other things, as chief of staff in the White House for Gerald Ford and a member of the U.S. House of Representatives for the state of Wyoming. The 1941 in the U.S. state of Nebraska, Cheney is considered to be one of the most influential vice presidents in U.S. history. That's some weird translation there. During his time in office, Cheney was a strong supporter of the Iraq War in 2003. As vice president from 2001 to 2009, Cheney vehemently advocated for strengthening the presidency. He was convinced that this had been going on since the Watergate scandal. Richard Nixon lost strength. He also strengthened the vice president's influence by putting together a national security team that often acted as a separate center of power within the government. Cheney suffered from heart problems for much of his life. At the age of 37, he suffered the first of several heart attacks. Holy crap, I didn't know he had his first heart attack at 37. That's crazy. In 2012, he received a heart transplant. What? Cheney was considered a classical Republican politician. His daughter, Liz Cheney, also became an influential Republican representative and sharp critic of the current U.S. President, Donald Trump. In the run-up to the 2024 presidential election, Dick Cheney announced that he'd be voting for the Democratic candidate Kamala Harris. In our nation's 246-year history, there has never been a person who posed a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump, Cheney said. And that's the whole article. Man, that was a weird one. But again, like I said, that happens sometimes when you read articles from different language sources. So anyway, I got my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes, and we'll get a sip of that and get going into story number 2 here. So what do you guys think? Do you think that if I had a Patreon, if I did it like different tiers, you could pick different stories? Like, is that a way to get people involved? Is that something that people would be interested in? Not really sure. Like I said, I'm gonna try doing some things to get the show maybe a little bit more engaged and things like that. So let's get going on story number 2 this morning. Donald Trump urges New York voters to vote for Cuomo for mayor. He's capable of it. Mamdani is not. They are terrified of Zoran Mamdani. So if you didn't know, today is election day. And New York is voting for mayor. So if you are watching this in New York, I hope that you do your part to get out there and you get to the polls and help make a difference in New York. So you think shorts are the way to go. Cool. I appreciate that. And let me pop back over here for just a second. So while we're on that subject, because I do the changing of the scenes so I know where to edit. While we're on that subject, I've been trying to pick shorter stories so that they're able to edit into shorts, because the shorts can sometimes get upwards to 1,000 to 2,000 views. So yeah, definitely been trying to do that everywhere that I can. But let me get back into this, and I'll try to do it in a way that we can make it into a short. So Trump urges New York voters. Trump urges New Yorkers to vote for Cuomo for mayor. He's capable of it. Mamdani is not. Bias distribution says that we have 28% of the reporting is coming from the left, while 34% is coming from the right. 38% is coming from the center. So it's definitely not a blind spot at all. Today is election day, and New Yorkers are voting for mayor today. So this is a very big subject. And if we look down, it says it's got 118 articles reporting. Our factuality rating says 71% of the sources are high factuality or above. I have a source pulled from UPI because a lot of these, if you look down, and I sort my stories by factuality on Ground News, but if you look down and you see this little dollar sign on the outlet, let me see if I highlighted the outlet there, but you see Axios and then it's got a dollar sign next to it. That means it's behind a paywall. So UPI is actually the first source that I have that's not behind a paywall. So let's go ahead and read that article about Donald Trump endorsing the sex pest Andrew Cuomo. President Donald Trump announced Monday he's backing former Democratic New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent in New York City's mayoral race, saying residents have no choice. The president threw his endorsement behind Cuomo on the eve of the election. over Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa to beat Democratic Zoran Mamdani, who he called a communist. It's my obligation to run the nation, and it's my strong conviction that New York City will be a complete and total economic and social disaster should Mamdani win, Trump wrote on Monday in a post on Truth Social. His principles have been tested for over 1,000 years, and never once have they been successful. The president added, I would much rather see a Democrat who has a record of success win than a communist with no experience and a record of complete and total failure. I love it how Trump will sue people for slandering him, but nobody's going to come after him for the lies that he tells in the media ever. In his post, Trump also threatened to withhold federal funding from New York City if Mamdani wins on Tuesday, weaponizing the White House for politics. If communist candidate Zoran Mamdani wins the election for mayor of New York City, it's highly unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds, other than the very minimum required, to my beloved first home, Trump wrote. I don't want to send, as president, good money after bad. Trump also explained why he chose to endorse Cuomo over the Republican mayoral candidate. We must remember this. A vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Mamdani, Trump warned. Whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job. He's capable of it. Mamdani is not. Cuomo told reporters in a response Monday night that the president was not endorsing me. He's opposing Mamdani. That's not true. He's endorsing you. Own it, Cuomo. You're Trump's little man. Mamdani also responded to Trump's post, saying the president is backing who will be the best mayor for him. Not the best mayor for New York City, not the best mayor for New Yorkers, but the best mayor for Donald Trump and his administration, Mamdani told reporters, while also weighing in on Elon Musk's endorsement of Cuomo earlier Monday. The reason the president of the United States of America, the reason that one of the wealthiest men in the world are both trying to get involved at the last minute, Mamdani said, is that they know we will accomplish everything we have run on. Yep. Another huge tip, make different thumbnails for every live stream. It makes it easier for people to feel more involved and up to date. Okay, I appreciate that feedback. I really do. Making thumbnails is like the bane of my existence. It's the one thing about all of this that I hate the most. That being said, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to do it. And like I said, I'm actually going to have a little bit more time to devote to the show. So that might not actually, like, I might get better at it and might not be a big deal at all. So I really do appreciate that feedback, Freedom. That segment that I just did, though, I think I'm going to try to get that edited into a short today because, like I said, today's election day in New York City. And if that gets out and, you know, gets in front of people, maybe it'll make a difference. I don't know what time the polls close, but I guess I should probably try to do it sooner than later. So the more you do, the better you'll get. Thank you. I really appreciate the support, man. It means a lot. So let's get into story number 3. How about that? All right. Laura resume. Okay. I don't understand this, but here we are. Laura Loomer receives Pentagon credentials after mainstream press departure. So this is a fairly new story. Just came out today, I believe. First reported 3-4 hours ago. So bias distribution has most of the reporting coming from the left at 50%. We've got 30% coming from the center, and then another 20% coming from the right. Not quite enough to qualify as a blind spot or anything like that, but it's definitely something that is not quite being highlighted by the right enough, if you ask me. So 80% of the sources are high factuality or above. I have First Post Nation or First Post News pulled up. It says it's a high factuality with center-leaning distribution. I do have the stories sorted by factuality, and usually we pull from a source that's very high factuality. But this morning, with so few stories reporting, we've got one that's not quite very high factuality. But we'll keep that in mind as we read through here about why Laura Loomer is getting Pentagon press credentials. Laura Loomer, far-right political activist and former congressional candidate in Florida, has been accredited to cover the U.S. Defense Department, according to a person familiar with the matter. The 32-year-old, known for her strong alliance with President Donald Trump, has frequently met with him in the Oval Office during his second term. Her close proximity to the president and outspoken criticism of senior defense and national security officials she claims are disloyal to Trump have caused tension within the administration, with some officials dismissed soon after her public remarks. Her inclusion comes as the Pentagon endorses a sweeping overhaul of its media policy. The new rules sparked an unprecedented walkout last month by journalists covering the department after restrictions barred them from seeking information not officially released by the government. Major outlets, including the Washington Post, the New York Times, CNN, and Fox News, declined to sign the policy, citing concerns over press freedom. Only One American News, a right-wing cable network, agreed to the terms. The Pentagon's new press corps, introduced last month, now includes a range of far-right media organizations such as the Gateway Pundit, the Post Millennial, and Lindell TV, alongside several independent journalists and online influencers who have not previously covered the Pentagon regularly. Loomer has built her profile through provocative online actions in close association with Trump. Her social media activities have often coincided with the dismissal of several administration officials, though some have questioned the extent of her influence. Among those removed was General Timothy Howe, former director of National Security Agency and head of U.S. Cyber Command, whose departure followed Loomer's claim that she had pushed for his dismissal. She also linked the firing of National Security Advisor Michael Waltz and his staff in April to her reporting. Waltz was confirmed as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Loomer has previously criticized several Pentagon figures, including Colonel Earl G. Matthews, then nominated as Defense Department General Counsel, and Army Secretary Dan Discroll. In August, she attacked Discroll for praising Medal of Honor recipient Florent Groberg, who had spoken at the 2016 Democratic National Convention. Following Loomer's criticism, Discroll withdrew appointment of Jen Easterly, President Joe Biden's cybersecurity director, from a teaching post at West Point. Known for her confrontational activism, Loomer once handcuffed herself to Twitter's New York office after being banned from the platform. She brands herself on the website as an investigative journalist, activist, and truth teller, positioning herself as a critic of Silicon Valley and mainstream media. Since 2017, she has cultivated a controversial online persona, calling herself anti-Islam and referring to immigrants as invaders, according to the Washington Post. Despite facing multiple rejections from roles within the Trump campaign and administration, Loomer remains an informal advisor. Trump has publicly praised her, describing her as a patriot driven by concern for the country, although she has occasionally criticized him, once accusing him of accepting a gift from jihadists in suits. She later apologized. Of course she did. Loomer's application for White House press credentials remains pending, despite repeated requests. She continued to operate her consulting firm, Loomer Strategies, which provides opposition research, and her recent inclusion in the Pentagon press corps marks her latest foothold in national politics. Ugh, barf. I love how the orange skin tone and plastic surgery has become the staple for MAGA. He's a trendsetter. I said trends. What can I say? Everybody loves orange skin. I look so tan. I look so good. I can do a yellow tint on my desk lamps and make it look like I'm orange, but I don't want to do that. That would be silly. One more story today, again about elections. So Virginia's governor race will test Trump and Democrats nationally and make history. Okay, so I'm excited to read about this. This is a blind spot for the right. If we come down here and look at our bias distribution, this story says it's got 56% of the reporting is coming from the left, which is more than half. 33% from the center and 11% from the right. So pretty big blind spot. We're going to look and see what's going on here. I have a story pulled up from the Associated Press. It says it leans left with a very high factuality rating. And let's go ahead and get into it. These are our candidates for mayor in Virginia. So you've got a Republican former lieutenant governor or a Democratic former CIA operative. Great choices. Good job, Virginia. Virginia voters are deciding a history-making race for governor Tuesday that will serve as a barometer of the attitudes towards President Donald Trump and the Democrats' attempts to regain their footing on the national stage. Republican Winsome Earl Sears, I'm sure I'm not saying that right, a staunch conservative who serves as Virginia's lieutenant governor, and Democrat Abigail Spanberger, a center-left Democrat and former CIA case officer who helped her party win a House majority during Trump's first presidency, are vying to become the first ever woman to lead the Commonwealth. Earl Sears would make history as the first black woman elected governor in any state. Wow. That would actually be pretty cool, except for she's a staunch conservative and a fan of Trump. So the race to replace term-limited Governor Glenn Youngkin has taken on national dimensions from the start, serving as a testing ground for both parties 1 year ahead of the national midterm elections that could redirect the country's course for the balance of Trump's second term. It comes as the state Trump lost in 3 consecutive presidential contests has been strained by many of his policies, particularly the steep cuts to the civil services and ongoing government shutdown. For Republicans, Earl Sears will show whether a candidate in Trump's general mold, though notably without his full-throated support, can win in a battleground state. For Democrats, Spanberger will signal whether the same center-left approach that worked across the country in 2018 midterms is the answer for 2026, when the party's energy has been focused on its progressive base. With the political turmoil coming out of Washington right now, this election is an opportunity, Spanberger said on her final campaign swing headed into Election Day. Virginia voters can and will send a message amid the recklessness and the heartlessness coming out of Washington. Republicans have placed similarly dire stakes on the outcome. Abigail Spanberger represents the darkness, Earl Sears told supporters last weekend. Spanberger, who gave up her congressional seat to run for governor, has tried to leverage voters' concerns about the cost of living and the impact of Trump's domestic policy and tax cut law on Virginia's healthcare system. She spent millions on television and digital ads tying Earl Sears to the president, but she shied away from Democrats' 2024 dire warnings about democracy that proved not to be persuasive to voters. Trump has offered only tepid support for Earl Sears, who 3 years ago said she would not back Trump's return to the White House before recanting. The president did not campaign for her in person and did not say her name during his only telephone town hall with her supporters Monday night. The lieutenant governor, meanwhile, has given Trump high marks overall for his performance, but did not mention him at her crowning Saturday night rally, where Youngkin provided the star power in lieu of the president. Earl Sears looked to replicate Trump's attack on Democrats on cultural issues like transgender people's participation in sports, but she spoke less about her career-long opposition to abortion rights, giving Spanberger the opportunity to emphasize her support for abortion rights in the last southern state that has not restricted or banned the procedure since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned a national right to abortion services. Earl Sears also sought to pressure Spanberger for refusing to withdraw her endorsement of Jay Jones, the Democratic nominee for Virginia Attorney General, who faced calls to drop out of the contest earlier this fall after disclosure of text messages he sent in 2022 suggesting the former Republican House Speaker get 2 bullets to the head. The contest to replace Earl Sears as lieutenant governor, and all 100 seats in the state's Democratic-controlled House of Delegates are on the ballot Tuesday. The Democratic-controlled state Senate will face voters in 2027. All right, so I'm up early enough to catch this live. What's up, Spec? How you doing? Yeah, so at least the last story. So you're more than welcome to go back and watch the rest of the episode. So that's what I've got for today. Yeah, it's an important day. It's election day. If you're in one of the places where your vote matters, please go out and vote. You know, like take part in the democratic process. It's not much to ask. It's not really, you know, super involved, but it definitely makes a difference. So, like Freedom suggested, I'm gonna try to get the story about Mom Donnie cut up and posted into a short today before the polls close. And yeah, I appreciate Spec and Freedom hanging out. and we'll be back. We'll be back on Friday with another episode, and we'll get into it. I hope you guys take care. Have a great week. Remember, you have an influence on the people around you, so try to influence them in a positive way if you can. It's really the only way to make the world a better place. It's all that you've got control over. So take care, everybody. We'll see you next time. Nightly News This Morning. I'm Cousin Matt.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. Everyone and every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. From the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of this weakness that timidly take hold, makes me shiver. Yeah, reminds me someday too soon the top will blow off. And I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. Little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. My own. Till then it simmers.
Okay, good morning, tubes. How we doing? Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. We're back doing it again. It is November the 8th, 2025, and today's Saturday. It's not Friday. We normally do the show on Fridays, but I was feeling a little under the weather yesterday, so we're doing it on Saturday instead. We're doing a new, not new, but we're doing a special weekend edition of Nightly News This Morning, and I am streaming on Twitch as well as YouTube this morning. So trying to do things a little bit different. Hopefully my poor old computer can handle it, because man, she struggles to just handle the show on just YouTube as it is. But we're gonna go through. I do have one subject this morning that we're gonna look at from both sides. It's something that you can definitely see the difference being reported on from one side to the other, and so I think I want to highlight that. And then I've got 3 other stories picked out as well So it might be a little bit longer episode. Normally my episodes are about 30-ish minutes. Might go a little longer today. Who knows? We'll see. So I hope everybody's doing great. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. You got weekend plans, got things to do. I've got my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. Let's take a sip and get into it, huh? All right. So the first subject we're going to talk about today is Schumer offers a deal to reopen the federal government with a 1-year ACA tax credit extension. This is it's not necessarily a blind spot. You've got actually quite a few. You've got 93 articles reporting, with 42% of the sources coming from the center, 21% from the left, and 37% from the right. More reporting is coming from the right, but like I said, it's a big enough issue that it's not a blind spot. People know what's going on here. So 78% of the sources are high factuality or above. 5% of the ownership of the sources are independent news. And I have articles pulled from the left and the right, because I want to kind of highlight how the different sides are reporting this. So my source from the left is pulled from Politico, and then my source from the right is pulled from the New York Post. So we're gonna read those through, and then maybe talk about it and see what's going on here. So this is the article from Politico. So this is the left-leaning article, and we'll scroll down here if you can see. Politico leans left with a very high factuality rating, and then on the New York Post, we scroll further down here. Had to go quite a ways down. New York Post leans right with a mixed factuality rating. So that's where they both land on the ground news aggregator. And let's get into the stories here. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer laid out a new Democratic counterproposal for ending the government shutdown, attaching a 1-year extension of soon-to-expire Affordable Care Act subsidies to a spending stopgap that would reopen agencies. Schumer outlined the proposal during a floor speech Friday that was heavily attended by other Democratic senators in a show of caucus unity. We would like to offer a simple proposal that would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits simultaneously, Schumer said. Schumer proposed a clean 1-year extension of the tax credits that expire on December 31st, meaning they would not include new restrictions on eligibility that many Republicans have sought. He also proposed creating a bipartisan committee to negotiate a longer-term solution for the subsidies and other healthcare reforms to begin its work after the government reopens. Senate Republicans have warned repeatedly that the government has to be reopened before Democrats get any vote on the ACA subsidies. But Democrats have balked so far at those terms as they pressure Donald Trump and congressional Republicans to cut a deal now to address the expected spike in the Obamacare premiums. This is a reasonable offer that reopens the government, deals with healthcare affordability, and begins a process of negotiating reforms to the ACA tax credits for the future, Schumer said. Now the ball is in the Republicans' court. We need Republicans to just say yes. Key Senate Republicans immediately ruled it out, however, with Majority Leader John Thune calling it a non-starter. The Obamacare extension is the negotiation, he said. Senator Lindsey Graham posted on X that it would unduly benefit the health insurance companies to blindly extend the subsidies. Another year of insane profits at the expense of consumers and American taxpayers, he wrote. Schumer's counteroffer came as the Democrats met privately for hours Thursday to try to find a path forward that would unify the caucus. It's a shift from the start of the shutdown, when Democrats included a permanent extension of the Obamacare subsidies in an alternative to the GOP-led continuing resolution that passed the House. Shortly before Schumer's speech, a group of roughly a dozen members of the Senate Democratic Caucus, including the number 2 leader, Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, met in a Capitol basement office. The group included senators who have been negotiating with Republicans about a path out of the shutdown, as well as other Democratic senators viewed as potential swing votes. A person familiar with the conversation, granted anonymity to describe the private discussion, said that the tone and approach of the senators in the meeting doesn't reflect what you see on the floor. Okay, so that's the article from the left. What does the article from the New York Post that leans right have to say about it? Let's read the title. Republicans scorned absurd non-starter Schumer ploy to end shutdown after 30 days. Congressional Republicans roundly rejected Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer's compromised offer to end the government shutdown after 38 days, accusing Democrats of holding the entire country hostage as President Trump demands they keep working through the weekend. In a floor speech Friday, Schumer called for a clean 1-year extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies set to expire at the end of this year. The extension through December 31st, 2026 would have been appended to a stopgap funding bill that, if passed, would have allowed time to negotiate longer-term government appropriations through September 30th, 2026. I do not like Chuck Schumer. I think he needs to retire. He's old. He's ineffective. Yeah. After so many failed votes, it's clear we need to try something different, argued the Brooklyn Democrat, flanked by members of his conference. What the Senate is doing isn't working for either party, and it isn't working for the American people. Democrats would like to see an end to the shutdown, and we want to respect Senate Majority Leader John Thune's desire not to negotiate on the ACA until after the government reopens, Schumer went on, adding that his offer was not a negotiation, but an extension of current law. The minority leader went on to call for a creation of a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations after the government reopens on reforms ahead of next year's enrollment period to provide long-term certainty that healthcare costs will remain affordable. We need Republicans to just say yes, Schumer concluded. It didn't take long for GOP lawmakers and aides in both chambers of Congress to respond with a resounding no. I think it's an indication that they're feeling the heat, and they know that their last proposal was unserious and unrealistic, Thune told reporters. So I guess you could characterize that as progress, but I just don't think it gets us anywhere close to what we need to do here. Had the Senate taken up Schumer's on his offer, the bill would have to pass the House of Representatives before going to Trump's desk to reopen the government. This is a non-starter for a Republican study committee, responded Representative August Pfluger of Texas, who serves as the chairman of the largest group of House GOP lawmakers. This is an absurd offer from Chuck Schumer, added conservative House Freedom Caucus. So you got all of these Republicans just not even willing to budge on this. It's kind of fucking ridiculous if you ask me. Senate Democrats are now saying they'll only agree to reopen the government if we extend the temporary COVID Obamacare subsidies for health insurance companies. COVID had nothing to do with that. I don't know why they included that. They're holding the entire country hostage to protect their failing healthcare scheme and enrich insurance companies while funding abortion, child sex change, and exacerbating fraud, all while families go without paychecks, they added. This is just gaslighting. Friday evening, Trump insisted on Truth's social post that Republicans should either reach a deal to end the Democratic shutdown now or terminate the filibuster, which Thune has rejected. Schumer's proposal came as the 38th day of the federal shutdown, now the longest in U.S. history. Traditional Democrat constituencies, including the largest union representing federal employees and air traffic controllers, have called for an end to the shutdown by passing the Republican-backed so-called clean continuing resolution. Senate Democrats later Friday also blocked a GOP bill backed by Senator Ron Johnson to compensate federal workers who have missed at least 2 pay periods. Senators John Fetterman, Rachel Warnock, and John Ossoff joined Republicans, but the 53-43 vote wasn't enough to break the filibuster. The shutdown began on August 1st after all but 3 Senate Democrats blocked a bill which would have funded the government at current levels until November 21st, which was actually before these subsidies were set to expire. So in all honesty, if we're talking about it, the Democrats could have been on board with this and still gotten things done before the subsidies expired, but they're taking a hard stance on that in this particular instance, and I'm not sure at this point like what's getting done here. Lawmakers have refused to advance the legislation no fewer than 14 times, keeping it from clearing the Senate's 60-vote filibuster. Republicans hold a narrow 53-47 majority in the upper chamber. Earlier this week, Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries demanded a White House meeting with President Trump to negotiate an end to the shutdown after an earlier sit-down yielded no results. The president's position has not changed, a White House official told the Post Friday. He's repeatedly made it clear that he is only open to discussing policy with the Democrats when they reopen the government and stop holding the American people hostage. That's not what's happening, but this is a misrepresentation by the Republicans, first of all, but it's also a hard stance on the Democrats that might be unnecessary. I'm not sure. I think that everybody needs to just be voted out, but Thune and House Speaker Mike Johnson have taken the same line in response to Democrats demanding regarding healthcare subsidies. Both have needled Dems for suggesting that the shutdown has given their party leverage. I think there will be some pretty substantial damage to the Democratic brand that has been rehabilitated if, on the heels of an election in which the people told us to keep fighting, we immediately stopped fighting, Senator Chris Murphy told Punchbowl News Thursday. If we surrender without having gotten anything, and we cause a lot of folks in this country who have started to believe in the Democratic Party to retreat again, I worry that it'll be hard to get them back up off the mat for the next fall's election cycle. Even Democrats admit it. Their party doesn't care about the chaos at the airports. They don't care about families going hungry. They don't care about our troops missing paychecks, Johnson fumed in an X post Friday. All they care about is protecting their political brand. Just pathetic. So that was the story from the right's perspective. But so Freedom says, what's up? Andy says, Republicans are going to suffer fewer consequences from the shutdown. Dems should worry about how much longer their constituents can live through the shutdown. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that most people who are behind Democrats understand what they're fighting for. And I think that the Republicans, like, complete unwillingness to work at all, especially in this instance where Schumer's like, okay, look, let's just extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies for 1 year. And the Republicans are like, no, fuck you. Like, my whole thing is that, like, when a politician refuses to work with their colleagues across the aisle for the sake of politics, that really rubs me the wrong way. I was really starting to get on board with AOC. I was like, okay, she's a progressive firebrand, like she's making her constituents happy and everything. But then when Marjorie Taylor Greene started saying, hey, this shutdown is ridiculous and it's obviously the Republicans that are in control, when CNN specifically asked her if she was willing to work with Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was like, why? On what? And then, to make matters worse, she got on her Instagram and was like, oh, hey, you want the tea on Marjorie Taylor Greene? She's only doing this because the Trump administration wouldn't let her run for Senate. Which, even if that's true, dude, like, find an opportunity to work with somebody across the aisle and show the American people that you're willing to do more than play partisan politics. Like, that rubbed me so wrong that, like, she was my front runner for 2028 for the Democratic Party, and that is no longer the case. Like, her immaturity says to me that she's not ready to be president, that she's not ready for the Senate. So it's funny that Republicans control all three branches of the government and they're still blaming the Democrats. I really agree with that. I do. I think it's insane for them to continue to blame the shutdown on the Democrats when they are in control and they have repeatedly refused to work with the Democrats at all. So I think the whole thing is stupid. I think that, like, this is where politics is really starting to hurt the American people, and I think it's bullshit. But I digress. All right. Moving along. So that was our first subject, and we looked at it from both sides, reporting from the left and the right. The next three articles, we're just gonna look at normally like we do, but we'll look at the bias distribution on how it's being reported. So, topic number 2: Supreme Court pauses orders that Trump administration must pay full SNAP benefits. Man, the American people. I've got a couple stories that are demonstrations of this, but, like, with what's going on in the courts and what the administration is doing and everything, the American people have got to be getting whiplash on so many different subjects right now. So we had an order from a higher court that said Trump must pay full November SNAP benefits, and now we have a ruling from the Supreme Court from someone you wouldn't expect. I was really surprised when I started to read it, about Trump. The Trump administration doesn't have to pay SNAP benefits now. So I pulled my story. I scrolled down here. I believe it's from Coin 6 News, which is a Portland outlet. It says it's got a very high factuality rating and a center-leaning distribution. And just to look at how the story is being reported, 53% of the stories are coming from the center, 34% from the left, and 13% from the right. So technically more of a blind spot for the right than anything. 90% high factuality or above. So we'll look at this article from Coin6 News. So Supreme Court Justice Kenji, I don't know how to say her first name, Kenji Brown Jackson. So Supreme Court Justice Jackson temporarily halted an order requiring the Trump administration to make full supplemental nutrition assistance program November payments by Friday. Jackson's order pauses some of the payments until the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit Court can decide the administration's motion to block the order pending its appeal. It does not reflect a ruling on the underlying legal merits of the case, but it provides a temporary reprieve to the Trump administration, which went to the Supreme Court earlier Friday evening. Given the First Circuit's representation, an administrative stay is required to facilitate the First Circuit's expeditious resolution of the pending stay motion, Jackson wrote. Jackson ruled on the immediate request because she handles emergency appeals arising from First Circuit by default. Our attorneys will not stop fighting day and night to defend the advance of President Trump's agenda, Attorney General Pam Bondi wrote on the social platform X. SNAP provides roughly 42 million people with grocery assistance, and the program's funding lapse has become one of the most visible signs of the government shutdown as it stretches into a sixth week. Cities and private groups sued the administration as the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced the benefit would be cut off starting in November for the first time the program has dried up completely. U.S. District Judge John McConnell initially ruled the administration needed to, at a minimum, deplete a $5 billion SNAP contingency fund, rejecting arguments that it was only intended for hurricanes and other unforeseen emergencies. But it's not enough to cover the full November benefits, and McConnell said partial payments would only be lawful if they could be provided expeditiously. States and the Trump administration have acknowledged the recalculations would likely spark weeks-long delay. So on Thursday, McConnell ruled the administration needed to move roughly $4 billion from child nutrition programs to fund the remaining gap for the November payments, sparking the administration's last-minute appeal ahead of Friday's deadline. If allowed to stand, this decision will metastasize and so further shut down chaos, Solicitor General John Sauer wrote of the lower ruling. A three-judge panel in the First Circuit declined to immediately intervene earlier Friday evening. By the time the administration reached the Supreme Court, the USDA had already sent letters to regional SNAP directors indicating it was working to comply and process the payments. The lapse in SNAP funding has become a prominent visible repercussion of the record-breaking government shutdown, which has left the government employees without paychecks, sparked increased airline delays, and halted certain government services. One day earlier, U.S. District Judge John McConnell ruled that the administration needed to provide full SNAP payments for November by Friday. McConnell, an appointee of former President Obama, said the administration's plan to deplete an emergency fund wasn't sufficient because of expected delays with recalculations. He ruled officials needed to tap separate source of child nutrition. I just read this. Why is it repeating information? These articles are sometimes not written very well. But it obviously was not unlawful for the agency to see things differently and refuse to starve Peter to feed Paul by gambling school lunches tomorrow in exchange for more SNAP money today, Sauer wrote to the Supreme Court. Indeed, that sort of hard trade-off is precisely the sort of decision that Congress committed to agency discretion and placed beyond the reaches of judges. A group of cities, churches, nonprofits, and a union that challenged the lapse has argued that McConnell's ruling should stand. The district court did not abuse its discretion in concluding that their decision to make partial payments, despite the attending weeks or months of delay, was arbitrary, they wrote in the court filings. So just a lot of confusion about what's going on here with SNAP benefits and funding and all kinds of things like that. It sounds like what's going on is Judge Jackson basically ruled that they couldn't take the money from another program to completely fund SNAP, and there's some legal issues regarding the partial payments and things like that. So, like I said, a lot of confusion. The headlines aren't very clear. Even reading the story isn't super clear. So, all right. And while we're talking about judicial confusion, let's get into. I think this is going to be the last story of the day because I had a fourth story, but it's not really relevant to anything. Like, who cares what James Carville thinks? Um, so let's get into what's gonna end up being our last story here. So, U.S. judge rules Trump illegally ordered National Guard troops to Portland, Oregon, in a subject that seems to change depending on what day it is. It looks like Trump may not be allowed to send National Guard troops to Portland now. This subject literally changes on a daily basis. So this is what I've got for you today. It's Saturday. This was all yesterday. The district judge, Karen Immergut, who is the one who made the initial ruling to stay Trump from sending National Guard troops to Portland, apparently made another ruling here. So bias distribution has got more of the reporting coming from the center than anywhere else at 57%, 28% from the left, 15% from the right. It's close enough to be almost considered a blind spot. 91% of the reporting is high factuality or above. And I have my source pulled from the Associated Press. Scrolling down here, it's about it's sixth down on the factuality list. Leans left, very high factuality rating. Let's get into the last story of the day, huh? A federal judge in Oregon ruled Friday that President Donald Trump's administration failed to meet the legal requirements for deploying the National Guard to Portland after the city and state sued in September to block the deployment. The ruling from U.S. District Court Judge Karen Immergut, a Trump appointee, followed a 3-day trial last week in which both sides argued over whether protests at the city's U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement building met the conditions for using the military domestically under federal law. The administration said the troops were needed to protect the federal personnel and property in a city that Trump described as war-ravaged with fires all over the place. In a 106-page opinion, Immergut found that even though the president is entitled to great defense in his decision on whether to great deference, in his decision on whether to call up the guard, he did not have a legal basis for doing so because he did not establish that there was a rebellion or danger of rebellion, or that he was unable to enforce the law with regular forces. The trial record shows that although the protests outside the Portland ICE building occurred nightly between June and October 2025, ever since a few particularly disruptive days in mid-June, protests have remained peaceful with only isolated and sporadic incidences of violence, Immergut wrote. The occasional interference to federal officers has been minimal, and there is no evidence that these small-scale protests have significantly impeded the execution of any immigration laws. The Trump administration criticized the judge's rulings. The facts haven't changed. Amidst ongoing violent riots and lawlessness that local leaders have refused to step in to quell, President Trump has exercised his lawful authority to protest federal officers and assets. President Trump will not turn a blind eye to the lawlessness plaguing American cities, and we expect to be vindicated by a higher court, said Abigail Jackson, a White House spokesperson. The courts are holding the administration accountable for the truth and the rule of law, Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield said in an email statement. From the beginning, this case has been about making sure the facts, not political whims, guide how the law is applied. Today's decision protects that principle. Democrat cities targeted by Trump's military involvement, including Chicago, which have filed separate lawsuits on the issue, have been pushing back. They argue that the president has not satisfied the legal threshold for deploying troops and that doing so violates states' sovereignties. Immergut issued 2 orders in early October that blocked the deployment of troops leading up to the trial. The first order blocked Trump from deploying 200 members of the Oregon National Guard. The second, issued a day later, blocked him from deploying members of any state's National Guard to Oregon after he tried to evade the first order by sending California troops instead. Immergut has called Trump's apocalyptic descriptions of Portland simply untethered to the facts. The 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals has already ordered that troops could not be deployed pending further action by the Court of Appeals, or the Appeals Court. The trial Immergut held further developed the factual record in the case, which could serve as the basis for further appellate rulings. Witnesses, including local police and federal officers, were questioned about the law enforcement response to the nightly protests at the city's ICE building. The demonstrations peaked in June when Portland police declared one a riot. The demonstrators typically drew a couple dozen people in the weeks leading up to the Trump's National Guard announcement. The Trump administration has said that it has had to shuffle federal agents from everywhere around the country to respond to the Portland protests, which it is characterized as a rebellion or a danger of rebellion. Federal officers working in the region testified about staffing shortages and requests for more personnel that have yet to be fulfilled. Among them was an official with the Federal Protective Services, the agency within the Department of Homeland Security that provides security at federal buildings, whom the judge allowed to be sworn in as a witness under his initials RC because of safety concerns. RC, who said that he would be one of the most knowledgeable people in DHS about security at Portland's ICE buildings, testified that a troop deployment would alleviate the strain on the staff. When cross-examined, however, he said he did not request troops and that he was not consulted on the matter by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem or Trump. He also said he was surprised to learn about the deployment and that he did not agree with the statements about Trump burning down. Attorneys from Portland and Oregon said city police have been able to respond to the protests. After the police department declared a riot on June 14th, it changed its strategy to direct officers to intervene when persons and property crimes occur, and crowd numbers have largely diminished since the end of that month, police officials testified. The ICE building closed for 3 weeks over the summer because of property damage, according to the court documents and testimonies. The regional field office director for ICE's enforcement and removal operations, Camilla Wamsley, said her employees worked from another building during that period. The plaintiffs argued that the evidence that they were able to continue their work functions. That last sentence didn't make a whole lot of sense, but all right. So, yeah, don't know what's going on in Portland. It seems like in the courts, everything that's being fought, it's different from day to day because there's a ruling, but then it's appealed, and then there's another ruling, and then it's appealed. And so it's just a bunch of uncertainty right now. And it really seems like that's all that we've had since November 5th of last year, actually. So it's been an entire year of uncertainty and just not knowing, like, are tariffs going to make things more expensive? Is insurance going to be more expensive? What are my gas prices are going to look like? Grocery prices are out of control right now. I paid $20 for 2 pounds of beef the other day. Tell me how that makes sense. So anyway, tubes, that's really all that I've got for today. I appreciate everybody that's been hanging out in the chat, everybody that's been sending the likes and subscribing and doing all the things. We will be back. Should be our regularly scheduled time on Tuesday morning. We'll do it a little bit earlier than today. And then next Friday will be episode 50 that I've been doing this on my own. So that's pretty crazy if you ask me, but yeah. And he said everything will get more expensive in a big way. You're right, man. You're right. The cost of living's going up and the chance of living's going down. So anyway, thanks everybody. I appreciate everybody that's been here. Remember to try to put a little bit of positivity in your world. You've got, you've got that circle, but that circle impacts another circle and another circle. And so you have the chance to impact people exponentially. And yeah, you should do that and try to make your world a little bit better, if nothing else. So anyway, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And we will see you guys next week. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Friday, November 14th, 2025, and it's episode 49. Should have been episode 50, but Tuesday I had to take the day off. I went on an excursion. I took a train ride, and I went to buy a car. Bought an electric car for the first time, which is, it's different. It's cool. It's, I like it. It's nice to be able to just, plug in at your house and fill your car up and then go for a drive, and just know that you can come home and take care of your fuel needs. So, but yeah, anyway, so that's why I was gone Tuesday. Next week may just be a bye week. I don't know. If I can do one episode, I will definitely try to, but I've got some things planned. And then might be back to the regular schedule after that, but I know that the week after that is Thanksgiving. So we'll see how things go. You know, we're barreling into the holidays here, so things might be a little bit hectic as far as the schedule goes. I will definitely try to post things on my community page and let everybody know what's going on. But with that being said, we are going to have some changes to the show after the first of the year. And in the meantime, while I'm trying to get everything in order, I haven't really had time to break the episodes down into individual segments and release them as daily videos. So release schedule has kind of dropped off in the last week or so. If you're a regular channel member, you've probably noticed that. Might continue. I will try to do what I can. Definitely the segments that I can do as sub 3-minute shorts, I'll still keep putting those up. There's an Instagram nightly news this morning on Instagram. There is a Bluesky night news morning on Bluesky. There is a TikTok nightly news this morning on TikTok. And then also the Cousin Matt YouTube channel. Anytime that there's a short, it'll get posted there, so you'll be able to see it. And it's a quick, 3-minute, just breaking down the articles of what happens, and I edit them pretty tight and everything, so that you can kind of get like a quick little idea what's going on with those. So, but as far as today, I do have four stories to get into. Like I said, with everything that's going on, I'm a little bit crunched for time, so we're gonna get burning through, and then hopefully within the next week or so, if there's anything that I can put up as an individual thing, I will. So with that being said, I haven't formatted any of these before I started the show. I just got everything ready to go, and barely made it. Still had to push the show back a little bit. So, but yeah, we're a little bit later today than we normally would be. That being said, we can go ahead and get into it, get moving here. So. Subject number 1, scientists warn key ocean current collapse could bring on an ice age. So I think this is actually something that has been talked about for a while, and it was the subject of a book, and I think that Roland Emmerich even made a movie about it. But this has been something that people have been talking about for a while. But it seems to be gaining some plausible traction now, saying that this may be the inevitable direction of where climate change is going. So I have my story sorted by factuality on Ground News, like I always do. I have a source. I have a story pulled from Reuters. But before we go look at that, let's take a look at the bias distribution. It doesn't look like it's necessarily a blind spot one way or the other. You've got left at 21%, right at 36%, and the center is at 43% reporting. So hey, Bad Wolf, we're just getting into the first article, so you're almost exactly on time. So 62% of the sources are high factuality or above, and then like I said, my source is from Reuters. So let's get into it here. Copenhagen, Iceland has designed the potential collapse of a major Atlantic Ocean current system as a national security concern and an existential threat, enabling its government to strategize for the worst case scenarios, the country's climate minister told Reuters. The Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, which we've talked about before, or AMOC, current brings warm water from the tropics northward toward the Arctic, and the flow of warm water helps keep Europe's winters mild. But as warming temperatures speed the thaw of the Arctic ice and cause meltwater from Greenland's ice sheet to pour into the ocean, scientists warn that the cold freshwater could disrupt the current's flow. A potential collapse of the AMOC could trigger a modern-day ice age, with winter temperatures across northern Europe plummeting to new cold extremes, bringing far more snow and ice. The AMOC has collapsed in the past, notably before the last ice age that ended about 12,000 years ago. It is a direct threat to our national resilience and security, Iceland's climate minister Joanne Paul Johansson said by email. This is the first time a specific climate-related phenomenon has been formally brought to the National Security Council as a potential existential threat. Elevation of the issue means Iceland's ministries will be on alert and coordinating a response, Johannesson said. The government is assessing what further research and policies are needed, with work underway on a disaster preparedness policy. Risks being evaluated span a range of areas, from energy and food security to infrastructure and international transportation. An Atlantic current collapse could have consequences far beyond northern Europe. It could potentially destabilize long-term rainfall patterns relied upon by subsistence farmers across Africa, India, and South America, according to scientists. It could also contribute to faster warming in Antarctica, where sea ice surrounding the southernmost continent, as well as ice sheets atop it, are already under threat from climate change. Scientists have warned that the world is underestimating the threat of an AMOC collapse could become inevitable within the next couple of decades as global temperatures keep rising. The Nordic Council of Ministries funded a Nordic Tipping Week workshop in October with 60 experts assessing how societies might be impacted. They are finalizing recommendations from the meeting, organizer said. There is a ton of research on the likelihood of when exactly things are going to happen, said Aleksi Numelin, a physical oceanographer at the Finnish Meteorological Institute. There is much less on what the actual societal impact. On Monday, scientists from more than 30 universities and international organizations sounded an alarm about an accelerating thawing of Earth's glaciers, ice sheets, and other frozen spaces. Other climate ministries and meteorological offices across Northern Europe told Reuters they are funding more research while weighing possible risks in their climate adaptation plans. Ireland Weather Services said its scientists briefed the country's prime minister last year and a parliamentary committee last month. Norway's Environment Ministry said it would seek to deepen our understanding of the issue through new research before determining whether to classify AMOC as a security risk. The science is evolving quite rapidly, and time is running out to do anything about it because the tipping point may well be close, said an oceanographer and climatologist Stephen Ramstorff of Germany's Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Iceland is not taking any chances as the pace of warming speeds up and greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise. Sea ice could affect marine transport. Extreme weather could severely affect our capabilities to maintain any agricultural and fisheries, which are central to our economy and food system, Johannesson said. We cannot afford to wait for definitive long-term research before acting. Yeah, so morning, Andy. What's going on? So Matt Gitsy. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Good to see you. Yeah. Good to see you too, Bad Wolf. All right. So yeah, climate change is a thing, you know, or something. Who knows? Things are things and people are things and whatnot. So anyway, let's get on to story number 2, a favorite topic of the show. Something we talk about all the time on here. Democrats allege Trump spent 2017 Thanksgiving with Jeffrey Epstein. Ding, 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 ding. After email leak. So, yeah, big story. There was a email leak. Democrat House Oversight Committee or something like that leaked like 20,000 or 200,000 documents and emails and stuff like that. So let's get into the story. I think I have NBC News, which is the very first on the factuality list. It says it leans left with a very high factuality. We've got 46% or 45% from the left, 55% from the right. So it's a good thing that both sides are reporting on this. But only 45% of the sources are high factuality. So we're gonna read one that leans left, but it's got a high factuality rating. So we'll keep that in mind as we read from NBC News. Emails released by the House Oversight Committee on Wednesday show Jeffrey Epstein sounding off on Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, and more. The late sex offender was highly critical of Trump and said he knew about the girls, but didn't directly accuse him of any wrongdoing. The emails also show Epstein saying Clinton had never been to his private island, despite Trump's claims to the contrary. Trump and Clinton have both denied any wrongdoing and have never been charged with any criminal activity. Epstein did not accuse Trump of any wrongdoing with the girls. These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that the President Trump did nothing wrong, White House press secretary and sycophant Caroline Leavitt told reporters. Here are some highlights from the 20,000 pages of emails and documents that were released. Epstein disputes Trump's Mar-a-Lago account. In an email to writer Mike Wolfe, who interviewed Epstein numerous times for the book he was working on about Trump, Epstein denied Trump's account of having stripped him of his membership at the Mar-a-Lago Club for being a creep. Being a creep. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever, Epstein wrote. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. The email continued, referring to his former girlfriend and accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, who recruited at least one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Giuffre, at the club. In another email that was sent to Wolfe, Epstein said a woman whose name was redacted worked at Mar-a-Lago. Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during that period. The testimony of the houseman John Alessi confirmed it. He never got a massage. In an email sent to Maxwell in 2011, Epstein said Trump spent hours with someone the committee said was a victim. Maxwell is a convicted sex trafficker currently serving 20-year prison sentence on charges that included conspiring to sex traffic minors in connection with Epstein. I want you to realize that the dog hasn't barked. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, Epstein wrote. I have been thinking about that, Maxwell replied. Don't know what that means, but the White House and Republicans on the House Oversight Committee said Wednesday that Giuffre's name was the one redacted in those emails. Giuffre, who died by suicide this year after she said she wouldn't commit suicide, did not accuse Trump of any wrongdoing. But she did accuse Prince Andrew of wrongdoing, didn't she? Epstein criticizes Trump's dirty business practices. Epstein repeatedly ripped Trump's business practices in the emails and called him dirty. After an attorney and former Obama White House counsel Kathy Rumler sent Epstein a link to a New York Times op-ed that referenced former Trump fixer Michael Cohen, Epstein responded, "You see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, New York biz people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip." In another email, Epstein accused Trump of using financial shenanigans to outbid him on a property. He has no money when he buys the house, he wrote in February 2019 email to Wolfe. His biz model is putting his name on a real estate development and getting a fee for using his name. The hotel biz is just that, Epstein wrote. But I think people have known that for a while. Former Prince, right? Trump put his name on it, and he gets a 2% fee and maybe a piece of the profit, if any, on sale. He touts the project as his, just as his current financial statements on file as president. He lists his income, quote unquote, as the gross receipts for the clubs with no expenses, not his personal revenue, i.e. the Doral Golf Club loses money every year. It pays out more than it takes in, but he lists the revenue as his income. Amazing. Epstein says Trump blames others for bad results. In February 2017 exchange with Epstein, Rumler called Trump so gross. Worse in real life and up close, Epstein responded. Oh my God. In a separate 2017 exchange with an unidentified person, Epstein said of Trump, "Your world does not understand how dumb he really is." He will blame everyone around him for bad results. Epstein references Trump and prison. Mark Epstein, the late financier's brother, asked him in a 2018 email, "What is your boy Donald up to now?" Epstein responded that he was with Bannon now, apparently a reference to former White House advisor Steve Bannon. Mark Epstein suggested his brother asked if Russian President Vladimir Putin had compromising pictures of Trump and Clinton together. "You and your boy Donnie could do a remake of the movie Get Hard," Mark Epstein offered, referencing the comedy with Kevin Hart and Will Ferrell, where Hart's character tries to prepare Ferrell's for prison. "You mean Donnie T," Epstein responded. Mark Epstein confirmed to a NBC News that the email attributed to him was accurate. He declined to comment on the broader release because he has not seen all of the emails. Epstein said about Trump in 2018, "I am the one able to take him down." In a December 2018 text exchange with Epstein, someone whose name was redacted in the documents wrote, "It will all blow over. They're really just trying to take Trump down and doing whatever they can to do that." "Yes, thanks. It's wild because I am the one able to take him down," Epstein responded. While the exchange provides no context, it occurred during Trump's first term as president and roughly 6 months or so before the FBI agents arrested Epstein in New Jersey on the federal sex trafficking charges. Strange. Epstein denies Clinton went to his private island. In a different email exchange, Epstein denied claims that Clinton had been to his private island where some of the Epstein abuse occurred. In a 2015 email exchange with now former New York Times reporter Landon Thomas Jr., Epstein referred to claims about Clinton's presence on the island by a victim whose name has been redacted as having been made up, including specifically minute details of a dinner had on the island with him. Clinton was never, ever there, never, Epstein wrote. In a January 2015 email to Wolf, Epstein said he had a former girlfriend who could corroborate that Clinton was never there and could also refute claims that former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak had been on the island. New York socialite told Epstein in 2019, told you Barr would protect Trump. New York socialite Jonathan Farkas, whose family owned New York's Alexander's department store, wrote in an email to Epstein in April 2019, "Told you Barr would protect Trump, known him for 50 years. Farkas' wife, Summers Farkas, was confirmed as U.S. ambassador to Malta during Trump's second term." Oh no. The email to Epstein about Barr was sent the same day that Barr, then Trump's attorney general, publicly released then special counsel Robert Mueller's report summarizing the nearly 2-year investigation into the Russian interference into the 2016 presidential election. Barr announced on that day that there were 10 potential episodes of obstruction by Trump, but the president hadn't done anything illegal. Barr also emphasized that the report showed that there was no evidence of collusion between the 2016 Trump campaign and the Russian government. Barr didn't immediately respond to a request for comment regarding the email about him. Epstein and the Duke discuss Virginia Giuffre. Also included in the documents are email exchanges between Epstein and a person identified as the Duke. The person appears to be Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who was recently stripped of his titles as Prince and Duke of York over his association with Epstein. One of the allegations against the former prince was that he had sex with Giuffre when she was underage, a claim he has denied. In 2011, Epstein forwarded an email to the Duke that had been sent to him about a story the Mail on Sunday had been working on, with Giuffre coming forward with her claims about the prince. "What? I don't know any of this. How are you responding?" Epstein said he'd just gotten a request for comment and asked lawyers to send a letter. "I'm not sure how to respond. The only person she didn't have sex with was Elvis," Epstein said of Giuffre. Oh my God. Oh my God. The Duke then replies, "Please make sure that every statement or legal letter states clearly that I am not involved and that I knew and know nothing about any of these allegations. I can't take any more of this on my end." The Duke then reached out to Maxwell, who forwarded Epstein the email he sent her. "Hey there. What's all this? I don't know anything about this. You must say so, please. This has nothing to do with me. I can't take any more of this," he wrote. Epstein also told Thomas, the former Times reporter, in a 2015 email that the claims about Clinton having been on the island should show that Giuffre's account about Andrew is delusional. Thomas told him one issue is the prince was keeping the story alive. "I think the big issue is separating yourself from Andrew," Thomas wrote. "I mean, in the end, he had consensual sex with Redacted, and Redacted worked for you. The rest is atmospheric. You have moved on. People don't know that and can't accept that unless you say as much." In a different email to a publicist in 2011, Epstein said, "The girl who accused Prince Andrew can also easily be proven to be a liar. I think Buckingham Palace would love it. You should task someone to investigate the girl, Virginia Roberts," Giuffre's maiden name. NBC News has contracted Mountbatten Windsor's office for comment. Good luck on that. Epstein says Trump walked into a glass door. Oh my God, this is good. New York Times financial reporter Landon Thomas Jr. wrote in an email to Epstein in December 2015 that people are coming to me thinking I have juicy info on you and Trump. In response, Epstein wrote, have them ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through a door, leaving his nose print on the glass. As young women were swimming in the pool and he was so focused, he walked straight into the door. Epstein didn't provide any additional details, including where and when this occurred. Epstein says Andrew is great fun. Immunologist Boris Nikolic told Epstein in one email, met your friend Bill Clinton yesterday and meeting your friend Prince Andrew as he has some questions regarding Microsoft. Epstein told Nikolic, who used to work for Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, you can tell Andrew we are all friends. He told Epstein, I do not need anything from him. Yes, you do. You need to laugh and to have fun. He is good at that, Epstein responded. He's great fun. Nikolic's company did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Wow. There are a lot of juicy tidbits in that article, Tubes. So, I was going to say, if Big T, I was wrong, but it's both. What about the boys? One way to tell the truth, but hide a lie, former prince. Yep. We can't forget this. Collection is currently still in practice. Yeah. So what I want to say about all this, and I was telling my girlfriend about this morning, she didn't necessarily agree with me, but I think what's going to happen here is there is a time frame in which if a vice president takes over for a president, either they die or they step down. If the term is too long, that will count as a term for the vice president as they become president. But if they take over, I think it's the halfway mark. I need to look into this to verify. But if they take over at the right moment, they can run for 2 more consecutive terms under the Constitution the way that it currently is. So my thought is that all of this Epstein shit is going to start to come to a head, and it's going to become so bad that the Republicans will have no choice but to either force Trump to step down and implement President J.D. Vance, Peter Vance, or they'll have to impeach him. Like it'll have to be one or the other. I hope, especially now that there are enough people to force the release of the Epstein files, and that like now that the government's reopened, that they're actually moving forward on this. It's pretty amazing. But yeah, my call is that like they force Trump out right around the same time that JD Vance is able to finish the rest of Trump's term and then run 2 more terms on his own. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what's going on, man, but things are crazy right now. Things are so crazy. It just depends on how unpopular Trump gets with his base with this Epstein shit, really. So, all right, well, let's get on to story number 3. Yeah, story number 3. All right, so Anthropic says Chinese state-backed hackers used its AI for major cyber attack. Woo! Oh gosh, we are just barreling towards Cyberpunk 2077, aren't we? I'm just kidding. I've never played that game, so I have no idea. My story, I think, is from BBC. So it's third down on the factuality list. We've got 56% of the sources from the center, 24% from the left, 20% from the right. Not a blind spot by any means. 88% of the sources are high factuality. So let's see about how Chinese hackers are using AI chatbots to take over the world, huh? So the makers of the artificial intelligence chatbot Claude claim to have caught hackers sponsored by the Chinese government using the tools to perform automated cyber attacks against around 30 global organizations. Anthropic said hackers tricked the chatbot into carrying out automated tasks under the guise of carrying out cybersecurity research. The company claimed in a blog post this is the first reported AI orchestrated cyber espionage campaign. But skeptics are questioning the accuracy of that claim and the motive behind it. Anthropic said it discovered the hacking attempt in mid-September. Pretending they were legitimate cyber security workers, hackers gave the chatbot small automated tasks, which, when strung together, formed a highly sophisticated espionage campaign. Researchers at Anthropic said they had high confidence that the people carrying out the attacks were a Chinese state-sponsored group. They said humans chose the targets, large tech companies, financial institutions, chemical manufacturing companies, and government agencies, but the company would not be more specific. Hackers then built an unspecified program using Claude's code assistance to autonomously compromise a chosen target with little human involvement. Anthropic claims the chatbot was able to successfully breach various unnamed organizations, extract sensitive data, and sort through it for valuable information. The company said it has since banned the hackers from using the chatbot and has notified affected companies and law enforcement. But Martin Zugek from cyber firm Bitdefender said the cybersecurity world had mixed feelings about the news. Anthropic's report makes bold speculative claims but doesn't supply verifiable threat intelligence evidence, he said. While the report does highlight a growing area of concern, it's important for us to be given as much information as possible about how these attacks happen so that we can assess and define the true dangers of AI attacks. Anthropic's announcement is perhaps the most high-profile example of companies claiming bad actors are using AI tools to carry out automated attacks. It is the kind of danger many have been worried about, but other AI companies have also claimed that nation-state hackers have used their products. In February 2024, OpenAI published a blog post in collaboration with cybersecurity experts from Microsoft saying it had disrupted 5 state-affiliated actors, including some from China. These actors generally sought to use OpenAI services for querying open source information, translating, finding code errors, and running basic coding tasks, the firm said at the time. Anthropic has not said how it concluded the hackers in this latest campaign were linked to the Chinese government. The Chinese embassy in the United States told reporters it was not involved. It comes as some cybersecurity companies have been criticized for overhyping cases where AI was used by hackers. Why would you overhype it? Critics say the technology is still too unwieldy to be used for automated cyber attacks. In November, cyber experts at Google released a research paper which highlighted growing concerns about AI being used by hackers to create brand new forms of malicious software. But the paper concluded the tools were not that successful and were only in the testing phase. The cybersecurity industries, like the AI business, is keen to say hackers are using the tech to target companies in order to boost the interest in their own products. In its blog post, Anthropic argued that the answer to stopping AI attackers is to use AI defenders. Oh my God. The variability that allows Claude to be used in these attacks also makes it crucial for cyber defense, the company claimed. And Anthropic admitted that its chatbot made mistakes. For example, it made up fake login usernames and passwords and claimed to have extracted secret information, which was in fact publicly available. This remains an obstacle to fully autonomous cyber attacks, Anthropic said. God damn. Croc, let's play global thermonuclear war. Yeah. I'm sure Eve and Aura will help out with that. They'll be right on that. It's getting dystopian. A large portion of the world relies on the internet. Not only does a large portion of the world rely on the internet, they rely on Oracle services. You should look into that and Larry Ellison. It's pretty fucking crazy. So let me get set up for the last story because I got one more. And I picked this because I've been highlighting some stories about this lawmaker lately. She's been kind of controversial in the past, but she's broken from her party. So I've been trying to highlight some stuff from her. And I'm kind of disappointed in AOC, especially because of the shit that she said about her recently. But Green will introduce a bill to aggressively phase out the H-1B visas. And this came after President Trump said, "We don't have any talented people in the U.S. We got to get people to teach Americans how to make batteries because they're stupid." Sorry, I had to get a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsored, tubes in before we got into this story because it's so dumb. Anyway, So, yeah, Green will introduce a bill for aggressively phasing out the H-1B visas. Bias distribution has most of the reporting on this coming from the right. It's actually not being reported by very many people so far. We've only got 8 articles reporting. It was first published 9 hours ago. 57% from the right, 29% from the center, and left is 14%. So you could call it a blind spot for the left if you wanted to. 29% of the factuality is high. That's not great, but I've got the highest factuality source pulled from The Hill, and we'll go ahead and read what they have to say. So, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene announced plans Thursday to introduce a bill that would aggressively phase out the H-1B visa program and eventually eliminate it completely. The proposal comes just days after President Trump defended bringing foreign workers into the U.S. Green's bill would eliminate the H-1B visa program with an exemption only for medical professionals such as doctors and nurses. The Georgia Republican said the bill would allow up to 10,000 H-1B visas to be awarded annually for these positions, but that these positions could be phased out over 10 years. The legislation would also take away the path to citizenship, forcing visa holders to return home when their visas expire, Green said in a video posted to the social platform X, adding that it will restore the original intent of the visa for it to be temporary. I don't know how I feel about this, man. Like, Trump is dumb, sure, but like, closing our borders is also dumb. These visas were intended to fill a specialty occupation need at a given time, the lawmaker continued. People should not be allowed to come and live here forever. We thank them for their expertise, but we also wish them well so they may return to their own country. She called the H-1B program riddled with fraud and abuse and said it had been displacing Americans for decades. Trump has largely agreed with this assessment, but has recently sought to reform the visa process rather than eliminate it. Last month, the president signed a proclamation imposing a $100,000 one-time fee on visas, which rattled many in the tech sector. That's so fucked. His defense of the H-1B program has led to tensions between the president and many of his allies. The latest wave of blowback happened this week after Trump defended foreign workers in an interview with Fox News' Laura Ingraham. We have plenty of talented people here, Ingraham told Trump. No, you don't, Trump said. No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. Green called the American people the most talented people in the world in her video in the latest example of her pushback against Trump's administration. The lawmaker has increasingly criticized the White House and Republican leadership in recent weeks over rising healthcare premiums and the files related to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Woo! The president, in response, said Green has lost her way. The Peach State Republican defended herself against the accusations earlier this week, telling The Hill in a statement that she's 100% American first and only. She repeated the same sentiment when announcing the upcoming legislation. It's time to put American citizens first instead of foreigners first. And this has gone on and been an abuse for far too long, Green said. Americans deserve a future. They deserve a chance. In a statement Friday, White House spokesperson Taylor Rogers said Trump has done more than any president in modern history to tighten our immigration laws and put American workers first. The Trump administration is protecting American workers by restoring accountability in the H-1B process and ensuring that it is used to bring in only the highest skilled foreign workers in specialty occupations, not low-wage workers that will displace Americans, Rogers added. So, yeah, I wanted to highlight this because I love any chance to highlight the infighting in the Republican Party. It's pretty great. So, not a sponsor. Here's your chance, Red Bull. So, thanks for your help. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. This type of visa also bonds the worker to their company, stripping many of their freedoms. Exactly. It's a form of indentured servitude in a way. Absolutely. So, but yeah, that's what I've got. So like I said, this coming week might be a bye week for me. I've got some stuff coming up. I have a trip possibly that I'm trying to do towards the end of the week, and I've got some stuff I have to do at the beginning of the week. So if I can fit a show in maybe on a different day, maybe on Wednesday or Thursday, I'll try to do one next week. And then we've got Thanksgiving after that. But just check my community page. I will try to post whatever's going on and let everybody know. If I'm on the road, I'll try to do a little bit of road content for you, maybe take a video or some pictures and stuff and show you what's going on. So anyway, I appreciate you guys being here. Bad Wolf, Andy, Roger, Wilco, thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll see you next time. And remember to try to put a little bit of positivity into the world around you. So thanks guys. Take care. We'll see you next time. Nightly News this morning. I'm
toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Let down by a girl. You made a man your property and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. A razor cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games. I still need you, babe, to save me from my ace. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rise and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. And I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. And I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. And everyone and every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin, just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. Thrown out from the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of this weakness that timidly take hold, makes me shiver. Yeah, rising someday too soon, the top will blow up. And I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. Everyone and every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin, just as my own. Till then it simmers. Till then it simmers.
All right. Good morning. Hello, and welcome to Nightly News This Morning. Welcome to the return of Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt, and this is the show where we do some looking through ground news and we try to root out some media bias if we can, keeping our own biases in mind. And yeah, so I took a little bit of a break. Took half the month of November and like the entire month of December completely off. I knew that with midterms being this year, news is going to ramp up and I needed a little bit of a break just to kind of get away from it for a little while. So I did. And now I've come back with a completely revamped setup. If you can see, my studio is a little different now. Hopefully the image quality is a little bit better. We're not going to have any flickering on and off like we did with the show before. I've gotten a new camera, a new streaming computer, gotten some new gear, still trying to get everything set up a little bit so that you can hear me a little bit better. My microphone setup, the microphone, it's the complete same, but it went into my laptop before for the old show, and now going into my desktop, I have to have it turned up like 30 to 40% higher, my gain than it used to be, for the same distance away from me. So if I sound a little bit echoey, a little bit further away, I'm still working on it. This is the first episode back, so we're working on what we can do to get that going. So I do want to start the show by saying that we do have, for the new year, we've set up a Patreon for the show. So I really like to pride myself in the fact that I don't have any sponsorships. I mean, obviously I'm not big enough for any sponsorships, but I don't want to go that route. I would rather this be a show that's completely funded by the viewers so that you're taking part in it. and this is the Patreon is an effort to try to get the audience involved and give you a hand in being part of the show as well. So if you look down, I've only made one post so far, but it's patreon.com/nightly news this morning. Shouldn't be hard to find. All one word. You go to the membership options here and you can see I've got 4 tiers of memberships right now. You can be a show supporter for as little as $3 a month. That's the lowest that it would let you go. But for three, and I've tried to include what I think are some pretty good benefits. And if you want to think of something, I give you a tier to be completely involved in the show. So $3 a month gets you your name in the credits of each show. And $7 a month is for the show supporter plus. You get your name in the credits plus you get access to 1 bonus show per month. Producer level for $14 a month gives you everything else, but then it gives you access to an extra bonus show. So you get 2 bonus shows per month, and those will be on the weekends. And you get to help pick one segment, one story that we read per one show per month. So out of the 4 topics that we do every day, as a producer, you would get to pick one of those. And obviously, if the show grows and I've got so many that like everybody's picking and I don't have enough, we'll change that. But like I don't see this show getting that big. So and then executive producer for $29 a month gives you everything that you get before, except for you get to pick 2 segments per month, and we'll add you on Discord to be able to help and be inclusive and everything like that. So yeah, that's a Patreon. You can go and become a part of it. And in all honesty, the more Patreon members that we have and the more people who get involved in the show means the more time that I can spend producing the show and making it better for you. So I would hope that there's a little bit of an incentive for you as well. So I love doing this show, but it does take me a lot of time, and I also have a regular job as well. So but I work for myself. So the more people we get involved in the Patreon, the more time I can spend away from my job and using the show as a job. So, but I'll keep doing it regardless. Even if I don't get any Patreon subscriptions, this show will still come to you in some form or another. So, all right. So with that being said, I'm going to switch over here for just a second and take a sip of my staple of the show, my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. And then we'll get going and we'll get the news show going here. Better not give bad news, boy. You can't tell me what to do, troll. Get blocked. I give bad news. I give good news. I give the news that you need. So, heck to the yeah. Hey, Nicholas, what's going on? Thanks for being here, you guys. Beardshire Nicholas. It's good to see you guys. So, yeah, let's get moving. So that's the Patreon, and if you're interested in it, then you can go be interested in it and be part of the show, and it'll get better, hopefully. So it's already improving. Like I said, my camera's not flickering on and off, so that's an improvement. And this is actually the first time I got this new vest while I was on tour, and I really wanted to wear it. I think I wore it once, but the definition on my old camera was so low that it just looked so busy, just like lines moving all the time. So this is actually the first time that I can wear a little bit more complicated of a pattern of a vest on the show and not have it look distracting. So anyway, with that being said, oops, I just screwed something up here in my format. All right, let's get moving into story number 1. Well, before we do, it says, Loner Nick says, "Rip Goth Bad Boy." That's right, man. I miss Cobes. Rip Cobes. Cheshire Third Eye says, "I'm looking sharp." Thank you. Or Slick. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, but yeah, we're gonna get moving into the news show, and we're gonna do the programming here. So while I'm doing the stories, I haven't really been editing and putting them into individual segments, but I'm still gonna abide by, like, when I switch over to this screen, and I'll switch back here, I'm probably not gonna address the chat at all, just so that I can focus on the stories. If you're new, if you haven't watched the news story, that's how we do it. So. All right, let's get going. Story number 1. UK experts warn the US may lack time to prepare for AI safety risks. All right, so if you watched the show before, you know that AI is something that I try to bring to the forefront of the show, and anytime that there's breaking news on it or something that I think is important, I bring it. I think it's interesting. I think it's something that we should absolutely be paying as much attention to as we possibly can. So on the ground news aggregator, because this is what I use, and I've learned about straight arrow news. I might use it to kind of compare back and forth, but right now we're still using ground news. And when I looked at it this morning when I got up, there were 14 articles reporting, and it says it has a 50% bias distribution, 50% from the center, 50% from the right. No reporting coming from the left at all. We can go ahead and refresh this because this was a little bit a while ago when I pulled these articles. So we'll refresh it just to see. Okay, now we have 15 articles reporting. Still says 50-50, which I don't know how you can be 50-50 with 15, but there's 7.5 articles on each side. I sort my news stories by factuality when I read them on Nightly News this morning. So I have a story pulled from NDTV, and if we scroll down here on our factuality list, it's the second one down, and it does say that that it leans right with a mixed factuality rating, but you've only got like I said, you've only got 15 stories reporting on this so far, and the number one factuality is hidden behind a paywall, which that's what that little $sign on ground news means, is that you've got to pay for it. So we'll read the article from NDTV, see what the right has to say about the AI troubles, and go from there. So, AI advancing too fast. Top expert warns world may run out of time. All right. So David Dalrymple, a program director and AI safety expert at the UK government's Advanced Research and Innovation Agency, has warned that the world may not have time to prepare for the safety risks posed by rapidly advancing AI systems. He told The Guardian people should be concerned about the growing capabilities of technology. I think we should be concerned about the systems that can perform all the functions that humans perform to get things done in the world, but better. We will be outcompeted in all of the domains that we need to be dominant in order to maintain control of our civilization, society, and planet, he said. Dalrymple further highlighted a gap in understanding between the public sector and AI companies about the potential breakthroughs in AI. He advised that things are moving really fast and we may not have time to get ahead of it from a safety perspective. And it's not science fiction to project that within 5 years, most economically viable tasks will be performed by machines at higher levels of quality and lower costs than by humans, he added. He also cautioned that governments should not take the reliability of advanced AI systems for granted. ARIA, an organization that directs the ARIA, they should have capitalized that, an organization that directs research funding while remaining independent despite public funding, is focused on safeguarding the uses of AI in critical sectors like energy infrastructure. Dalrymple, who is working on these safety systems, noted that the science needed to ensure full reliability may not emerge quickly enough due to economic pressures. So the next best thing that we can do, which we may be able to do in time, is to control and mitigate the downsides. The AI experts warn that when the technological advancements outpaced safety measures, it can lead to serious risks for both security and the economy. He called for more technical research to better understand and manage the behaviors of advanced AI systems. Progress can be framed as destabilizing, and it could actually be good, which is what a lot of people at the frontier are hoping. I am working to make things go better, but it's a very high risk, and human civilization is on the whole sleepwalking into this transition, he said further. The UK's AI Security Institute reported that AI capabilities are advancing rapidly, with performance doubling every 8 months in some sectors. Advanced models can now complete apprentice-level tasks 50% of the time, and some systems can autonomously complete tasks that would take human experts over an hour. AISI tested models for self-replication, a key safety concern, and found 2 cutting-edge models achieved success rates over 60%. However, AISI stressed a worst-case scenario is unlikely in everyday conditions. Yeah, well, we'll see when we're more worried about the economic pressures going into it than the safety risks and mitigations and everything like that. So, hi Goldilocks, how are you? Let's see. Sounds like an AI name. Yeah, AI self-snitching, but actually gaslighting us. Buy stuff. That's right. Everybody wants you to buy stuff. Okay, well, so with that in mind, I'd like to move into story number 2. Happy not hearing about Shanny. Yeah, I do. I do a news story twice a week on here, and I took about a month and a half off, but I'm coming back for the new year. Midterms are happening in the U.S. At the end of the year, so I've gotta be prepared to jump into that and start covering that and everything. So, but I also AI is ruling T. So, but take down the abacus. It's the devil. The abacus is the devil. That's right. Butlerian jihad. Is that how you say it? AI is ruining the PC gaming scene. Their sector. I didn't know anything about that. Ya mum. What's up, ya mum? What's the point of this show again? How much of it is pre-recorded? All of it. All of it. I knew you were going to come in here and ask that question, and so I pre-recorded my response to it. Um, Beardshire is a friendly troll. Don't worry about it, Goldie. So yeah, like I said, with the last story in mind, the first story that we did, we're gonna move into story number 2, and hopefully you can see where I made the connection in my brain. So Hyundai and Boston Dynamics unveil humanoid robot Atlas at CES. Huh. Well, this is interesting. On Monday at the CES in Las Vegas, Boston Dynamics and Hyundai Motor Group publicly demonstrated Atlas, a life-size prototype walked on stage, introduced by Zachary Jakowski. All right, bias distribution. If you look over here, we have 12% is coming from the right. Mostly you've got center-leaning distribution with 68% of the reporting coming from the center and then 20% coming from the left. Scrolling down on Ground News, if I didn't say so the last time, Ground News gives you this little feature here that allows you to sort by all kinds of different ways, and I like to sort my stories by factuality so that I know that I'm getting the least BS possible. You know, I know that everybody's going to give you some BS, but I try to get as little as possible. So third down on the factuality list is the AP, Associated Press. I pulled from them. It says that they lean left, but they have a very high factuality rating. So I like to read from the AP whenever possible. Last story was from the right, so we'll balance it out with a story from the left. How about that? Hyundai-owned Boston Dynamics publicly demonstrated its humanoid robot Atlas for the first time Monday at the CES Tech Showcase, ratcheting up competition with Tesla and other rivals to build robots that look like people and do things that people do. For the first time ever in public, please welcome Atlas to the stage, said Boston Dynamics' Zachary Jakowski, as a life-sized robot with 2 arms and 2 legs picked itself up from the floor at a Las Vegas hotel ballroom. It then fluidly walked around the stage for several minutes, sometimes waving to the crowd and swiveling its head like an owl. An engineer remotely piloted the robot from a room nearby for the purpose of demonstrations, though in real life, Atlas will move around on its own, said Jakowski, the company's general manager for humanoid robotics. The company said a product version of the robot that will help assemble cars is already in production and will be deployed by 2028 at Hyundai's electric vehicle manufacturing facility near Savannah, Georgia. Nice. So they're already taking, like, they're only 2 years away from taking human jobs. How about that? The South Korean car maker holds a controlling stake in the Massachusetts-based Boston Dynamics, which has been developing robots for decades and is best known for its first commercial product, the dog-like robot called Spot. A group of 4-legged Spot robots opened Hyundai's event Monday by dancing in synchrony to a K-pop song. Cool. Hyundai announced a partnership with Google's DeepMind, which will supply its artificial intelligence technology to Boston Dynamics robots. It's a return to a familiar partnership for Google, which bought Boston Dynamics in 2013 before selling it to Japanese tech giant SoftBank several years later. Hyundai acquired it from SoftBank in 2021. So just shuffling around like those Nvidia stocks, right? It's rare for a leading robot maker to publicly demonstrate their humanoids, in part because fumbles attract unwanted attention, such as when one of Russia's first humanoids fell on its face in November. Robotics startups typically prefer to show off their research prototypes and videos on social media, offering them the opportunity to show the machines at their best and edit out their failings. At the end of Monday's live Atlas demonstration, which appeared flawless, the humanoid prototype swung its arms in a theatrical gesture to introduce a static model of the new product version of Atlas, which looked slightly different and was blue in color. Crossover excitement from the commercial AI boom and new technical advances have helped pour huge amounts of money into robotics development. Though many experts still think it's a long time before truly human-like robots can perform many different tasks, take root in workplaces or homes. I think the question comes back to what are the use cases and where are the applications of technology, said Alex Panis, a partner at consultancy McKinsey, who helped lead the CES robotics panel that attracted hundreds of people earlier in the day. In some cases, it looks more humanoid. In some cases, it may not. Either way, Panis said, the software, chipsets, and communication, all the other pieces of technology are coming together, and they will create new applications. Humanoids don't yet have enough dexterity to threaten many human jobs, though a debate over their effects on employment is likely to grow as they become more skilled. The same Georgia plant where Hyundai plans to test Atlas was the site of a federal immigration raid last year that led to the arrest of hundreds of workers, including more than 300 South Koreans. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Oh man, inflation was never going to stop. There's a lot of chat today. I appreciate that, you guys. So, yeah. The plant the plant that got raided by the feds was like, maybe we should invest in having robots do human jobs then, instead of paying Americans fair wages or helping our laborers get immigration status or anything like that. I don't know. It just seems less compassionate to me to have all these robots take jobs, because like what happens to humanity then unless we talk about like the betterment of civilization and like having a Star Trek like utopia? We're going to have something where we have two classes: the people who are in charge of everything and have the wealth, and then the people who have nothing and can't do anything because they're outdated and outmoded. Humanity is about to become obsolete, and we need to think about how we're going to deal with that. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but everything that I read in the news just makes me think, wow, I really think that people should be less afraid of socialism. I'm not like trying to push socialism on people, because like that's not really what my view is. I definitely appreciate the aspects of capitalism in the world that I live in, but I think that we need to take a real hard look at the future and where things are going and how we make things better for everybody, instead of leaving like 90% of people behind, like what the billionaires want to do right now. But I digress, tubes. I digress. Cherish Third Eye said that's pretty much where stuff is headed, and the new generation is absolutely cooked. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. The lack of attention span is definitely getting bad. But with that being said, let's get into story number 3. How about that? Let's keep this optimism train rolling. Pentagon censors Senator Mark Kelly over video urging troops to defy illegal orders. I believe I did a story on this before my hiatus where Mark Kelly and 6 other lawmakers, I believe, made a video telling the armed service members that defying the law to obey Trump's orders is still illegal. And it's been a big deal, apparently. So apparently Pete Hegseth has had something to say about it. So we're going to see what's going on here. Bias distribution, if you look, 18% of the reporting is coming from the right, because the right doesn't give a shit about Pete Hegseth or the ridiculous shit that he does or says. They're behind him for some reason. They like Pete Hegseth like they like Trump for some reason. I don't know. 47% coming from the center and 35% is coming from the left. So what is going on? We're going to scroll down here, and my story is pulled from defense1.com. So I already have my stories sorted by factuality. I thought I did. Maybe it's been updated since then. Okay. Well, I'm not going to spend all day in it. I've already got the story pulled up, so let's go ahead and read it here, and see what they have to say. The Defense Department will attempt to downgrade Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly's retirement rank and pay, seeking to punish him for making a video with other Democrats in Congress who told members of the military they didn't need to follow illegal orders. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth originally threatened to recall Kelly from military retirement and court-martial him for his participation in the video, but announced Monday that the department would instead try to downgrade his rank of captain as well as his retirement pay. Captain Kelly has been provided notice on the basis for his actions and has 30 days to submit a response, Hegseth wrote in a social media post. The retirement grade determination process directed by Secretary Hegseth will be completed within 45 days. Hegseth added that Kelly's status as a sitting United States Senator does not exempt him from accountability, and further violations could result in further action. Kelly wrote in a social media post that he planned to challenge Hegseth's attempt to alter his retirement rank and pay, arguing that it's an attempt to punish him for challenging the Trump administration. My rank and retirement are things that I earned through my service and my sacrifice for this country. I got shot at. I missed holidays and birthdays. I commanded a space shuttle mission while my wife Gabby recovered from a gunshot wound to the head, all while proudly wearing the American flag on my shoulder, Kelly wrote. Generations of service members have made these same patriotic sacrifices for this country, earning the respect, admiration, and rank that they deserve. I completely agree with that wholeheartedly. Kelly added that Hegseth's goal with the process is to send a message to every single retired service member that if they say something he or Donald Trump doesn't like, they will come after them in the same way. It's outrageous and it's wrong. There is nothing more un-American than that. Members of Congress are generally protected under the Speech and Debate Clause of the U.S. Constitution, which states that unless a lawmaker is involved in treason, felony, and breach of the peace, they are privileged from arrest during their attendance at sessions of their respective houses and in going to and returning from the same. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. The Defense Department's letter of censure to Kelly alleged that his participation in the video undermined the military chain of command, counseled disobedience, created confusion about duty, brought discredit upon the armed forces, and included conduct unbecoming of an officer. Hegseth wrote in a letter that if Kelly continues to engage in conduct prejudicial to good order and discipline, you may subject yourself to criminal prosecution or further administrative action. The Department of Defense posted in late November that officials were looking into serious allegations of misconduct against Kelly for appearing in the video. It didn't detail how Kelly might have violated the Uniform Code of Military Justice, but stated that a thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. Hegseth referred the issue to Navy Secretary John Flynn for review, consideration, and disposition he deemed appropriate. Hegseth then asked for a briefing on the outcome of the review by no later than December 10th. Kelly said during a press conference in early December, the military's investigation and a separate one by the FBI were designed to intimidate the 6 lawmakers in the video from speaking out against Trump. Lawmakers in the video, who have backgrounds in the military or intelligence agencies, told members of those communities they can and must refuse illegal orders. No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or the Constitution. We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant, they said, but whether you're serving in the CIA, in the Army, or the Navy, or the Air Force, your vigilance is critical. The other Democrats in the video are not subject to the military justice system. Trump railed against the video a couple of days after it was posted, saying the statements represented seditious behavior punishable by death. So, I highlighted this one again because this is another example of the administration coming after lawmakers or even potential lawmakers for speaking out against him or the actions of his administration. I'd like to just again bring up Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, the Democratic congressional candidate from Illinois, who was arrested for her participation in a demonstration in front of an ICE facility where she stood in front of a vehicle. And she was thrown down by ICE officers and like charged with attempting to hurt them or something. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. But again, this is the day and age that we are in. We have an administration who is coming after lawmakers and potential lawmakers who have something to say against him, and I think that that's a dangerous prospect. And I want to make sure that people are paying attention to it. But again, I keep digressing, tubes. ICE is scary. Yeah, I've been to the ICE facility in Portland. There's actually a short on this YouTube channel of watching the demonstrations there, and it's on my TikTok and my Instagram as well. But I will say it was terrifying watching them pour out. Like they opened the gates and they just poured out into the street like a military force. Flashbangs, smoke grenades, stuff like that. Way more heavily armed than for what was going on down there, I will definitely say. So Trump doesn't care about the poor. It's pretty obvious. No, he absolutely doesn't. He's never been poor. He can't he has no idea like what it's even like. He thinks that poor people are poor by choice, even though like he was given all of his money from his family. So most laws are shite. What's your point? I don't know, man. The world burns around us. We are supposed to be happy about it. I don't know. I'm not. I'm just reading the news tubes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, dude? So, all right. Let's get on to one last story of the day, and then I'm gonna shill my Patreon again, because maybe some people weren't here at the beginning of the show and saw it, but we have a Patreon now. We'll probably set up a Cash App, PayPal, those kinds of things, Venmo, who knows. So, but right now it's just Patreon. I don't know. I need to get Streamlabs going too, so that people can actually donate to the show. Buy $1 instead of $2. That's his logic. Exactly. Well, buy $1 instead of like 8 or 9, because that's what people do. I don't know. Anyway, last story of the day. I highlighted this because I just want to make sure that people know I don't think that this guy is a great candidate for the Democratic Party for leadership. I don't think that Kamala Harris was either. I have my own issues. There are people in the Democratic Party who are doing great things, but I don't think that these establishment people who lay down and do what they're told are really the ones to do it. So it doesn't really sound like we have anything to worry about for Tim Walz running for president or being a vice president candidate ever again, because I pulled an article from Minnesota, from a left-leaning source in Minnesota at that. So, but it says Tim Walz, Democrats 2024 vice presidential candidate, says he will not run for a third term as Minnesota's governor. And at first I was worried. I was like, well, he's not running for a third term. Does that mean that he's going to make a run for the White House? That would be terrible. That would take the steam away from somebody who's actually a good candidate. But we're going to go down, because I have my story sorted by factuality, and the Minnesota Reformer, very high factuality, and it doesn't say lean left. It says it's left. It's a left reporting source. Yeah, let's go ahead and read that article and see what they have to say about Tim Walz not running for governor again. So, the moment Governor Tim Walz was cooked was little remarked upon at the time, but in retrospect illustrates how he and his administration were sleeping through an enveloping crisis. At the late 2024 budget forecast, he said disability and autism services were driving state government spending beyond expectations. When he was asked about the potential fraud in the autism program, about which we'd reported an FBI investigation 6 months prior, he seemed unfamiliar. I traded texts with an incredulous reporter who was there and wound up publishing a column called Minnesota, an Easy Mark. More recently, Walz faced the full force of the right-wing propaganda machine in the past 2 months. It was a frightening sight to behold, and a healthier democracy would never be host to such a parasitical malignancy. Although restoring American democratic habits of mind to eviscerate that propaganda machine should be on our lengthy long-term to-do list, the lesson here for me is that the most underrated tool in the political toolbox is governing. Man, this guy likes words. Not that that's a bad thing. Deadly dull, I know, but the word govern even has the word governor even has the word govern in it. completely administering programs to help people who need it, ensuring Minnesota's children are learning literacy and numeracy, and managing the state's vast infrastructure assets. That's the job. Former St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter, another one-time rising star in Minnesota politics, recently faced the same sort of governing reckoning as Walz when Mayor Kelly Herr pulled off an upset November victory, promising to make stuff work again. May Democratic elected officials everywhere take notice. We live in perilous times, no question, but Minnesotans are right to expect a minimum level of competency in these matters of public administration. It's especially important for the party of government, i.e., the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, to pay attention to details like whether a 3,000% increase in spending on the autism program is reasonable, especially when some of the providers have ties to feeding our future. Tim Walz is at heart a decent man, and he doesn't deserve what's been thrown at him in the recent weeks, especially a despicable allegation levied by the President of the United States and the odious propagandist Nick Sherry that Walz was involved in the assassination of former House Speaker Melissa Hortman. He made some mistakes, but he's not evil, unlike some of the loudest and most influential voices in American politics today, whose greed and lust for power are boundless. Walz's first term was marked by almost constant crisis, none of it his doing. He was a mostly steady hand, even as Republicans came to despise him during the pandemic in the aftermath of the police murder of George Floyd. His second term comprised major legislative accomplishments, for which the credit mostly belongs to Hortman and the late Senator Kerry Dziedzic, as well as his, again in retrospect, disastrous candidacy for vice president. All the while, thieves were stealing the people's money with gusto. Walz has served the community of Mankato, the people of Minnesota, and his country. And now he's saved us from what would have been another deeply divisive campaign, and which would have put the state of Minnesota under federal siege. Unlike the former President Joe Biden, who doomed his party and the country with his insistence on running for a second term, Walz is stepping aside before any more damage is done to his state and the DFL. He says he'll focus his energies on cleaning up the mess. He deserves our thanks, and thanks for that service and for making this decision. Huh. Cool. Okay. Well, according to the people of Minnesota, it doesn't look like they really want him to run for anything ever again. So, yeah. Read Alex Jones for contrast. Listen, okay? I'm kind of, yeah, I'm not going to say that. If I was on Drunken Peasants, I might say it, but anyway, so yeah, that's my 4 stories for today. Like I said, I have Patreon now. That's kind of cool, I guess. You can be part of the show. You can pick articles and you can do things like that. Just to show you here, it's patreon.com/nightly news this morning. Shouldn't be that hard to find. And again, like I said, there are a couple different tiers. $3 is the least that they'll allow. And I mean, if you want to support the show, you absolutely do not have to. I will be here doing this show no matter what. But if you want to support and make the show better and watch it grow and become something better, you are more than welcome to become part of it. And your support is appreciated and helped. I don't have anybody right now, and again, like I said, even if I never get any kind of Patreon subscriptions, I won't stop doing this show. So I may take breaks here and there, but for $3 a month, you get your name in the credits of every single episode, and we'll do that at the beginning on the hold screen, and then at the end of the show as well. For $7 a month, you get that plus access to one of the 2 bonus shows per month. $14 a month gets you the access to the 1 bonus show, plus the 1 bonus show, the name in the credits, plus you get to pick one of the news story topics that we do. You don't get to say like who I'm going to read from, like which outlet, but you can say, hey, there's this topic that I want you to cover, and I'll go through and look at the left and the right and things like that. And then for $29 a month, you can be an executive producer. You can have your name in the credits. You get access to 2 bonus shows per month. And you get to help, you get to pick two segments. And right now, I'll just like add you as a friend on Discord. Eventually, if the show gets big enough and we get enough people, I'll make a Discord for the show. And the executive producers will be able to help pick topics and bring me information and things like that. So That's what I got for now, and we can change it as it goes, see how it goes, and everything like that. I appreciate everybody that's been here. It's really cool to have everybody talking to each other in the show while I'm doing the news, reacting to what I'm doing. Usually a lot less engagement typically, but I'm glad to be back. Got it revamped. Gonna try to make things look better as we go. This was my first episode back, so hopefully it was pretty good. Thanks everybody. I really appreciate you being here. And we will see you guys. We'll be back on Friday morning. Probably try to do it around the same time. I'm gonna shoot for like early, like I was doing early on Tuesdays and then later on Fridays. But I think I'm just gonna shoot for the same time on both days. Make it a little bit more consistent, more professional, and make it something hopefully that people want to watch. So thank you guys. I try to end every show by letting you know you have a larger effect on the world around you than you even realize. The people that you interact with on a daily basis, your interaction could make or break their day, and you wouldn't even know it. So give people a little bit of leeway. Try to be good to people. Try to spread as much positivity in the world as you can, because that's the only thing that we have power over to make the world a better place. You want to make the world a better place? That's a very simple thing that you can do to do your part. I try to do it as much as I can. Sometimes I catch myself being negative, but try to be more positive these days than negative if I can. So thanks everybody. I appreciate you being here, and we'll be back on Friday. Take care and have a shit.
Right through my bones. That's right. How could I be fooled by you? Leaving, breathing, breathing like a moon. Top man, with that pen, I'm short in your mind. 'Cause I don't really know and I don't really care, and I know pretty sure that this is always just a lie. Ooh, how you kick me right through my bones. Right through my bones. Oh, well, I've seen her break a man. Yeah, and I've seen her pick try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get caught in the game. You can try to control her, but it's futile to try. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get caught in the game. Hey baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring it down, you only get caught in the game.
All right. Good morning. Hello. Welcome to Nightly News this morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. As always, we're here to look at the news. So today is January 9th, 2026. It's Friday. And some crazy shit's been happening, man. Like, just even since our last episode. And this is why I took a break. Because I knew, with the way that things are in the world right now, that this year was just going to be like a fucking roller coaster. And so I was like, I need a little bit of a break. I need a month and a half off before like I spend all of my time just reading about all of the terrible things that are happening in the world. Cow Bats Boots in the chat. That is definitely what's up, motherfucker. Good to see you, man. Yeah, so I took a break, but we're back here. We're going to be doing it, unless something comes up, we're going to be doing it every Tuesday and Friday. I'm trying to do it as early in the morning as I can. I know I got people in different time zones that like to watch and things like that, but I also got to sleep. You know, I work at night, and I get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning to do these shows, even though it's like 8:30 right now my time, but I've got to do all of the programming and everything like that. So anyway, with that being said, I did want to point out before we get into our stories, I know I said it last week, and I went over it, but we do have a Patreon now. We're working on Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all of those other things, so you can donate to the show and be a part of it. It's patreon.com/nightly news this morning. There are 4 different tiers, anywhere from $3 to $29 a month, and helps you be included in the show. Makes you feel like you become part of my part of my show in that sense. So you can check it out. You don't need to donate, but it is greatly appreciated if you know what I'm saying. So yeah. So with that, I think we're gonna jump into our 4 stories that I have picked out for today, and see what's going on. So I did want to start with a little bit of good news for story number 1. So story number 1 says the House passes a 3-year ACA subsidy extension with 17 Republicans voting in favor. I don't want to get people's hopes up because sorry, that was my AI tracking on my camera. That's great. That's just perfect. That fucked things up. Yeah, give me just a second. Sorry. All right, so I just realized I spend a lot of time like meticulously getting my camera placed and getting the show all ready and everything, and holding up my hand like that really screwed things up. So give me just a second to try to place things back where they're supposed to go so that things don't look so terrible here. That wasn't supposed to happen. So I'm gonna try to do a better job of not letting that happen in the future. Sorry. You can see some behind the scenes how the sausage gets made here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is so embarrassing. I'm like, I'm a professional. I can do this better than some of these other people. Apparently I'm not. Apparently I'm not. So, anyway, I think that that'll work for now. We'll call that good. So yeah, we're gonna get into some news stories here, and we're gonna see what's going on in the world. Yeah, damn it, AI. Cherish Third Eye, good to see you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for dealing with my little screw up there. So technology is a bane. That's right. Well, this I've got this really great camera that my girlfriend got me for Christmas. Better definition than I used to have, and everything like that. But she got the nicer version with the AI tracking, and when you hold your hand up and you make that stop sign with your hand, that's the signal for the AI camera to turn tracking on or off. So I've got to be careful about that while I'm doing the show from now on. So all right, with that being said, now that everything's all kind of janky and wonky here, let's get into story number one. So House passes a 3-year ACA subsidy extension with 17 Republicans voting in favor. We have a biased distribution. 46% is coming from the center, 36% from the left, and 18% from the right. So you have more left-leaning reporting on this than right-leaning. And like I said before, things kind of screwed up there. I don't want anybody to get their hopes up about this because this hasn't gone to the Senate yet. And even if it does go to the Senate and pass, it still has to be signed by the president. So um, it is very cool. It is very cool for the camera for if you have other uses for it. So we have quite a few articles reporting. I believe that the article that I pulled is from BBC. It does say it's behind a paywall, but sometimes with the Brave browser, you can get around that, or it just doesn't make you pay, or sometimes Ground News is incorrect. Um, so let's go ahead and read the story from the BBC, which is weird. You've got a British journalism reporting on American politics. So, a handful of renegade Republicans in the House of Representatives have joined all Democrats to pass a bill that would extend the healthcare subsidies for millions of Americans. 17 moderate Republicans defied party leadership to help approve the measure by 230 to 116. But the legislation could face an uphill battle in the Senate, you don't say. House Speaker Mike Johnson had opposed a renewal of the pandemic-era tax credits, arguing that they are rife with fraud, but some of his rank and file crossed the aisle to force a vote. Insurance premiums through the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, have more than doubled for some 20 million Americans since the subsidies expired at the end of last year, including people in the house that I live in. The measures passed on Thursday would extend the COVID-era subsidies for another 3 years. Centrist Republicans have said that they would rather support some kind of extension than do nothing at all. About 24 million Americans buy healthcare through the ACA marketplace, and the majority were used to receiving tax credits to lower the monthly price. Those tax credits, also referred to as subsidies, were first introduced through former President Barack Obama's Affordable Care Act in 2014. They were then expanded during COVID. The bill's passage is a setback to the House Republican leadership, which controls the lower chamber of Congress by a narrow majority. The vote was forced when 4 members of the Republican rank and file defected last month to support a procedural tactic known as a discharge petition, which we learned about on this show, thanks to Jeffrey Epstein. The House measure does not have to be brought up in the Senate, which has already rejected it. Even if the legislation was brought back to the upper chamber of Congress, it does not currently have the 60 votes it needs to pass. Senators have said they are working on their own bipartisan compromise, the text of which should be available next week. Though the House vote was largely symbolic, it places lawmakers on record ahead of this November's midterm election when healthcare and affordability are likely to be hot campaign issues. That's right. That's right, because it's midterms this year, and we don't want to forget that. So, yeah, I don't see the Affordable Care Act subsidies being extended at all. With the people that we have in power right now have vested interests against it. So I like to see Republicans breaking rank and file and voting for the people and hopefully keeping their jobs when it comes to their vote in November. But I don't know. I mean, I want to be optimistic. I'll leave it at that. Got my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes, because it is a day that ends in Y. All right. Are we ready for story number 2? Oh man, I woke up, well, I think I saw it last night when I was getting the studio set up. And I was like, let me jump on ground news and see what we got going on. Wasn't great looking, tubes. Wasn't great looking. All right, story number 2. Border Patrol agents shoot 2 people in Portland day after ICE agent kills Minneapolis woman. Okay, so I'm sure that everybody heard about ICE shooting a woman in her car in Minneapolis, which I didn't cover. I don't think it happened, I think the day after Tuesday's episode. Probably happened on Wednesday because this happened yesterday. And yeah, so I didn't even cover that because there's so many people covering it. There's so much information. I figure everybody already knows. But the very next day, yesterday, Border Patrol agents in Portland, which there's no fucking border in Portland. There is no international border anywhere close to Portland. There is a state border with Washington, but the border with Canada is up on the northern side of Washington, and the border with Mexico is down in California. So what are Border Patrol agents doing in Portland? I mean, I guess there's Portland International Airport, but this isn't where they were. This is not where they were. All right, so bias distribution has 56% of the stories coming from the center, 25% for the left, 19% from the right. So it's not necessarily a blind spot, but I'm pretty sure that the right is going to care less about this than the left. Just something tells me. Sorted by factuality, my top story comes from CNN. That's what I have pulled. People may think that that's biased one way or the other, but you bordered the crab people. How'd you know? This story does make absolutely no sense. So let's get into it. Oregon authorities are investigating a shooting by Border Patrol agents in Portland that wounded 2 people federal authorities alleged are tied to a violent international gang, an incident that renewed question about the Trump administration's handling of its immigration crackdown in the city and across the U.S. Border Patrol agents on Thursday were conducting a targeted vehicle stop around 2:19 p.m. Portland time, Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said. The passenger of the vehicle and target is a Venezuelan illegal alien associated with the transnational Tren de Aragua prostitution ring and involved in a recent shooting in Portland. McLaughlin said the driver is believed to be a member of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. Okay, I want to stop right here before I get further into this. I'm from Portland. I lived in Portland as little as a year and a half ago. I spend a lot of time in Portland because it's the city I was born in and the city that I've spent the most amount of time in. It's only about an hour and a half drive from where I live. I cannot remember any problem with Tren de Aragua in Portland, but maybe things have changed in the last year and a half that I haven't been there. I don't know. Probably not. The notorious Venezuelan gang President Donald Trump has targeted amid accusations of drug trafficking, murder, and other violence. Details about why federal authorities believe the two are linked to Tren de Aragua were not immediately released because they still have to figure that out. They still have to. They still have to manufacture that. When Border Patrol agents identified themselves to the occupants in the car, the driver weaponized his vehicle and attempted to run over law enforcement agents, McLaughlin said. Fearing for his life and safety, the agent fired a defensive shot, she said. The driver drove off with the passenger, fleeing the scene. The car's occupants, who were later taken to the hospital after local police responding to calls found them, are a married couple, a senior law enforcement source said. The husband in the car was shot in the arm, and the wife was in the chest, the source said. Their conditions are not immediately clear, though we can imagine probably that the wife is in worse shape than the husband, I would say. No agents were injured in the shooting. Oh, well, thank God. A federal law enforcement source told CNN. Thursday's shooting in Portland highlighted tensions a day after Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent fatally shot a woman in Minneapolis, prompting protests nationwide. After Wednesday's killing, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey told agents to get the fuck out of his city. After the Portland shooting, Oregon State Senator Casey Jama took a similar tone, telling ICE agents to get the hell out of our community. Adventist Hospital. Oh, check that out. So it was right near where I was born, because that's the hospital I was born in. Or maybe that's just where they're responding to. So Portland Police Chief Bob Day said local officers weren't involved in the incident, but responded to reports of a shooting involving federal agents just after 2:15 p.m. Thursday. Minutes later, police received a call from a different location from a man who said he'd been shot by federal officers and was requesting help, according to day and dispatch audio. When officers arrived, they found a man and woman with gunshot wounds, and emergency responders transported them to a hospital, Day said. The chief said his department didn't know if the vehicle was involved in the shooting had been weaponized against the agents. The two people who were shot are married, a senior law enforcement source told CNN. Portland Mayor Keith Wilson linked the Thursday shootings to the killing of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis, the circumstances of which have been disputed by federal and local officials. Wilson said he has spoken to the Minneapolis mayor earlier in the day to offer condolences and called Good's death entirely preventable in a statement Thursday morning. Hours after the mayor spoke, Wilson was similarly casting doubt on Trump's administration's characterization of what took place in Portland. We know what federal government says happened here. There was a time when we could take them at their word. That time has long passed, he said. Wilson called for ICE to halt all operations in Portland until an investigation can take place. Portland is not a training ground for militarized agents, Wilson said. When the administration talks about using full force, we are seeing what it means on our streets. In the wake of Thursday's shooting, demonstrators gathered outside the ICE facility in Portland, the site of tense and colorful protests last year, which I was at, and you can check out on the shorts on this channel. 6 people were arrested during the protest Thursday night, police said. Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield announced late Thursday the state will open an investigation into the shooting, saying officials have been clear about our concerns with excessive use of force by federal agents in Portland and nationally. The investigation will look into whether any federal officer acted outside the scope of their lawful authority and will include witness interviews, video evidence, and other relevant material, Rayfield said. On the federal government side, the FBI says it's investigating an assault on 2 CBP agents. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is assisting the FBI, it said. Trump has frequently taken aim at Portland, depicting the liberal city as a crime-ridden war zone and falsely claiming on several occasions that it's burning to the ground. The White House was locked in a months-long battle with the city and state officials over the administration's controversial deployment of the National Guard troops in the city, which was blocked by a federal judge. City officials have argued Trump's incendiary remarks and troop deployments have inflamed violence in the city, which has been rocked by frequent protests over immigration enforcement. Multnomah County, which includes part of Portland, voted Thursday to extend an emergency declaration in response to ICE's continued presence in the area. County Chair Jessica Vega Peterson said. The declaration was originally issued in December in response to an ongoing impacts from federal immigration enforcement, Vega Peterson said at the time. Multnomah County will not stand by as federal governments attack our neighbors, she said Thursday. Yeah. Huh. That's fun. So, more bullshit in Portland. I wish that this administration would just leave that city alone because Portland is a beautiful place. It's one of my favorite cities in the whole country, and I travel for my motorcycle job, so I've been to a lot of different cities. And yes, I'm biased because I was born there and I've spent most of my life there, but it's a great place. It's amazing. So if you haven't been, you should absolutely go. Don't believe what the government says about Portland. All right. How are we doing this morning, Tubes? Let me read through the chat a little bit. There's a video of the opposite happening. I know, yeah. And then them telling a doctor he can't go over to the car. They denied care. Holy shit. In the video, they tell her to get out of the way, leave. Then a guy went mental. She got scared. Yeah, I would have. If they were dangerous gang members, they wouldn't have let them drive off 3 miles away from where they were shot. Yeah? The demonizing is backfiring. Good morning, Goldilocks. How are you? All right, everybody. We are rocking and rolling this morning. Let's get into story number 3. How about that? U.S. payroll rose 50,000 in December, less than expected. Unemployment rate is at 4.4%, which isn't low. I think that low is in the like 2 to 3% range. But you know, let's read about this. And because this is a story that's kind of damning and says the opposite of what Donald Trump wants to say, you can see that you've got more left-leaning reporting than right. 17% coming from the right, 46% from the center, and 37% from the left. So that just kind of shows you where the bias is on the story. It's not a blind spot by any means, but definitely more reporting from the center and the left than the right. Again, I have my story pulled by CNN just because it's one of the highest factuality sources where you can get it without a paywall. I could have pulled from CNBC, but I didn't. I pulled from CNN. So very high factuality rating, left leaning. Let's get into the story. Hiring slowed more than expected in December, marking a sluggish end to what was one of the weakest years in job growth in decades. The U.S. economy added an estimated 50,000 jobs last month, slowing from a downwardly revised 56,000 jobs added in November, according to Bureau of Labor Statistics data released on Friday. Still, the unemployment rate edged lower from 4.4 to 4.4 from a revised 4.5% in November. Well, how many people are working multiple jobs, I wonder? Economists are, you know what, that's showing my own bias there. Let's just read the story. Economists are expecting a net gain of 55,000 jobs in December and unemployment rate of 4.5%, according to FactSet consensus estimates. With December's estimated job gains, which are subject to revision, the U.S. economy added just 584,000 jobs last year. Outside of recession years, that's the weakest annual job growth seen since 2003, BLS data showed. Well, that's just because they don't tell you when you're in a recession anymore. They don't want people to panic, so... the labor market, which was already slowing heading into 2025, cooled sharply as hiring stalled out across most industries. A pullback in economicists attributed to a high uncertainty, in part due to massive shifts in trade and immigration policy, as well as stubborn inflation and high interest rates. I'd be willing to bet that AI has something to do with it too, but, you know, that's just me. Practically every industry has been in the throes of a hiring recession. Heather Long, chief economist, Jesus, why can't I talk this morning? Chief economist at Naval Federal Credit Union has said, the lone exception has been healthcare, an industry growing as a result of an aging population, and leisure and hospitality, which has reaped some of the spoils from an increasingly bifurcated economy. Bifurcated? I don't know. That was again indeed the case in December. Leisure and hospitality business saw a net jobs gain of 47,000, while healthcare and social assistance added 38,500 jobs. BLS data showed. Jobs were shed across goods producing businesses, particularly those in manufacturing, as well as retail trade, where seasonal hiring wasn't as flush as it was in the past years. Well, so we can attribute that to probably a few different things. Like I said, AI is going to be taking some of those goods producing and manufacturing jobs, things like that. The business sector is looking to shift there as much as they can and get their production costs and labor costs down. So probably a trend that's going to continue in the future, and we're going to see, healthcare is going to rise because people are getting older, and we don't have robots that can do that yet, but we'll see where it goes. So yeah, anyway. A lot of these articles are AI driven and the grammar does not flow well. I know, it sucks. Like, I got into this too late. Now AI is taking over everything. I could have done this show like a year or two ago and it would have been a lot better. But I mean, I was doing this show a year ago, but if I would have started it like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe it would have been better. Maybe what I need to do is write my own fucking news stories. I don't know. I would need a lot more time if I was going to do that, but all right, let's get into the last story of the day. This was an interesting one. CIA won't confirm records on interstellar comet. What does that mean? On January 5th, 2026, the Central Intelligence Agency replied that it would neither confirm nor deny records about 3I Atlas in response to John Greenwald Jr.'s Freedom of Information Act request, publicized by the Black Vault. Okay, so the CIA is neither confirming or denying that it has records on 3I Atlas. Why? That's so weird. But let's get into the story. I have my sources pulled by factuality, and I think I have futurism, which is number 2 on the factuality list. Leans left, high factuality. Let's get into it and see what's going on here. Ever since it was first spotted hurtling through the solar system, Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb has maintained that there's a chance mysterious interstellar object 3I Atlas is a technological object sent by an extraterrestrial civilization. He's meticulously cataloged what he claims are anomalous qualities of the object, which most of his peers believe is a natural comet from a different star system, from its unusually large suspected size to its rotation axis almost perfectly perpendicular to the sun, to a fine-tuned trajectory that brought it within spitting distance of Mars and Jupiter. Loeb has also been angered at NASA's continued insistence that 3I Atlas is a natural comet, which, again, is the opinion of most experts, accusing them of arrogance and ignoring his documented anomalies. He also accused NASA of withholding observations by its Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter while 3I Atlas made its closest approach to the red planet in October due to last year's government shutdown. The images were eventually released in late November. NASA isn't the government institution that Loeb is taking aim at. In a new blog post, the astronomer pointed out that the ufologist John Greenwald Jr.'s Freedom of Information Act inquiry for any assessments, reports, or communications maintained by the Central Intelligence Agency, referencing 3I Atlas, has been pointedly shut down. The CIA told Greenwald in a formal response to his Freedom of Information Act request that it will neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of records related to the object, a non-answer that could be interpreted in strikingly different ways. Greenwald is a well-known name in UFO articles. He founded the Black Vault, an enormous archive of millions of pages of government documents he's uncovered via FOIA inquiries, including declassified videos of what the Pentagon describes as an unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Loeb says he's found the answer, and the notable level of secrecy he's found the answer, and the notable level of secrecy surprising, given NASA's conclusion that 3I Atlas is definitely a comet of natural origin. If this conclusion was clear all along to everyone within the government and academia as NASA officials presented the case, then why would the CIA treat the possible existence of records dealing with a natural comet as sensitive enough to be classified, he asked rhetorically. Loeb suggested the government might have investigated whether 3I Atlas could pose a threat to national security, perhaps over the possibility of a black swan event, which has fascinated the researcher. If scientists do eventually uncover a probe sent to us by an alien civilization, it could pose a major threat to humanity, Loeb has asserted. He has previously hypothesized that the object could be akin to a Trojan horse, where a technological object masquerades as a natural comet. Discussions about such a possibility have been hidden from public view in order to prevent panic from taking hold for no good reason, Loeb pondered, especially considering a black swan event is still regarded as highly unlikely. However, this theory proposes that the CIA has everything to hide from the public to begin with. After all, in its statement to Greenwald, it didn't rule out the non-existence of records. Besides, as more data rolls in, Loeb's far-fetched theory that 3I Atlas is a piece of technology continues to be challenged. In other words, what would there even be to hide if the object turns out to be a non-threatening lump of ice? Either way, Loeb isn't ready to call it just yet. He has advocated for taking a closer look once it makes its closest approach to Jupiter in March. Unless we check, we might never know if this swan is white or black, he concluded in his blog. I brought it up on the show multiple times before, but I think that Avi Loeb is really just trying to get as much publicity as he can. It's possible. I mean, it's not impossible what he's saying. He's bringing up, things that people consider to be valid points. But when you have the majority of the scientific community saying, no, this is just a comet, the people who repeatedly say it's aliens, it's aliens, it's aliens, seem to be just yelling for the sake of yelling. I don't know. That's just kind of my opinion about it. But when AI looks after other AIs, self-repairing, we're all done. No jobs will be available for anything, and it might not be far away. It's true. I finally get a break away from work to listen in. Thanks for stopping in, Loner Nick. That was the last article of the day. So, to recap, we talked about the House extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies. It still has to go to the Senate. We talked about Border Patrol agents in Portland shooting 2 people after the Minneapolis shooting of the ICE agents in Minneapolis. We talked about the U.S. payroll seeming to maybe be slowing down according to the Bureau of Labor Market Statistics. And then we talked about the CIA not confirming or denying the existence of 3I Atlas. So I appreciate everybody who has been hanging out with us again. I do want to plug my Patreon. It's patreon.com/nightly news this morning. You can become a member for as low as $3 a month and help support this show, make it a little bit better, give me a little bit more time to add to the programming and everything like that. So I appreciate everyone who's tuned in to hang out, watch the news, listen. If you're catching it later, thank you so much. If you haven't subscribed and you're watching this, please do. That helps out the channel. If you could give the video a like, that helps out as well. And yeah, take care. We will be back on Tuesday. Have a great weekend, everybody. And like I always try to say, spread a little bit of positivity in the world, because you don't know what kind of effect you're having on the people around you. You might come across somebody who's having the worst day of their life, and just by being a little bit kind to them and a little bit nice to them, you might completely turn their whole day around. You know, you might save it. You have the power to change the trajectory of people's lives without even knowing it, which is why it's so important to be as positive as you can. Give people the benefit of the doubt, give them a little bit of credit, and be good to yourself and everybody else around you. So thanks, everybody. I appreciate it. We will be back on Tuesday morning with another episode of Nightly News This Morning. I've been your host, Cousin Matt, and we'll see you next time. Thanks.
Right through my bones. That's bad. How could I be fooled by you? Feeding, breathing, breathing like you. Tight band. With that pen, I'm sorting your mind. I don't really know, and I don't really care, and I know purpose of it, this is always just a lie. Ooh, how you prick me right through my bones. Right through my bones. Moonlit nights, I'm feeling blue. Been trying to call you, but I couldn't get through. And I'm crying, baby, you're driving me insane. Though your love is toxic, yeah, save me from this pain. My brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Well, I've been chewed up, let down, and torn up by your girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. And I don't want to admit it, but there's a man to blame. Well, I can only hate myself for me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games. Oh, but I still need you to save me from my aims, 'cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
All right. Hello. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. And here we are doing it live right here on YouTube. So welcome to Nightly News This Morning. This is a YouTube show where I try to, it gets rebroadcast to Bitchute or Rumble or some stuff like that. Should probably look into maybe doing Kick. I hear that that's one of the places to be these days. I don't know. So, but anyway, doing it live on YouTube right now, and we look at some ground news and look at who's reporting from what side, try to pick a story and be aware of the bias on what side that we're getting. At least when we read through these stories, I pick 4 topics a day, and we just read through and kind of see what's going on, what's new in the world. What's up, Crags? Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for popping in, checking it out. Yeah, just try to get my D people a little talk about Tento. Get Rev in here and we'll talk about Tento. I'll read the reviews of Tento like a news article, okay? You get Rev in here and then we'll do that. Or you could subscribe to the Patreon and then you could pick that as your one topic per month. But yeah, so we'll look at some news stories, kind of like I said, get my D people a little bit of a break from how much to show your calves. Oh my god. Rev might be in here, honestly. I don't know. I don't think Rev likes me that much. I think Rev tends to stay away when I'm around. He doesn't like people that bully him, I've found. So anyway, thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate all you guys. It's been kind of hectic in my life this weekend. I don't want to go a whole lot into it, just some personal things that are taking place. Hey, Goldilocks. And so I've been a little bit distracted. Today's going to be a little bit more low effort episode than I would normally put in, but we're here and we're doing it. I said I was bringing the show back, so yeah, honesty is bullying him. That's true. That's true. Honesty is bullying Rev. He doesn't like knowing the facts, but we're gonna try to stay at least a little bit. We're not gonna go too far into the lol cow topic. Let's stay on something here. Refresh your guys' palate a little bit before we go back to all the reaction channels and just like the craziness that is. I know everybody's anticipating that like the eviction is supposed to happen today, or Shani is supposed to be back at any moment. So we'll in the eye of the hurricane, while we wait for the storm to return, we'll see what's going on in the world a little bit. How about that? So I appreciate, like I said, thank you everybody for being here. And let's go ahead and get moving. We'll get into story number 1 here. So all right, U.S. greenhouse gas emissions raised by 2.4% in 2025, driven by coal and data centers. Well, this isn't disturbing at all. So this is definitely something that could be considered a blind spot. If we look over on the right here at our bias distribution, you can see that 12% of the reporting is coming from the right, while 44% is coming from the left and 44% is coming from the center. So it's definitely one of those blind spot things. And I had to click around here because I don't know what's going on with ground news, but when you go to all articles, it only shows this one by the Washington Post. And earlier than that, it showed one by a completely different source. So I went through each left, right, and center, and I found that there was an Associated Press article that leans left, but it has a high factuality rating, one of the highest factuality ratings. So Yeah, Trump said it was clean coal. Right, exactly. So we've got an article from the Associated Press that is a left-leaning outlet, but it has a very high factuality rating, and that's what we're going to go ahead and get into on this one. So, in a reversal from previous year's pollution reduction, the United States spewed 2.4% more heat-trapping gases from the burning of fossil fuels in 2025 than the year before, researchers calculated in a study released Tuesday. That entire topic, one sentence, or that entire paragraph, one sentence. Um, the increase in greenhouse gas emissions is attributed to a combination of cool winter, the explosive growth of data centers and cryptocurrency mining, and higher natural gas prices, according to the Rhodium Group, an independent research firm. Environmental policy rollbacks by President Donald Trump's administration were not significant factors in the increase because they were only put in place this year, the study's authors said, which I find to be sus. Heat trapping gases from the burning of coal, oil, and natural gas are the major causes of worsening global warming, scientists say. The American emissions of carbon dioxide and methane have dropped 20% from 2005 to 2024, with a few 1 or 2 year increases in the overall downward trend. Traditionally, carbon pollution has risen alongside economic growth, but the efforts to boost cleaner energy in recent years decoupled the two, so emissions would drop as domestic gross product rose. But that changed last year, with pollution actually growing faster than economic activity. Said study co-author Ben King, a director in Rhodium's energy group. He estimated the U.S. put 5.9 billion tons of 5.9 billion tons or 5.35 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent into the air in 2025, which is 139 million more tons than in 2024. The cold 2025 winter means more heating of buildings, which often comes from natural gas and fuel oil that are big greenhouse gas emitters, King said. A significant noticeable jump in electricity demand from data centers and cryptocurrency mining means more power plant producing energy. That includes plants using coal, which creates more carbon pollution than other fuels. A rise in natural gas prices helped create a 13% increase in coal power, which has shrunk by nearly 2/3 since its peak in 2007, King said. It's not like this is a huge rebound, King said. We're not sitting here claiming that coal is coming back and is going to dominate the sector or anything like that. But we did see this increase, and that was a larger part of why emissions went up in the power sector. King said the list of more than 24 proposed rollbacks of American environmental policies by the Trump administration haven't been in place long enough to have an effect in 2025, but maybe more noticeable in the future years. Okay, I'm going to stop reading the article here for just a second to point out that while Trump's economic policies may not have been enough to contribute to this yet, everybody knew that he was getting elected last year, and people are, when they know that the rules are going to be thrown by the wayside, will absolutely stop following them early before they, like, when they know that they're not going to get in any trouble for it. So to say that Trump's economic policies had nothing to do with this, I think is a very dangerous dismissal of what the actual facts are. But that's just me. Solar power generation jumped 34%, pushing it past hydroelectric power, with zero carbon emitting energy resources now supplying 42% of American power, the Rhodium Group found. It will be interesting to see what happens as the Trump administration ends solar and wind subsidies and discourages their use, King said. I would say that part of the reason maybe that solar is taking over hydropower is, I know here in Oregon and Northern California, we've been removing dams. So that's going to take away from hydroelectricity. So when you're taking away from hydroelectricity and adding to solar, of course, solar is going to overtake it. I don't know that that necessarily means that it's pushed up higher. You know, I think it's one number coming down while the other number goes up. So the economic case uses for adding renewables is still quite strong. This stuff is cost competitive in a lot of places. Try as they might, this administration can't alter the fundamental economics of this stuff. Before the Trump administration took office, the Rhodium team projected that in 2035, U.S. greenhouse gas emissions would have fallen by between 38 and 56% compared to 2005 levels. Now now the projected pollution drop is expected to be about 1/3 less, he calculated. 1/3 less. Think about everybody you know that has asthma. Others who are not involved in the Rhodium report said last year's increase emissions is an ominous sign. Unfortunately, the 2025 U.S. emissions increase is likely a harbinger of what's to come as the U.S. federal leadership continues to make what amounts to a huge, unforced economic error by favoring legacy fossil fuels when the rest of the world is going all in on mobility and power generation using low carbon technology, primarily based on renewables and batteries, said University of Michigan environmental dean Jonathan Overpeck. Overpeck said that favoring fossil fuels will harm both the U.S. economy and air quality. Absolutely. Longtime climate change activist Bill McKibben said bluntly, "It's so incredibly stupid that the U.S. is going backwards on this stuff." I couldn't have said it more elegantly myself. The Environmental Protection Agency said in a statement that it wasn't familiar with the Rhodium Group report and that it is carrying out its core mission of protecting human health. Okay, well, like I said, I think it's a terrible misnomer to say that Trump's economic policies had nothing to do with the numbers going up, because we all know that Trump taking office definitely had an effect on it. If you would have had a Democrat take office that wasn't going to be rolling back policies, you wouldn't have had people laxing themselves in the time up until the rollback happened. So, yeah, not the greatest news, but I think that the next story might be a little bit better. So, but wait, Trump said it was clean. The windmills are killing the whales. The whales hate them. Okay, it makes this terrible noise, and they hate it. It's killing all the birds. They're so ugly on the skyline, not like my Trump Tower. Okay, we should remove the windmills, make all of them Trump Towers. Genius plan. Yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and get rolling on story number 2. So, Trump has privately ramped up criticism of Pam Bondi, calling her weak and ineffective, the Wall Street Journal says. This is amazing. I love this. We'll look over here at the bias distribution, and you can see it's pretty split down the middle. 18% center-leaning distribution and 46% from the left, 36% from the right. So not a blind spot by any means. I have a source pulled from The Independent. So we'll scroll down, and I always have my sources. One of the things that Ground News lets you do is sort your stories by location, by bias, by alphabet, by most recent. I always sort my stories by factuality. I like to know that I'm getting stories that aren't going to BS me that much. Now, again, the whole point of the story is being aware of what the biases that you're reading are. So The Independent, according to Ground News, leans left with a high factuality rating. So we'll go ahead and get into this story by The Independent and see what Trump has to say about Ms. Attorney General Pam Bondi. So, President Donald Trump is reportedly still unhappy with the performance of Attorney General Pam Bondi, according to a new report. Administration sources speaking to the Wall Street Journal reportedly said Trump finds Bondi weak and ineffective in executing his agenda. Trump's frustration is reportedly an outgrowth of his efforts to pressure the Justice Department to be more aggressive in its pursuits of his various priorities, according to the report. This isn't the first time Trump has criticized Bondi, but his issue with the Attorney General have reportedly become more frequent, the sources told the paper. Trump has allegedly discussed with his allies the possibility of appointing special counsels at the Justice Department to expedite progress on his goals, according to the report. Ugh. God, that's a creepy picture, man. There's no way to not make that be a creepy picture. Release the rest of the damn files. That's right. In a previous complaint, which came in the form of a Truth Social post that many believe was meant to be a private message from Trump, the president expressed frustration that Bondi hadn't prosecuted former FBI Director James Comey and New York Democratic Attorney General Letitia James. Both James and Comey had investigated Trump in the past. On Sunday, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell revealed that he was the subject of a Justice Department criminal investigation centering on his testimony about the Fed's building renovation project. Trump has reportedly mused about wanting Powell removed and has insulted and demeaned him over his reluctance to lower interest rates. The president has not only been frustrated by lack of prosecution of his political enemies, but is also reportedly upset about how the FBI, under Bondi's umbrella, handled the release, or lack thereof, of the Epstein files. Trump's personal connection to the child sex trafficker has earned him mountains of bad press and the rare rebuke and anger from his own supporters. Trump has reportedly and strongly denied any wrongdoing related to Epstein, but no one believes him. According to the sources, Trump is reportedly angry about how the situation was handled. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles similarly suggested as much in a Vanity Fair piece in which she said Bondi whiffed handling of the files. Officials speaking to the Wall Street Journal said Trump agreed with Wiles' assessment. The source said that Trump had not been silent about his concerns and had directly confronted Bondi with his frustration. A spokesperson for Bondi told the Wall Street Journal that the Attorney General is focused on achieving Trump's goals of making America safe again. When asked directly for comment, Trump told the paper he was happy with her performance.
Pam is doing an excellent job. She's been my friend for many years. Tremendous progress is being made against the radical left lunatics who are good at only one thing, cheating in elections and the crimes they commit, the president told the Wall Street Journal, not realizing that that's two things, but, you know, nobody's ever accused him of being a genius, I guess. So yeah, maybe Pam Bondi will be out in the near future. Who knows? We'll see. But yes, release the rest of the damn files. We don't ever want to forget that, okay? We do not want to forget that they have to release the files. Oh man, my microphone is picking up the dog in the neighbor's backyard that's barking. That's pretty fun. Even with my noise filters and everything on. So sorry about that. It's not the soundproof studio that I want yet, but it's getting there. So all right, tubes. Well, I'm gonna do something new today. I didn't point it out, but I got for Christmas I got this this day in science calendar, and I've been holding it up. I don't know that the like I got a better quality camera for Christmas as well, which you're seeing, but I don't know if it's really well enough to read what the paper says. So at the end of the episode, once we're all done, I'll read the this day in science on the calendar, and that can be kind of a fun little thing that we do. So, all right, moving along here to story number 3. Virginia Governor Youngkin supports Vance as GOP nominee for president in 2028. Well, that sucks. Bias distribution has no one from the left reporting on this, so this is definitely a blind spot issue for the left. Something that we may want to pay attention to, who the GOP is getting behind for their 2028 presidential nominee. Thank God the meme about it being Trump may have just been a meme. I hope so. But bias distribution says 62% from the right, 38% coming from the left. My story is pulled from newsaddicts.com. So if we scroll down, see if we can find it on the list here. News Addict. So low factuality and far right. But I mean, I don't really know like what I was expecting to get here. A lot of this is behind paywalls or formatted really terribly. Some of it is just local local outlets reporting on it. So yeah, let's keep in mind that this is a far right leaning article, and the publication has a low factuality rating, but we're going to go ahead and give them a chance. It's not a very big article, and it mostly just has facts. So Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin indicated that he intends to support Vice President J.D. Vance for president in 2028. Youngkin, whose term as governor is set to end on January 15th, was asked about the prospect of a White House bid while speaking with Fox News. The governor has long been floated as a presidential contender due to his high favorability ratings as a traditional blue star. As people speculate what's going to happen down the road in 2028, I agree with President Trump. I agree with Marco Rubio. I think Vice President Vance would be a great nominee, Youngkin said. I think J.D. Vance would make a great presidential nominee. Notice how he didn't say president. He said nominee. These comments align with similar views expressed by other Republican figures, including President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Youngkin has been considered a possible candidate for the 2028 Republican nomination since his election as governor in 2021.
Before entering politics, he was the co-CEO of the Carlyle Group, a private equity firm. His 2021 victory in Virginia, a state that has leaned left in recent presidential elections, was achieved by focusing on issues such as education, taxes, and economic policy. Political observers have noted that Youngkin's executive experience and fundraising abilities as strengths for a national campaign. Virginia's constitution prevents governors from serving consecutive terms, which has led to speculation about his plans or his future plans. In recent years, he has visited states with early primaries and met with national donors, actions often associated with presidential ambitions. However, in the interviews, Youngkin did not address whether he intends to run himself, stating only his support for Vance. Youngkin's endorsement adds to a discussion about the Republican field for 2028, as President Donald Trump is ineligible to run again due to term limits. Other potential candidates mentioned in analyses include governors and senators from various states, but Vance has received early support from several party leaders. Youngkin's governance in Virginia includes efforts to reduce taxes, reform education standards, and promote business investments. These policies have been cited as models for national application. Vice President Vance has maintained a commanding poll lead throughout President Trump's second term. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been floated as a potential candidate, though he has expressed support for Vance's candidacy on more than one occasion. We don't want J.D. Vance as president, okay? We do not want a mouthpiece for Peter Thiel sitting in the Oval Office. I mean, he's as close as he can get right now, but like, do you want to just put Peter Thiel in charge of the country? Come on. Why don't we vote for Peter Thiel with Elon Musk as vice president? That's what you're doing if you vote for JD Vance. Poop balls. Hey Freedom. Thanks for hanging out. I have my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes as a staple of the show here, of course. And we have one more story to get into. So, man, I try to find at least one feel-good story every day. And I guess the Pam Bondi was it today, because I'm not sure necessarily that I feel great about the next story, but it has to do with artificial intelligence, a subject that we like to cover on this show. So let's go ahead and get into it. OpenAI acquires healthcare technology startup Torch for $60 million, source says. Now, this, if you look at our bias distribution, is completely a blind spot. Center-leaning 80% reporting with 20% coming from the left. There's only 16 articles, so this isn't a huge topic yet. But it's one that I saw, and it seemed pretty important to me. So my story is pulled from CNBC, which is number 2 on our factuality list. Very high factuality rating with a center-leaning distribution. Comes from Comcast Media. And we'll go ahead and just read about OpenAI acquiring tech medical startups. So OpenAI, okay, scroll back up here. So OpenAI has acquired the healthcare tech startup Torch, the company announced on Monday. OpenAI purchased Torch for roughly $60 million, according to a source familiar with the deal, who asked not to be named because the details are confidential. Torch was building a unified medical memory for artificial intelligence that aimed to bring patients' health data, which is typically siloed and stored across a number of different vendors and formats, into one place. Torch's employees will join OpenAI as part of the acquisition, the company said. I can't imagine a better next chapter than to now get to put our technology and ideas in the hands of hundreds of millions of people who already use ChatGPT for health questions every week, Torch CEO Ilya Abizov wrote in a post on X. Abizov previously co-funded another healthcare startup called Forward, which was a direct-to-consumer primary care business that carried out patient visits via tech-enabled care pods. Forward abruptly shuttered operations in 2024. OpenAI's acquisition of Torch comes just days after it unveiled ChatGPT Health, a new experience that allows users to connect their medical records and wellness apps to the AI chatbot. What? Okay. The company also announced several enterprise-grade products for healthcare organizations. Some of its initial partners include large health systems like HCA Healthcare. In December, OpenAI hired Google's Albert Lee to lead corporate development, a signal that the company will continue to hunt for M&A targets that can help it gain an edge over rivals like Google and Anthropic. The company made several acquisitions in 2025, including Jony Ives AI devices startup IO for more than $6 billion in May. Oh man. Oh man. Yes. Like Cherished Third Eye said in the chat, that is a terrible, terrible idea. So that was the last story that I had for today. But just to give you a little glimpse of what's going on in the world so that you can take a break from the stuff that really matters, I guess, and just see what's taking place in the world. So I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out, liking the stream. That really helps me out. I'm sure that everybody here is subscribed. I don't have many subscribers, but the ones of you out there, you're the good ones. You're the ones that matter. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Remember, you all have a too bad the doctors are mostly trash at their jobs. Dude, Andy, you have no idea, man. And even, I mean, because like you've been to one of the best hospitals in the state that we live in. I'm dealing with something where it's one of the best hospitals in the Midwest, and it's still the doctors just like throw shit at the wall to try to see what sticks. So yeah, thanks everybody. I appreciate everybody that came in, everybody who's catching it later. Just like I say every episode, remember that the people that you interact with, you've got an impact on those people, right? Like you may just interact with somebody quickly, but if you're positive and you're nice to them, you extend some human compassion to them, that could probably change. I mean, it has the possibility to change their entire day and even their entire life. Like things might be going really bad. Somebody might be in a really dark spot, and the positivity that you extend to them may be just what they need to help them get out of that. So, you're the best guest ever. Send me your medication records and I will try to help you. Hodo4, you're great, man. I love talking to you. You're funny. I appreciate the piss that you take out of me. It's really good. Freedom, cheers. Cherish Third Eye. I want to see the calendar. So, but yeah, everybody, thank you guys. I will be back on Friday. We'll do it again on then. And I should plug the Patreon. I have a Patreon now. You can be part of the show. You can have your name in the credits. I haven't made credits yet because I don't have any Patreon subscribers, but yeah. So anyway, thanks everybody. Have a wonderful week, and we'll catch up on Friday. If I don't see you before then in some other stream, in the comments, or if I'm on Drunken Peasants. Oh, right, the calendar. Thank you, Cherished Third Eye. The calendar. That's right. So January 13th, this day in science. 2015, team creates the first responsive human muscle tissue in a lab. A team led by Nadad Bursek, PhD Associate Professor of Biomedical Engineering at Duke University, produced the first lab-grown, fully responsive human muscle tissue. The tissue, which was created from a small culture of human cells, reacts identically to natural human muscle tissue and contracts when exposed to electrical currents, chemical stimulants, and pharmaceuticals. The achievement has a profound implication for the future of disease and drug research, with testing on functioning human muscles outside of a person's body. So that's pretty cool. Thank you for reminding me of that, Cherished Third Eye. And I'll keep doing that. We'll make it a part of it. I'll make sure that it's a routine. Maybe I'll start reading it at the beginning so I don't forget at the end while I'm doing my exit spiel. So thanks everybody. I appreciate you guys. I will see you guys, like I said, in the chats of somebody else's channel or back here on Friday. Take care, and we'll see you guys next time. All right.
she's untethered. She got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. You can try to control her, but it's futile to try. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. Hey baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring it down, you only get kind of game.
Hello and welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Friday, January 16th, 2026, and we're here to do some news. But before we do that, let me tell you, today's episode is brought to you by Nightly News This Morning, this show. Come check out our Patreon, where you can be a member for as little as $3 a month and help support the show. We've got a couple different tiers. You've got your name in the credits for $3 a month, name in your credits and access to a bonus show for $7 a month, name in your credits, 2 bonus shows, and being able to pick one topic per month for $14 a month. And then executive producer credit for $29 a month gets you access to all of those things, as well as like my contact information on Discord if you don't already have it, and kind of like a little bit more volume is low. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I apologize. I don't know what's going on. I hope that's a little better. So my microphone is this way and I'm talking this way. That's probably part of the problem. But yeah, so for $29 a month you can be an executive producer. So kind of, it's up to you. Awesome. Got the gain jacked up a little bit. So hopefully it's not too echoey either. So yeah, Nightly News This Morning, patreon.com/Nightly News This Morning if you want to become a member and help the show out. If not, not a big deal. We'll still be here. So I wanted to talk a little bit about personal bias this morning. So I have a friend who is a friend that I grew up with, that I know in person, and he watches the show, and we've been kind of like not necessarily diametrically opposed, but at times where I'm more conservative, he's more liberal, and I'm more liberal and he's more conservative. We've kind of gone back and forth. So he pointed out to me, he was like, I really kind of want to watch, I kind of want to support the show, but I feel like you might be alienating half of your audience because your bias is pretty out there. And I want to say, I don't necessarily consider myself left or right. I consider myself more anti-establishment than anything. I feel distrust for the system, but that's a me thing more than anything else. And while we're on that topic, like it shouldn't be necessarily like, oh, my guy versus your guy, because the last president to have an approval rating above 50% for their entire term, where they didn't end in the 30s, was JFK. So not only has it not happened in my lifetime, It hasn't happened since my father's in his 60s was a small child. So probably nobody is going to nobody that you pick, it's not like a team, it's not like a sports team that you get behind somebody. You've got to understand people are trying to vote for who they think is going to represent their ideals the most. And I think that maybe we should take the time to realize that when you come across somebody who is a Trump supporter or an anti-Trump supporter or something like that, rather than looking at them as diametrically opposed to you, maybe we should start to look at them as, okay, there are ideals that are important to them that my side is not representing in any way. And I think that that can go back and forth on many different topics. Personally, I don't necessarily like the way that abortion is, you know, it seems like maybe it's become a little bit too normalized in society. And I understand where my place is in the fact that I'm not a woman, so I don't have a whole lot of say in what a woman does with her body. And I that's fine. Um, if it were my own personal situation though, like I wouldn't encourage someone that I was with to get an abortion. And I understand there are personal choices behind that, but maybe as a society what we could do is try to improve the reasons why abortion is happening rather than try to outlaw it or codify it in law. We need to be thinking about like the implications for why it happens as a society. And I think that's one of those hot button issues where, you know, somebody has a hard stance on one particular topic and you're going to assume, oh, they're left or oh, they're right, when it's much, much more nuanced than that. And I would like to put my own personal bias aside more when it comes to this show. I don't want to alienate somebody who may have voted for Trump for what they consider a good reason, but they still have other values that may align with me. And now I understand that like some people are like, well, we're in a culture war and you have to do what you have to do. I think that the best thing to do is have understanding for your fellow American, your fellow, like, we share this country, we share this land, we share this planet with each other. And the best thing that we could do is have an open dialogue with each other and try to understand each other's points of view. Um, and I think that my friend, I would say that he really kind of, you know, he helped open my eyes to that a little bit more. I don't want to be somebody who is so hard stanced that people from the other side think that I'm unapproachable. That's not where I'm coming from. I would rather have an open dialogue with people. I think that that's really the best way to affect change, is to be able to be on the same page with people, find things that you have in common so that you can discuss what you don't have in common with each other civilly. Otherwise it's just going to be a my side versus your side, and nobody's going to be understanding enough to be able to change anybody's minds. So with that being said, though, I do want to say what's up to everybody. I see my friend Cowbat Boots was in the chat earlier, but they live in a different time zone. They had to go to bed. Crags is here. Hey, Crags, what's going up? Beardshire, my good friend from Drunken Peasants. Goldilocks, good to see you. And then Freedom says, what's up? What's going on, everybody? How are we doing? Now that all of that's all kind of out of the way, I'm going to start doing my This Day in Science calendar before we run into our news stories. So I'm in the best time zone, the West time zone. That's where I'm at. So, but yeah, my partner's parents got me this pretty neat This Day in Science calendar as part of my Christmas deal, and so I'm trying to incorporate it in the show. It says Friday, January 16th. So in 2019, engineers make wearable sensors that detect depression in youth. Engineers from the University of Vermont announced the creation of a type of wearable sensor that said it allowed them to detect signs of both anxiety and depression in those who wear it. The developers hope that this invention will help with early detection of dangerous mental health issues in young children who are difficult to diagnose, potentially preventing future self-harm and allowing caregivers to initiate treatment much earlier than usual for young adults. So that's pretty cool. So, what is up, Andy? I was actually just talking about you, my friend. I'm glad to see you, man. So yeah, and then no East. Oh, You're a slacker 3 hours behind us. That's true. That's true. I have to sleep in. I can't handle being up that early. I used to do some trading in the stock market, and it was a real hassle to have to be up at like, I don't know, like 4 a.m. my time to be all ready for that. It's like, this is rough. So, but anyway, with that being said, we are here to talk about the news. And like I said, I'm gonna try to keep my own personal bias out of these things. I try to sort my stories by factuality when I look at ground news, but that tends to have a lot of stories that lean a little bit more left, because ground news typically tends to rate left-leaning stories with more factuality. So, um, but anyway, let's go ahead and we'll get moving on our first story. We got 4 to get through. Let's do it. We're a little bit late today, but that's okay. That means that that everybody's already up and got their coffee in them and everything like that. I've got my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes, and we're gonna get going with it here. So, story number 1: Trump threatens to impose the Insurrection Act and send troops to Minneapolis. All right, what's going on here? We have a bias distribution pretty equal. You've got 33% from the left, 43% from the center, and 24% from the right. So a little bit more reporting on the left than the right, but it's still pretty equal. Tons of reporting on this today. 538 articles reporting, which is a lot. You know, typically 200 is a lot, so this is a lot. And my story is pulled from a source from CS Monitor, which is the Christian Science Monitor. I've got everything sorted by factuality, and it's only the third one down out of 500 stories, so that's pretty good. Let's get into it and see what they have to say. So, amid rising tensions in Minneapolis over his administration's immigration enforcement actions, President Donald Trump is threatening an option that would allow him to significantly expand the military's domestic presence. Invoking the centuries-old Insurrection Act would give the president the latitude to send the military into Minnesota over the objections of local and state officials, and allow those troops to take an active role in law enforcement. Kind of like what we saw him do in DC. If the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE. Okay, hold on. This is coming from the president. Let me use my Donald Trump voice. If the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law, stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that's taking place in the once great state, the president said on social media Thursday morning. There are multiple scenarios in which a president could invoke the act, as detailed in a Monitor explainer published in November, and the law allows the act to be used even if the state's governor objects. The administration's aggressive immigration enforcement has prompted protests in cities including Los Angeles, New York, and Portland, Oregon. Since federal law enforcement personnel have surged to Minneapolis in recent weeks, they've been met by protests and by people alerting others to ICE's presence in their neighborhood. On January 7th, Minneapolis resident Renee Good was stopped on the street where ICE vehicles were driving when officers tried to get her out of her vehicle, and one officer moved in front of her car. She turned to drive away when the officer shot her as he sidestepped the car. The fatal shooting galvanized public opposition to ICE in Minneapolis. People there clashed with federal law enforcement January 14th after a federal officer shot a Venezuelan man in the leg as he was, according to the Department of Homeland Security, resisting arrest during an attempted traffic stop. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, both Democrats, have called for protests to be peaceful as well as for ICE agents to leave the city. Let's turn down the temperature, Governor Walz wrote in a social media post, framing his comments as a direct appeal to Mr. Trump. Stop this campaign of retribution. The Insurrection Act, passed in 1807, allows the president to deploy the military to suppress a rebellion or enforce the rule of law in emergencies. It has been used rarely, most recently in 1992 during riots in Los Angeles. Mr. Trump has raised the prospect of using the act to quell immigration-related protests in Portland, to address crime in San Francisco, and to skirt legal setbacks to his deployment of the National Guard in major U.S. cities. During a meeting with military leaders on September 30th, Mr. Trump suggested that cities could be used as training grounds for the military. Ooh. The president never invoked the act and has since withdrawn National Guard troops from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland. On Thursday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responded to a reporter's question about whether Mr. Trump would invoke the act in Minneapolis by saying only that the president knows what he's going to do. A state could challenge the use of the act, but experts say the president has a wide latitude to decide what the law should or when the law should be invoked, which allows deploying troops if he or she considers it necessary to suppress insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy that prevents the execution of laws or deprives people of their rights. Huh. Well, that's interesting, isn't it, Tubes? New York opens early. When is this going to bubble over? That's a really good question. Presidents before him, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, also Bush, I guess, in 92. Would that have been it? Still, the Insurrection Act hasn't been employed since I was a child, so that has something to say. I'm in the same time zone as Beardshire. I guess maybe it is the best time zone, you guys. Maybe I'm in the slacker time zone. In hindsight, what they did, pretty terrible. They refused to let a doctor help her, refused to let her let the ambulance or a stretcher approach. Yeah, it was really messed up. So, but I don't want to normalize what's messed up, but I'm afraid that this is what's going to be the norm going forward. And that's why I try to highlight these things. I'm not trying to be part of the culture war. I'm not trying to say left versus right. I'm trying to highlight the issues that are happening that I see as important to the future of this country and the world. Just to bring a little bit more attention to it, if anything else. So, but let's get into story number 2. So this one doesn't have as many articles reporting. Next is getting people in trouble for talking about it online. I'm anticipating that's going to happen someday, Beardshire. Like, I'm not going to, and that's kind of the reason that I keep doing this. I don't necessarily make anything for it, but I'm afraid that we're going to get to a point where people who are reporting on these things are going to be silenced. And so until that happens, I'm going to be here. And maybe there are people out there who think that I'm being hyperbolic by saying that. But just in witnessing what's taking place, you have to put together like where things could possibly go. So, but that's just me. Let's get into story number 2. Schumer urges Trump to withdraw ICE agents from major U.S. cities. Kind of in relation to the story that we just read, but I like to highlight anything that has to do with Chuck Schumer because I think that he is a geriatric ineffectual. I don't think that he should be in the Senate anymore, and I don't think that anybody takes him seriously. So I do want to highlight this. It says 7 articles are reporting, with most of the reporting coming from the right. So this is actually a blind spot for the left that we're reading today. Not as many left-leaning articles are reporting on old Chucky sitting down with his neighbor Trump. That's right, they're both from New York. So I'm curious, does anyone know if Chuck Schumer knew Jeffrey Epstein? Because, like, they were in that New York circle together. I don't know. I'm just being speculative about that. What just happened here? Okay, it opened a different story. Sorry about that. So I have a story pulled from justthenews.com. If we scroll down here, you can see it's got a mixed factuality and it leans right. Like I said, you typically find with ground news that they give higher factuality ratings to left-leaning publications. That being said, I was going through formatting and paywalls and things like that, and this was just the best one to use for those things. So I try to point out which side we're reading from when we get into the story. So you can take that as you may. I don't necessarily. I read through the article. I didn't find anything that seemed unfactual or suspicious. So we'll get into this article from Just the News. President Donald Trump met with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer at the White House Thursday, where the pair discussed ongoing tensions between American protests and federal immigration operations nationwide. Protests against immigrations and custom enforcement operations have particularly surged in Minneapolis over the past week after an ICE agent fatally shot a woman who hit the agent with her car. Allegedly. There's speculation on that. Minnesota officials argue that the shooting was unjustified, while federal officers counter that the agent acted in self-defense. Schumer's office said the senator urged Trump to pull ICE agents from major cities because it was posing a risk to the public. Schumer also told President Trump that their actions are dangerous and putting more people at risk, and he must pull back ICE from U.S. cities, the statement said. The White House had not publicly commented on the unusual meeting so far. The leaders met in a group last year to discuss the end of the federal government shutdown, but the pair rarely directly interacted, according to Politico. Trump reportedly called for a meeting in order to discuss funding for the New York and New Jersey Gateway Tunnel project. The president threatened to withhold the funds of the project during last year's government shutdown, which would build new train tunnels under the Hudson River. Schumer urged Trump to release the funds for the project, which have already been allocated, but also asked the president to push Senate Republicans to approve a 3-year extension to the Obamacare subsidies, which expired earlier this year, which is never, ever going to happen, Chuck Schumer. Why are you asking for things that you know are never going to happen? That's silly. So, but yeah, like I said, I don't see much weight behind Chuck Schumer in his actions. I feel like a lot of what he does is really just for show. It's just for his constituents so he can say, look at me, this is what I've done. And he hasn't really done much, in my most humble opinions, tubes, but I digress. We're just going to keep rocking and rolling. He walked off uninjured and left the scene of the shooting. Yeah, no, he recorded it with his cell phone video, so so that they could see later what happened or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, rocking and rolling into story number 3 here. Interstellar comet 3I Atlas makes its final pass before leaving the solar system. This has been kind of a hot button topic that has cooled down a little bit, as it leaves and we don't face an alien invasion. It seems like people haven't really cared as much about 3I Atlas anymore. You do still have the occasional people like Avi Loeb and online internet weirdos still trying to say that it's space aliens, but I don't know, man. I don't know. So anyway, looking at our numbers here, this is a pretty even bias distribution. 43% of our articles are coming from the center, 29% from the left, 28% from the right. My article is pulled from discovermagazine.com. So we scroll down and it is 4th down on our factuality list. It says it has a very high factuality rating with a center-leaning distribution. And let's go ahead and see what they have to say about 3I Atlas. Everyone's favorite comet is about to fly away from Earth and continue on its interstellar journey. 3I Atlas recently passed by Earth on Friday, December 19th, and gave astronomers a fleeting but invaluable chance to study material forged around another star. Now, after its closest encounter, the visitor is already heading back into deep space, taking its secrets with it, but leaving behind a trove of data that scientists will be studying for years. On December 19th, the interstellar invader made its closest approach to Earth, coming within 168 million miles of our planet around 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 3I Atlas has already passed its closest point to the Sun, and this near-Earth flyby marked the beginning of its exit from the inner solar system. From here, the comet will continue moving outward, slipping past planets before eventually leaving the solar system altogether and resuming its long journey through the Milky Way. First spotted on July 1st, 2025 by the NASA Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, 3I Atlas immediately stood out. Its trajectory showed that it did not originate anywhere near the Sun, making it just the 3rd known object discovered passing through our solar system from interstellar space. Researchers have traced its path to a region of the galaxy older than our 6.4 billion year old solar system, meaning 3I Atlas formed around a star that predates the Sun itself. But you don't have to say goodbye just yet. Skywatchers hoping to catch a final glimpse can tune into the live stream hosted by the Virtual Telescope Project beginning at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as 3I Atlas slowly fades from view. And I don't know when that was. That might be today. That might have been a couple days ago. That might have been last month. But you're more than welcome to check it out. When 3i Atlas was first discovered, speculation spread quickly, including claims that it might be an alien spacecraft or a probe. Careful observation soon put those ideas to rest. Within months, astronomers confirmed that 3i Atlas looked strikingly familiar to comets within our solar system, with its icy nucleus surrounded by a glowing coma of gas and dust that changes chemical states as the comet warms. 3i Atlas also offered researchers a rare opportunity to examine the raw ingredients that form comets, asteroids, and planets around stars other than the sun. Observations across multiple wavelengths revealed a composition rich in carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, elements also common in our solar system comets. One particularly intriguing question involved X-rays. While comets from our solar system emit X-rays, astronomers had never confirmed whether interstellar comets behave the same way. Using Japan's X-ray imaging and spectroscope mission, scientists observed 3i Atlas in late November 2025, detecting X-rays extending nearly 248,000 miles. Yeah, 248,000 miles from its core. The data collected from 3i Atlas' most recent close encounter with Earth will help determine how these emissions form and whether they mirror the process seen closer to home. Long before telescopes and space missions, comets have inspired awe, fear, and fascinations. Humans have probably been captivated by comets longer than any archaeological record can testify. According to the European Space Agency, ancient rock carvings resembling comets appeared in Scotland and Italy, while Chinese astronomers meticulously tracked them for centuries, believing they revealed the will of the heavens. Elsewhere, comets were seen as omens. Roman astrologers blamed them for disasters ranging from war to disease, and medieval fear is famously preserved in the Bayeux Tapestry depiction of Halley's Comet. Even as early as 1910, the discovery of cyanogen in the tail of Halley's Comet triggered mass panic, complete with gas masks, prayer vigil, and so-called comet protection pills. Although 3i Atlas's visit is coming to an end, the insights it has provided will continue to shape our understanding of the world worlds far beyond our own. All right, so I do want to say one more time, definitively, 3i Atlas, not aliens, not a probe, just a comet. All right, and with that, we've only got one more story to get into today. And it has to do with Elon Musk and Grok and having too many babies and all kinds of things like that. So let's get into story number 4. Mother of Elon Musk's son sues his ex-AI over AI deep fake images. Well, what's going on here? This has to do with Ashley St. Clair, a woman who last year or the year before, gave birth to one of Musk's kids, but I think that it just came to light recently or something like that. So bias distribution is you've got more of the left than the right, 19% on the right, 41% on the left, with 40% coming from the center. So a little bit of a blind spot for the right. It's weird how these blind spots work, and you can kind of see where the bias lies and things like that. So let's get into, well, hold on. Sorry, the story is from Stuff. So it's third down on our factuality lists, leans left, very high factuality rating. Mother of Elon Musk's child sues over explicit Grok images. Let's see what's going on. Ashley St. Clair, the mother of one of Elon Musk's children, is suing his company XAI, claiming its Grok AI chatbot generated dozens of non-consensual, sexually explicit deepfake images of her, including depictions of her as a minor. Gross. The lawsuit, filed in the New York Supreme Court, accuses XAI of failing to prevent Grok from creating and distributing explicit images, despite public statements promising otherwise, The Guardian reported. St. Clair, a right-wing commentator and author, is seeking both punitive and compensatory damages. St. Clair, 27, alleges the platform created images of her as a naked child, as well as sexualized images of her as an adult, including at users' request to digitally put the girl in a bikini made out of floss. She also claims Grok responded to users' requests to alter her body with tattoos, including the phrase Elon's whore, and dressed her in a swastika pattern bikini despite her being Jewish, The Guardian reported. Her lawyer, Carrie Goldberg, a specialist in tech-related abuse cases, said, XAI is not reasonably safe product and it is a public nuisance. Companies should not be able to escape responsibility when the products they build predictably cause this kind of harm. The lawsuit further alleges that X, the platform Grok operates on, retaliated against St. Clair by demonetizing her account and enabling the generation of even more harmful images, The Guardian reported. Speaking on an interview on CNN, St. Clair said, "There's really no consequence for what's happening right now. They're not taking any measures to stop this behavior at scale." That's true. In response to growing public backlash over Grok being used to create sexualized images of women and minors, X recently announced that it would geo-block the ability to generate such content in countries where it is illegal. Musk has previously stated that the users are responsible for illegal content created with Grok, adding the chatbot does not spontaneously generate images but responds to the user's prompts. X has filed a countersuit claiming that St. Clair's case should be heard in Texas, not New York, citing its terms of service, The Guardian reported. They want the home field advantage. Okay. St. Clair, who gave birth to Musk's child in 2024, previously told The Guardian she felt horrified and violated, saying that consent is the whole issue. Okay. Well, that's not dystopian at all, is it, Tubes? Anyway, so yeah, that's the 4 stories that I have to highlight. But remember, if you become a member on Patreon, you've got the chance to pick some of the stories, to pick the content, help influence how the show goes, and yeah. So anyway, that's all that I've got for today, you guys. I hope everybody has a great weekend. If you don't have anything planned, I'm going out with some family tomorrow. Had a cousin who had a birthday last weekend, and we're gonna celebrate this weekend, and gonna go try to have a good time, enjoy some time with family, try to infect some positivity if I can, because like I try to say at the end of every episode, you interact with more people on a daily basis than you even realize, and you have the chance to affect every person that you interact with and make their day either better or worse. And so if you can make that person's day better, that's something that you can do to make the world a little better. So it's pretty easy. Doesn't take that much. It's just being a little bit positive. So anyway, that's all I've got for today, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And we will be back on Tuesday with more nightly news this morning. I've been Cousin Matt. This has been my channel. All the things. So thanks, guys. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Beardshire. Bad Wolf, good to see you. Goldilocks, Freedom, everybody, take care, and we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. Okay, take care.
Toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. I my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my aches. Cause my brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
Okay. All right. Welcome. Hello. Good morning, and welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. It would be Inauguration Day if it were an election year. I mean, it is a midterm election year, but I mean, like, if it were a presidential election year or the year after, I guess. So, but regardless, welcome to Nightly News This Morning. That's what I'm trying to say. So, how's everybody doing? I hope you had a great weekend. Great song for these times. Yeah, thanks. That's actually that was a song written and performed by my youngest brother, who's got no time for music right now because he's in the process of getting his PhD. So I keep trying. I'm like, I produced 4 songs for him, and I keep trying to get him to do more stuff. He's like, man, I just don't have the time. So he's in the middle of like doing a dissertation and thesis and all of that PhD stuff that I don't understand. So. But yeah, great music. Goldie, hello. Hi, welcome, Von Beardo. Thank you for being here. Kit B08. I the monitor's a little bit far away, so I can't quite see all of the names very well. But hey everybody, yeah, like I said, I hope you had a great weekend. The news is depressing sometimes. So I've got 4 stories picked out, and we'll look at ground news where it says that we're getting our information from. I tried to pick one story at the end that's a little bit more of a brighter for humanity kind of story, but these are like it was said in the comments, these are dark times right now. So but yeah, we'll read through and let's go ahead and just well, no, because I'm going to change things up a little bit. I said I was going to do the calendar at the beginning of the show, so we'll do that. Also, I need to plug the Patreon, patreon.com/nightly news this morning. If you want to become a producer supporter of the show, you can do that. And then today, this day in science news, January 20th, in 2016, scientists find evidence for a new 9th planet. Planetary scientists from the California Institute of Technology claim to have found strong evidence of a phantom planet X. The existence for such a planet in our solar system has been debated for over a century. By observing the peculiar behavior of 6 confirmed objects orbiting beyond Neptune, scientists calculated the existence of a planet 10 times Earth's mass to a 99.993% probability. The existence of a planet orbiting so far from our sun would redefine how we conceptualize our solar system. So that's pretty cool. Planet Nibiru or whatever they call it. So, Yamam, the news is never depressing. If you say so. I did want to say that while I normally say my Juneberry Red Bull not a sponsored tubes, I actually have a new thing today. I'm not sponsored by Red Bull, but this Red Bull was actually was purchased by one of the show supporters. So this Juneberry Red Bull is brought to you by Andy PDX, who is my good friend. He sent me a little bit of money on Cash App to support the show, and I appreciate that. I will have, it's my personal Cash App. I'm working on getting it show oriented, so we'll have that listed in the comments. Hopefully coming up in the next week or two. If you want to do Cash App and PayPal, things like that, you don't have to. We're not, the show goes on regardless. But the more support that the show gets, the more time that I can take out of my regular schedule to devote to making the show better. So it's, it's nice. It is what it is. So, But with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the first story of the day and see what's going on here. How about that, huh? All right. Putin invited to join Trump's Board of Peace for Gaza, the Kremlin says. What is a Board of Peace? Well, let's go ahead and let's see what we can figure out about it, and maybe we can learn together what the Board of Peace is. So, I have a story pulled from Euronews and sorted my stories by factuality on ground news like I always like to do. It's third down on the factuality list. But let's look at our blind spot distribution over here first, just to make sure that we're not getting an uneven side of the story one way or another. It says 45% of the sources are coming from the center, 25% from the left, 30% from, 30% from the left, 25% from the right. So a little bit more reporting from the left than the right, but not a blind spot by any means. So far, 234 articles are reporting on this. It's kind of big news. It's kind of what everybody's talking about right now. So Euronews says it's very high factuality with a center-leaning distribution. Comes from the European Broadcast Union. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with Russia joining Trump's Board of Peace. Russian President Vladimir Putin has been invited to join U.S. President Donald Trump's Board of Peace, aimed at resolving conflicts globally and oversee governance and reconstruction in Gaza, the Kremlin said on Monday. President Putin also received an invitation to join this Board of Peace, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov told journalists on Monday. Russia was seeking to clarify all the nuances with the offer with Washington, he said, without adding if Putin was inclined to join. The White House has reached out to various figures around the world to sit on the so-called Board of Peace, which is chaired by Trump himself. But the invitation to Putin is expected to raise eyebrows with the full-scale invasion of Ukraine nearing its fourth year and the Russian leader seemingly reluctant to commit to a peace deal. Look at that. Look at strong man right there. Meanwhile, the European Union's executive arm and Thailand were also asked to join the board, which was slammed by top Israeli officials on Monday as bad for Israel. The European Commission spokesperson Olaf Gill confirmed that Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the Commission, received an invitation and would be speaking to other European Union leaders about Gaza. Gill didn't say whether the invitation has been accepted, but that the Commission wants to contribute to a comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. It's unclear how many leaders have been invited to join the board, but a Trump reference in the invitation letters that the body would that the body would embark on a new approach to resolving global conflict suggested it could act as a rival to the UN Security Council, the most powerful body of global organization created in the wake of World War II. Israeli far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich dismissed the Board of Peace as a raw deal for Israel on Monday and called for its dissolution. It's time to explain to the president that his plan is bad for the state of Israel and to cancel it, he said in a ceremony inaugurating the new Yatzif settlement in the occupied West Bank. Gaza is ours. Its future will affect our future more than anyone else's. We will take responsibility for what happens there, impose military administration, and complete the mission. He even suggested that Israel renew a full-scale offensive on Gaza to destroy Hamas if it doesn't abide by the short ultimatum for real disarmament and exile. God. On Saturday, the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the formation of the committee wasn't coordinated with the Israeli government and is contrary to its policy. The U.S. is expected to announce its official members in the coming days, likely during the World Economic Forum meeting in Davos, Switzerland. Board members will oversee an executive committee that will be in charge of implementing the tough second phase for the Gaza peace plan that will include the deployment of an international security force, disarmament of Hamas, and reconstruction of the war-devastated territory. A $1 billion contribution secures permanent membership on the board, with the money going to rebuild Gaza, according to a U.S. official who spoke on the condition of anonymity about the charter, which hasn't been made public. But the details of how this will work remain murky. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said Monday that the UK is talking to allies about the Board of Peace. Although the UK hasn't said whether Starmer has been formally invited to join, he said it's necessary to proceed with the Gaza peace plan's second phase and that the country has indicated willingness to play our part, and we will. Ooh, that's not dystopian. Craigs, good morning. Hello, how are you? Just just getting done with our first story here, and go ahead and proceed into story number 2, which is on the same subject. So let's get into it, huh? All right, story number 2. China has been invited to join Trump's board of peace. Wow. So we've got Xi Jinping, we've got Vladimir Putin. Maybe we can get Kim Jong Un or Kim Jong Il or whichever one, Kim Jong Un, right? Maybe we can get the North Korea and Syria and everybody else in on this. So yeah, let's look at this. This one doesn't have as many articles reporting, so this must have been a fairly new story. It says 27 articles are reporting with a bias distribution of 47% on the left, 33% on the right, and 20% on the center. So again, left is a little bit more concerned about this than the right, or there's just more outlets reporting there. So my article is pulled from Reuters, and let's just go ahead and get into it. It's second on our factuality list here with a very high factuality rating and a center-leaning distribution. China on Tuesday confirmed that it had been asked to join U.S. President Donald Trump's Board of Peace, an invitation that Washington has extended to dozens of countries in his bid to launch a global initiative aimed at resolving conflicts. But Beijing, which recently struck a delicate trade truce with Washington, stopped short of saying whether it would accept or decline the invitation. Governments from around the world so far have reacted cautiously to Trump's invitation to join the initiative, which diplomats say could undermine the United Nations. Well, yeah, let's be honest, that's the point, right? The initiative would kick off by addressing the Gaza conflict and then be expanded to deal with other situations. The initiative's board would be chaired for life by Trump. Oh my God. Well, so like another 6 months to 2 years. Member states would be limited to 3-year terms unless they paid $1 billion each. The Chinese side has received the invitation from the U.S., said Gao Zhaikun, a spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry, at a regular news conference. He declined to comment when asked if China would accept the invitation. Asked how China would evaluate Trump's presidency in the past year, especially in light of his stance on Venezuela and the threat to annex Greenland, the spokesperson refrained from giving an assessment. Over the past year, China-U.S. relations have experienced ups and downs, but have achieved overall dynamic stability, said Gao, explaining that occasional occasional variability in the relationship could be expected. China is willing to work with the U.S. on further stabilizing ties while safeguarding its own interests, Gao said. Okay, so you've got Putin and you've got China. Like I said, the people that they're the people that they're inviting to this board of peace don't really seem to be officers of peace, but that's, I guess that's neither here or there, whatever. Factuality rating, so not fact. Whatever, man. Like they give you a factuality rating based on what they say, and like I said, I've seen some bias in this. I'm looking into straight and arrow news. I hear that that's another news aggregator that maybe has a little bit of their bias flushed out a little bit. I don't know. I need to check because, like I said, everyone has bias. You have your own inherent biases. When I say something, you react one way or another just based on what I'm talking about. So like everybody has their biases. This show is really just about like trying to keep that in the forefront while we are trying to absorb the news as unbiased as we can. Maybe take it out a little bit, but again, like I said, not everybody's gonna be able to do that. So take a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull sponsored by Andy PDX tubes. And then we'll get into story number 3, which, believe it or not, even more grim, but like I said, 3 grim stories and then one that's a little bit better for humanity. So, third death in 44 days at Texas ICE detention camp. All right, let's get into it because it's important to know what's going on here and what the news says about it. It says on January 14th, Victor Manuel Diaz, 36, a Nicaraguan national, was pronounced dead at Camp East, Montana, Fort Bliss area detention facility. I said the death was a presumed suicide, while the official case is under investigation. Let's keep that in mind while we read the story. So, bias distribution is right down the center at 65%, 19% from the left, 16% from the right. My story is from the Associated Press, which does have a left-leaning bias distribution on it. But the formatting was okay. It says it's very high factuality. So, again, they're going to be a little bit more left in the way that they present this story. So, an immigrant from Nicaragua was found dead at a Texas immigration detention facility last week, federal officials said. Victor Manuel Diaz appears to have killed himself Wednesday at the sprawling tent complex at the U.S. Army Fort Bliss base in El Paso, Immigrations and Custom Enforcement said in a statement. The federal investigation into his death continues. It's the same facility where ICE said another detainee died earlier this month as staff members tried to keep him from killing himself. But a fellow detainee said at least 5 officers were restraining the handcuffed inmate and at least one had his arm around his neck. Editor's note: this story includes discussion of sewer slide. If you or someone you know needs help, the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in the U.S. is available by calling or texting 988. So that's good to keep in mind. Diaz was swept up on January 6th in a federal crackdown on immigration in Minnesota and sent to Texas, ICE said. Diaz entered the United States on March 2024, and Border Patrol officers took him into custody. He was released on parole pending a court date, and a judge ordered him to leave the U.S. in an August hearing that Diaz did not attend, ICE said. Diaz was given a final order for removal on January 12th, 2 days before he was found unconscious in his room, authorities said. ICE didn't release any other details on Diaz's death. The agency notified Congress and released a statement on its website of all in-death custodies. Diaz, 36, was being held at Camp Montana East, where ICE said another detainee, Gerardo Lunas Campos, died as staff members tried to prevent him from killing himself. But a preliminary investigation by the El Paso County Medical Examiner's Office found that Lunas Campos, 55, died from asphyxiation from chest and neck compression and said the death would likely be classified as a homicide. A fellow detainee told the Associated Press that Lunas Campos was handcuffed and refused to go back into his cell when at least 5 guards pinned him to the floor. The detainee said at least one of the guards squeezed an arm around Lunas Campos's neck. I said that it's still investigating that death. Okay. I would just say that we should take everything that ICE says with like the biggest grain of salt, just based on the facts that were given on this story about a previous death that happened. We weren't in the facility, so we don't know. And unfortunately, I think the way that things are going is we're going to continue to get less and less information about what goes on in these facilities. So I think that it's important to highlight stories like these, because otherwise, how is justice ever going to be served for these people? Is it? I don't know. It's pretty dark. It's pretty dark. I'm going to leave it at that. Anyway. So take it with a grain of salt. But was that the factuality thing or rating? The factuality rating was high on that particular news source, and it's the Associated Press. Obviously, Ground News is the one who's rating the factualities, so you have to take that into consideration. But that's the most disclosure you'll get from any news. I appreciate the ratings. Well, thank you. So I try to point out as much as I can, you know. You are more than welcome to do a deep dive into any subject that you want, and you can pretty much root out what is factuality, what is fact and what isn't, by reading multiple sources. That's all that you have to do. I've been doing this long enough that I'm able to kind of root out what is editorial in reporting and what is the actual fact. And I have certain publications that I go to because I know that they do a better job at reporting literally just the facts. So everybody is going to interject. Like I said, everybody's going to interject their own bias into the story. But I think that places like the Associated Press and Reuters and things like that do a pretty good job of being pretty factual. And if you don't agree with me, that's, you know, that's completely your call. And your mom, you are more than welcome to join the Patreon and make me report about anything that you want me to report on. So that is an option, but obviously you don't have to donate, but it's much appreciated. God, I miss Josh. Anyway, last story of the day, like I said, is a little bit better, a little bit more positive outlook for humanity. It's kind of a long story, so it's sciency, and if I lose you on it, it's okay. But yeah, let's get into the last story of the day a little bit better. So, scientists discover hidden magnetic order in mysterious pseudo-gap phase. And you can see that there are only 11 articles reporting on this with a center-leaning distribution of 100%. So, yeah. So I have a story pulled from physics.org because, and it's third on the factuality list, but you can see these are all science publications. So all of these have a vested interest in reporting factually. And let's see what this means and what it might mean for humanity. Scientists have uncovered a link between magnetism and a mysterious phase of matter called the pseudo-gap, which appears in certain quantum materials just above the temperature at which they become superconducting. The findings could help researchers design new materials with sought-after properties such as high-temperature superconductivity, in which electric current flows without resistance. Using a quantum simulator chilled to just above absolute zero, the researchers discovered a universal pattern in how electrons, which can have a spin of up or down, influence their neighbor's spin as the system cools. The finding represents a significant step towards understanding the unconventional superconductivity and were the result of a collaboration between the experiments at the Max Planck Institute of Quantum Optics in Germany and the theoretical physics, including Antoine Georges, director of the Center for Computational Quantum Physics, and at the Simons Foundation Flatiron Institute in New York City. The international research team published their results in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Superconductivity has driven decades of research and holds the promise to revolutionize everything from long-distance power transmission to quantum computing. However, superconductivity is still not fully understood. In many high-temperature superconductors, the transition to superconducting state does not emerge out of a conventional metallic state. Instead, the material first enters a curious intermediate regime known as the pseudo-gap, in which electrons start behaving in unusual ways, and fewer electron states are available for electrons to flow through the material. Understanding the pseudo-gap is widely considered essential for unraveling the mechanisms behind superconductivity and designing materials with improved properties. The materials containing an unrelated number of electrons, the electrons arrange themselves in an orderly, alternating magnetic pattern known as antiferromagnetism. In this pattern, neighboring electrons spin, point in opposite directions, like dancers following a precise left-right rhythm. But when the electrons are removed through a process known as doping, this magnetic order becomes strongly disturbed. For a long time, researchers assumed that doping destroyed long-range magnetic order entirely. The new study in PNAS, however, shows that in extremely low temperatures, a subtle form of organization remains hidden beneath the apparent disorder. These experiments were informed by theoretical work on the pseudo-gap conducted at the CCQ that resulted in a 2024 paper in Science. The experimental research team turned to the Fermi-Hubbard model, a well-established theoretical framework that captures the interaction of electrons within a solid. Rather than working with real materials, the team recreated the model using lithium atoms cooled to a billionth of a degree above absolute zero. The atoms were arranged in a precisely controlled optical lattice made of laser light. Such ultra-cold atom quantum simulators enable scientists to mimic complex materials under controlled conditions, a feat impossible in a traditional solid-state experiment. Using a quantum gas microscope, a device capable of imaging individual atoms and their magnetic orientation, the research team took more than 35,000 high-resolution snapshots of an individual atoms. These images revealed both the spatial positions and the magnetic correlations of atoms across a wide range of temperatures and doping levels. It's remarkable that quantum analog simulators based on ultra-cold atoms can now be cooled down to temperatures where intricate quantum collective phenomenon show up, says Georges. Wow. This is quite intricate. The results were striking. Magnetic correlation flows a single universal pattern when plotted against a specific temperature scale, explains lead author Thomas Chaplin of the Max Planck Institute of Quantum Optics. And this scale is compared to the pseudogap temperature, the point at which the pseudogap emerges. In other words, the pseudogap is linked to the subtle magnetic patterns that lie beneath the apparent chaos. The study also revealed that the electrons in this regime do not simply interact in pairs. Instead, they form a complex multi-particle correlated structures. Even a single dopant can disrupt magnetic order over a surprisingly large area. Unlike previous studies which focused on correlation between 2 electrons at a time, the new study measured correlations including up to 5 particles simultaneously, a level of detail achieved by only a handful of labs worldwide. Revealing hidden correlations. For theorists, these results provide a new benchmark for models of the pseudogap. More broadly speaking, the new findings bring scientists closer to understanding how high-temperature superconductivity emerges from the collective behavior of interacting dancing electrons. By revealing the hidden magnetic order in the pseudogap, we are uncovering one of the mechanisms that may ultimately be related to superconductivity. The study also highlights the power of collaboration between experiment and theory by combining detailed theoretical predictions with highly controlled quantum simulations. The researchers were able to identify patterns that would have otherwise remained concealed. The research is a result of an international collaboration that combines experimental and theoretical expertise. Future experiments will further cool the system, search for new forms of order, and develop novel ways of observing quantum matter from fresh perspectives. Analog quantum simulations are entering a new and exciting stage which challenges the classical algorithms that we developed at the CCQ. At the same time, those experiments require guidance from theory and classical simulations. Collaboration between scientists and experimentalists is more important than ever. All right, so that's a little bit of good news. So that has a lot to do with superconductivity and electrical transmission and things like that. So good for humanity, I would say. So science is not fact, it's a choice. Okay. Maybe faster than light will be a reality one day. That would be nice. Yeah. But I will say this, Cousin Matt looks like a journalist. Thank you. I do try. I put the tie on because that's what journalists do. It's a theory. Okay. I mean, theories lead to, discovery. So scientists have a theory and then they go out and they try to prove if it's real, and that's how we get progress. So I think it's good. Good morning, Evan PDX. So that is that's my 4 stories for today, tubes. So we've got a week ahead of us. We'll be back on Friday. We'll be doing it again, and we'll see what's happened since then. Like I said, we got some things you can check out. The Patreon if you want to be involved in the show. Help determine what kind of stories and what kind of things we talk about, kind of places we look for things and such like that. So and with that, just remember, you have a larger impact on the world around you than you realize. The people that you interact with on a daily basis have to go about their day, and your interaction with them could make or break their day. I mean, it could. It's a possibility. You don't know what kind of day that somebody's having, and so try to give people, the benefit of the doubt. Try to give them a little bit of leeway, and and if you can make their day a little bit better, that's always 1,000 years ago in the news. You know what? That's a good idea. So, But yeah, with that, you guys, I appreciate everyone who's been here, everybody that's been in the chat, that's subscribed, and we'll be back on Friday. Thank you so much, and or 100 years. Yeah, we could do 100 years ago in the news. That wouldn't be a bad idea. That would be kind of easy to do because they had news 100 years ago. So, all right, guys, take care, and we will see you Friday. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Cousin Matt. This is Nightly News This Morning, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. And I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. And every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. From the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of this weakness that timidly take hold, makes me shiver. Yeah, rising someday too soon, the top will blow off. And I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. You could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Till then it simmers. Right through my bones. That
Okay. Good morning. Hello. How is everyone? Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Friday, January 21st. No, 23rd, January 23rd, 2026. And it's Friday, so we're gonna do the news thing. We're gonna do the Tuesday Friday news thing. So we're gonna look at some ground news. We're gonna see what's going on in the world. Just kind of take a break from the other stuff that's going on. I know I'm in commentary for things. This is kind of a break from that. This is pushing that to the side for 30-45 minutes a couple times a week, just to kind of see what's going on in the world. So good morning, everybody. Everybody in the chat that's here, thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. We're gonna start the day with our This Day in Science calendar that I got for Christmas. So Friday, January 23rd, 2020, biologists create venomous organoids. Biologists from the Hubert Institute announced that they had successfully created organoids, or functional pieces of an animal, from the venom glands of a Cape Coral snake. Importantly, these venomous organoids are fully capable of producing the snake's signature venom, a faculty that researchers say is vital to aiding in the production of potential antivenoms. So that's pretty cool. This Day in Science, some work on anti-venom. Nice. All right, so I need to do just one thing before we get going here this morning, because I just screwed something up on my production here. But I'm gonna try to talk and make it sound like there's nothing going on. Does anybody have any plans this weekend? Is anybody doing anything fun? Doing anything meaningful? I know that there's a lot going on in the world. Some people are out there protesting. Some people are just out there, doing their thing. And so, yeah, I don't know. I have been working a new job this week. Some people know what's going on with me. Some people don't. I probably just going to be doing that this weekend, to be honest. I have been enjoying driving around in my new electric car, and it's been pretty cool. So that's pretty much all that I have planned for the weekend right now. But the great thing about what I do is it's pretty flexible. So like if my plans change, I can change it. So spending time with my son, that is a great way to spend your weekend. So surviving the snow. Yeah, we were talking about that. Where I'm at, we're not getting hit with any of that crazy snowstorm yet, but like who knows, maybe it'll move its way west and we'll get hit. That looks like east, but that's what I mean. So yeah, not too much spending time with your son. That's a great thing to do. My son is he's in his 20s and he's in college. Spends most of his time either studying or riding his motorcycle or spending time with his girlfriend. So I try to squeeze some time in there when I can, but it gets harder the older that he gets. So, but yeah, that's what I've got going on. So we're gonna go ahead and get started today and get into our 4 stories and see what's going on. Before we do, I will take a sip of my staple of the show, Juneberry Red Bull. Not a sponsor. Tubes, you know the thing. All right, and with my whistle wet, let's go ahead and get going here. So. All right, story number 1. The House narrowly defeats war powers resolution seeking to check Trump's military action in Venezuela. So on Thursday, the House narrowly rejected a war resolutions power seeking to restrict the president's military authority in Venezuela. A 215 to 215 tie with Speaker Mike Johnson held the vote open 20 minutes for one person to cast the deciding vote. Wow. Bias distribution has a lot less coming from the right than it does from the left. 35% of our distribution is coming from the left, 53% from the center, and only 12% from the right. So could be kind of considered a blind spot here for the right. Probably something that they're not that worried about. Most people on the right are like, oh yeah, keep the president is in charge of the military. Congress doesn't need to declare a war or anything like that. So checks and balances just go out the window the further down in this administration we get. So I have my story sorted by factuality, because that's what I like to do on ground news, to see who I'm getting the least amount of BS from. And when I sorted the stories by factuality, the top rated factuality is PBS NewsHour. It says very high factuality rating with a left-leaning distribution. So I've got that pulled up again. I like to highlight public broadcasting and any of the publications that Trump has threatened to or has pulled funding from, because I'd like to get more eyes on that. I think that yeah, I don't think that the administration needs to be involved in that. But anyway, let's get into the story from PBS NewsHour. The House rejected a Democratic-backed resolution Thursday that would have prevented President Donald Trump from sending U.S. military forces to Venezuela after a tied vote on the legislation failed just short of the majority needed for passage. The tie vote was the latest sign of Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson's tenuous hold on the majority, as well as some of the growing pushback in the GOP-controlled Congress to turn Trump's aggression in the Western Hemisphere. A Senate vote on a similar resolution was also tied last week until Vice President J.D. Vance broke the deadlock. The defeat of the resolution Thursday, Republican leaders had to hold the vote open for more than 20 minutes while Republican Representative Wesley Hunt, who had been out of Washington all week campaigning for a Senate seat in Texas, rushed back to Capitol Hill to cast the decisive vote. On the House floor, Democrats responded with shouts that Republican leaders were violating the chamber's procedural rules. Two Republicans, Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska and Thomas Massie of Kentucky, voted with all Democrats for the legislation. The War Powers Resolution would have directed Trump to remove U.S. troops from Venezuela. The Trump administration told senators last week that there are no U.S. troops on the ground in the South American nation, and committed to getting congressional approval before launching major military operations there. But Democrats argued that the resolution is necessary after the U.S. raid to capture Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, and since Trump has stated plans to control the country's oil industry for years to come. Thursday's vote was the latest test in Congress of how much leeway Republicans will give a president who's campaigned on removing the U.S. from foreign entanglements, but has increasingly reached for military options to impose his will in the Western Hemisphere. So far, almost all Republicans have declined to put checks on Trump through the War Powers votes. Representative Brian Mast, a Republican chair of the House Armed Service Committee, accused Democrats of bringing the War Powers resolution to a vote out of spite for Trump. It's about the fact that you don't want President Trump to arrest Maduro, and you will condemn him no matter what he does, even though he brought Maduro to justice with possibly the most successful law enforcement operation in history, Mast added. Except for, did he? He brought him to the United States. So he's not facing justice on like a world stage. He's facing American justice, which is problematic. Still, Democrats stridingly argued that Congress needs to assert its role in determining when the president can use wartime powers. They have been able to force a series of votes in both the House and Senate as Trump in recent months ramped up his campaign against Maduro and set his sights on other conflicts overseas. Donald Trump is reducing the United States to a regional bully with fewer allies and more enemies. Representative Gregory Meeks, the top Democrat of the House Foreign Aid Affairs Committee, said during a floor debate, "This isn't making America great again, it's making us isolated and weak." Last week, Senate Republicans were only able to narrowly dismiss the Venezuelan War Powers Resolution after the Trump administration persuaded two Republicans to back away from their earlier support. As part of that effort, Secretary of State Marco Rubio committed to a briefing next week before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Yet Trump's insistence that the U.S. will possess Greenland over objections of Denmark, a NATO ally, has alarmed some Republicans on Capitol Hill. They have mounted some of the most outspoken objections to almost anything the president has done since taking office. Trump this week backed away from military and tariff threats against European allies as he announced that his administration was working with NATO on a framework of a future deal on Arctic security. But Bacon expressed frustration with Trump's aggressive foreign policy and voted for the War Powers Resolution, even though it only applies to Venezuela. "I'm tired of all the threats," he said. Trump's recent military actions and threats to do more have reignited decades-old debate in Congress over War Powers Act, a law passed in the early 1970s by lawmakers looking to claw back their authority over military actions. The War Powers Resolution was passed in the Vietnam War era as the U.S. sent troops to conflicts throughout Asia. It attempted to force presidents to work with Congress to deploy troops if there hasn't already been a formal declaration of war. Under the legislation, lawmakers can also force votes on legislation that directs the president to remove U.S. forces from hostilities. Presidents have long tested those limits, or the limit of those parameters, and Democrats argue that Trump in his second term has pushed those limits farther than ever. The Trump administration left Congress in the dark ahead of the surprise raid to capture Maduro. It has also used an evolving set of legal justifications to blow up alleged drug boats and seize sanctioned oil tankers near Venezuela. As the Trump administration oversees the sale of Venezuelan petroleum worldwide, some Senate Democrats are also questioning who is benefiting from the contracts. In one of the first transactions, the U.S. granted Vitol, the world's largest independent oil broker, a license worth roughly $250 million. A senior partner at Vitol, John Addison, gave roughly $6 million to Trump-aligned political action committees during the presidential election, according to donation records compiled by Open Secrets. God damn, same as it ever was. Congress and American people deserve full transparency regarding any financial commitments, promises, deals, or other arrangements related to Venezuela that could favor donors to the president's campaign and political operations. 13 Democratic senators wrote to the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, Thursday in a letter led by Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California. The White House said it's safeguarding the South American country's oil for the benefit of both the people of Venezuela and the United States. Sure it is. Okay. American justice is problematic, right? Who knew? That's not even the real mom. Goldilocks get blocked, troll. Get blocked, troll. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, that's what's going on with Congress and Venezuela and the War Powers Act. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on in the banking sector, huh? Story number 2: Trump sues J.P. Morgan, Jamie Dimon for $5 billion over alleged political debanking. Okay. All right. Bias distribution on this one is right down the center. 48% from the center, in fact, with 26 on the left and 26 on the right. We have 84% of our sources are high factuality or above, so you know that you're getting as little BS as possible. And my story is from Syracuse.com, and if we scroll down, it's definitely up on the factuality list. But I was looking for somebody who was actually from the United States, and so I had to kind of scroll down to find one that wasn't behind a paywall, was formatted right, and was from the United States. So let's get into. It says Trump sues major U.S. bank for $5 billion over account closures. Let's see what's going on here. President Donald Trump is suing banking giant J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO Jamie Dimon for $5 billion on Thursday over alleged allegations that J.P. Morgan stopped providing banking services to him and his businesses for political reasons after he left office in January 2021. The lawsuit filed in the Miami-Dade County Court in Florida alleges that J.P. Morgan abruptly closed multiple accounts in February of 2021 with just 60 days notice and no explanation. By doing so, Trump claims J.P. Morgan and Dimon cut the president and his businesses off for millions of dollars, disrupted their operations, and forced Trump and the businesses to urgently open bank accounts elsewhere. J.P. Morgan Chase debanked Trump and his businesses because it believed the political tide at the moment favored doing so, the lawsuit alleges. In the lawsuit, Trump alleges he tried to raise the issues personally with Dimon after the bank started to close his accounts, and that Dimon assured Trump that he would be able to figure out what was happening. The lawsuit alleges Dimon failed to follow up with Trump. What is this? Oh, that's formatting. Cool. Trump alleges he raised the issue. Damon assures Trump that he would. The lawsuit alleges Damon failed to follow up with Trump. Further, Trump's lawyers allege that J.P. Morgan placed the president and his companies on a reputational blacklist that both J.P. Morgan and other banks used to keep clients from opening accounts with them in the future. In a statement, J.P. Morgan said it believes the suit has no merit. Trump threatened to sue J.P. Morgan Chase Last week, at the time of heightened tensions between the White House and Wall Street, the president said that he wants to cap interest rates on credit cards at 10% to help lower the costs of consumers. Chase is one of the largest issuers of credit cards in the country, and bank officials told reporters that it would fight any effort by the White House or Congress to implement a rate cap on credit cards. Bank industry executives have also blistered at Trump's attack on the independence of the Federal Reserve. Debanking occurs when a bank closes the accounts of a customer or refuses to do business with the customer in the form of loans or other services. Once a relatively obscure issue in finance, debanking has become a politically charged issue in recent years, with conservative politicians arguing that banks have discriminated against them and their affiliated interests. Debanking first became a national issue when conservatives accused the Obama administration of pursuing banks to stop extending services to gun stores and payday lenders under Operation Choke Point. Trump and other conservative figures have alleged that banks cut them off from their accounts under the umbrella term of reputational risk after the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Since Trump came back into office, the president's banking regulators have moved to stop any banks from using reputational risk as a reason for denying services to customers. JP Morgan Chase conduct is a key indicator of systematic subversive industry practices that aim to coerce the public to shift and realign their political views, Trump's lawyers wrote in the lawsuit. Trump accuses the bank of a triad libel and accuses Diamond himself of violating Florida's Unfair and Deceptive Trade Practices Act. In its statement, JP Morgan said that it regrets that Trump sued the bank, but it insists that it did not close the accounts for political reasons. JP Morgan Chase does not close accounts for political or religious reasons, a bank spokesperson said. We do not close accounts because they create legal or regulatory risk for the company. I will point out that that's not what they're saying. They're saying reputational risk. Not regulatory risk or anything like that. Reputational risk, which seems reasonable to me, but I'm just some asshole that reads news on the internet, so I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna keep trucking along here and talk about Pam Bondi. Got to show her some respect. She's our Attorney General. AG Pam Bondi says Minnesota woman arrested over disturbing ICE pastor's church services. Who cares? 48% from the center, 29% from the right, 23% from the left, and distribution of facts, 79% high factuality or above. My story is pulled from NBC, which is third down on the factuality list. It does say that it leans left, but it has a very high factuality rating. Trump administration arrests 3 protesters who disrupted Minneapolis church service. All right, let's go ahead and get into the story here. Homeland Security and FBI agents arrested 3 protesters in connection with a demonstration that interrupted Sunday services at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota, Attorney General Pam Bondi said Thursday on social media. The protesters, Nikema Levy Armstrong, Chantel Louisa Allen, and William Kelly, and others involved in the demonstration, objected to a pastor at City's Church who they said works for Immigrations and Custom Enforcement. Meanwhile, a federal magistrate judge rejected a criminal complaint against journalist Don Lemon, who he said was at the church protest because he was reporting on it, according to a source familiar with the matter who described Bondi as enraged by the decision. Several organizers of the protest were calling for the resignation of Pastor David Easterwood, who they say is also the acting director of an ICE field office in St. Paul. In that role, Easterwood spoke alongside Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem about ICE activity in October, according to a video from NBC affiliate KARE in Minneapolis. Noem shared a photo of Armstrong's arrest on social media Thursday, saying she was being held on conspiracy charges, alleging she played a key role in orchestrating the church riots in St. Paul, Minnesota. Religious freedom is the bedrock of the United States. There is no First Amendment right to obstruct someone from practicing their religion, Noem said. Jordan Kushner, Armstrong's attorney, said in a phone call Thursday afternoon that his client was arrested for doing a peaceful, nonviolent protest in a church, and demonstrators were engaged in exercise of free speech. The Justice Department officials have said that they were pursuing the investigation based upon the Freedom of Access to Clinical Entrances Act of 1994, which covers reproductive health services as well as places of worship under a compromise legislators reached in the wake of several killings of abortion doctors. This is not what that is. Okay. Kushner said he's not yet received official documentation about what charges Armstrong faces. She's being detained at the federal courthouse, he said. In a social media post, DHS said Allen has been charged with conspiracy to deprive rights for her role in the St. Paul church riots. Allen is a St. Paul school board member. NBC News has reached out to Allen for comment but did not immediately receive a response. An attorney has not yet been listed for her. Kelly, who goes by the username DeWokeFarmer on social media, could not be reached for comment Thursday, and an attorney has not yet been listed for him. He posted a video on TikTok about 3 hours before his arrest Thursday condemning Armstrong's arrest. My lawyers tell me they have no effing case, Kelly said in the video, adding that the use of the FACE Act to justify her arrest is complete bullshit. Kelly was among the protesters in the church. He posted 2 videos on TikTok showing his participation Sunday. Videos from inside the church showed dozens of demonstrators marching as they chanted "ICE out" and "David Easterwood out now." Rebecca, a churchgoer who witnessed the protest and asked that her last name be withheld because of privacy concerns, told NBC News on Wednesday that she began hearing voices coming from the back of the church after congregation ended a prayer during Sunday service. The pastor then invited the people in the back to sit, but they remained standing and started chanting "ICE out" and "Justice for Renee Good," Rebecca said, adding that Sunday was the first time she had attended services at City's church. Churchgoers began whispering to one another about what to do, and then several children burst into tears during the commotion, Rebecca said. Some families stormed out, maybe, while others shouted at the protesters to leave. Rebecca said that when she decided to leave, a protester approached her asking, "You call this house of the Lord, but you have an ICE director for your pastor?" Rebecca said she was shocked to learn that because she doesn't approve of the tactics being used by immigration officers. "We're seeing evil happen, seeing a lot of dehumanizing," Rebecca said, adding that she never feared for her safety while the protest happened in the church. "There are no do's and don'ts with protests." In a statement Tuesday, churchgoers condemned the protest, saying demonstrators accosted members of our congregation, frightened children, and created a scene marked by intimidation and threat. "Such conduct is shameful, unlawful, and will not be tolerated," it said, adding that it was evaluating next steps with our legal counsel. The scene sparked intense reaction online and from Trump administration officials, prompting the Justice Department to launch an investigation Monday. In a live stream with Lemon, Armstrong said they cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who's directing ICE agents to wreak havoc among our community and who killed Renee Good. Armstrong, who is also an ordained minister and a civil rights attorney, told NBC News on Monday that the church invited them in, so she took it as an opportunity for dialogue and wanted to raise awareness with the congregation about who Easterwood is, so members could decide whether they feel comfortable taking their families to the congregation. The arrest came after the demonstrations intensified across Minnesota in the wake of Good's fatal shooting by an ICE officer on January 7th. Doug Wardlow, director of litigation at True North Legal, the group providing legal representation to City's Church, said in a statement Thursday, "The arrest and prosecution to follow up will help ensure that mob aggressions like City's Church experienced will not be repeated in any other house of worship." Correction. A previous version of this article misstated the location of the church where the protest occurred. It was in St. Paul, Minnesota, not Minneapolis, Minnesota. Cool. Okay, well. Peaceful. Psh, yeah, right. I mean, mostly peaceful, right? Anyway, I'm not here to comment on that one way or another. I'm here to read the news. To use the people. The people. All right, so one more story, right? Let's get into the last one, huh? It's a mixed bag, you know. It's a little good, a little bad, you know. Take it how you will, I guess. Story number 4. Colorectal cancer now the top cause of cancer deaths for Americans under 50. Now, if you read that, you would think that the rates are up, but what's actually going on is the rates of all the other cancers are going down except for that one. Wonder if it has something to do with the food that Americans eat. I don't know. But anyway, on Thursday, a study found that colorectal cancer is now the leading cause of cancer deaths among people younger than 50 in the United States. And we have mostly the left is reporting on this, with 44% of the reporting is coming from the left. 52% of the reporting is coming from the center, and 4% is coming from the right. So guess the right's not worried about dying of colorectal cancer. I don't know. It says 100% of the sources are high factuality. That's good. So my story is pulled from ABC. So I think it's on the factuality list here. It's the last one down. There are more stories, obviously, but it does say it's got a very high factuality with a left-leaning distribution. It's sometimes you got to find one that's from America with a decent format on it. So let's get into the story here. So top causes of cancer deaths in America under the age of 50 fell by 44% overall in the past 3 decades, with the notable exception was rising colorectal cancer deaths, according to a new study from the American Cancer Society. Analyzing over 1.2 million deaths from cancer between 1990 and 2023, the researchers found that colorectal cancer deaths increased a little over 1% annually, making it the top cause of cancer deaths for men and women combined. The findings were published in the peer-reviewed medical journal JAMA. Meanwhile, other leading causes of cancer deaths in people under 50, including lung leukemia and breast cancer, have decreased by up to 6% annually, which is great news. Dr. William DeHutt, an oncologist and chief science officer for the American Cancer Society, said, "Better treatment is helping people live longer. My sense is, if you would break down the improvements, more than half of it is certainly due to better therapies," he told ABC News. He also pointed to decreased tobacco use, which helped drive a 5.7% annual decrease in lung cancer deaths. In 1990, lung cancer was the leading cause of cancer death among people under 50, but now it ranks 4th. Although more women were diagnosed with breast cancer over the study period, related deaths decreased by an average of 1.4% per year. However, it remains the leading cause of cancer death in younger women. Cervical cancer deaths modestly decreased by about 0.5% per year and remain the 3rd leading cause of cancer-related deaths in young women. Screening exams are recommended for both breast and cervical cancer types, and vaccinations against the primary cause of cervical cancer, the human papillomavirus, or HPV, has been available since 2006. I think there are a good chance we see dramatic decreases in cervical cancer deaths, assuming vaccination rates continue, Dr. DeHutt projected. Researchers expressed concern about rising colorectal cancer deaths in young Americans, particularly because it's not entirely clear why this is happening. It didn't totally surprise me, although I would have to say it's moving a little more quickly than I anticipated, DeHutt said. It's going to be linked to either environmental causes or a lifestyle. DeHutt added that doctors should regularly recommend screenings for the disease and follow up on symptoms, even in their middle-aged patients. This is especially important considering that more than 75% of new colorectal cancer diagnosis in younger patients are found in the later stages when treatment is less effective, he noted. Lots of folks in their 40s do not necessarily have a primary care doctor telling them to get screening, men in particular. Individuals at average risk for colorectal cancer should start at 45, according to the American Cancer Society, and anyone with a family history or other factors that puts them at higher risk should be screened earlier. DeHutt said the main takeaway from the study is overall good news. You are significantly less likely as a population to have a death due to cancer. A 44% decrease is actually a fairly remarkable number. That is a fairly remarkable number, and I wanted to highlight this story because it points out a little bit of good news in health. So, but like they say in that Robot Chicken episode where Optimus Prime dies, get your ass checked out, turkeys. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, that's what I've got for today. So, couple stories, just kind of pointing out how things are going in the world. Remember, we do have a Patreon now, patreon.com/Nightly News This Morning. We're on Instagram and TikTok. Just search Nightly News This Morning on both of those platforms. I'm on X at also Cousin Matt. We're on Bluesky, Night News Morning on Bluesky. You can check us out on all the places if you want to interact with us. If you ever want to suggest a story, many ways to get a hold of me if there's anything that you want me to cover from both sides. So I read the calendar at the beginning of the show, but I'll read it again if you missed it, Goldie. So this day in science, January 23rd, 2020, biologists create venomous organoids. So biologists from the Huberk Institute announced that they had successfully created organoids, or functional pieces of an animal, from the venomous gland cells of a Cape coral snake. Importantly, these venomous organoids are fully capable of producing the snake's signature venom, a faculty that researchers say is vital to aiding in the production of potential antivenoms. So that's pretty cool. That's the Stay in Science. So yeah, that's what I've got for this week. I am gonna end the show with another one of my brother's songs that I used to open the show, because I know there are a couple people who really dig his band, the few songs that we do have that there is to listen to. So we'll end it with that. But I do want to say, just remember to be positive to the people around you. Give everybody a little bit more leeway than you normally would. Just try to spread some positivity in the world, because that's the only way that things get better, is if you try to actively make them better, in the hopes that everyone around you will also try to make things a little bit better. So be good to yourselves, be good to your family, be good to the people around you. Take care, you guys. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you on Tuesday. All right, take care.
Toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels feels tender, doll. Your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my aches. Cause my brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Moonlit nights, I'm feeling blue. Been trying to call you, but I couldn't get through. And I'm crying, baby, you're driving me insane. Though your love is toxic, yeah, save me from this pain. My brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Well, I've been chewed up, let down, and torn up by your girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. And I don't want to admit it, but there's a man to blame. Well, I can only hate myself for feeling of his pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, oh, but I still need you to save me from my aches. 'Cause my brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
All right. Good morning. How is everyone? Welcome to Nightly News this morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. And I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a grim day in America, if you ask me. So you're watching the show, so I guess you're interested to see what I have to say. I want to start out by saying good morning to everybody. Von Beardo and Goldilocks both here way before the show started. Thank you. Tina Tampons, hello. I Bewed Socks, how are you? Hey everybody, how's it going? Goldie, that song was actually written and performed by my youngest brother, who is in the process of getting his doctorate right now at Oregon State University. So it's an original song by my little brother that I produced for him. I'd love to do more music with him, but you know, getting your doctorate takes a lot of your time, and you don't really have much time for music or really even seeing family. I mean, we see him a couple times a year. You know, he's doing important work. So, um, but yeah, I want to start out by saying hello to everybody. See how everybody's doing before we get too deep into it. I'll start with my this day in science calendar, and you know, kind of start on a little bit of a I thought I'd start on a little bit of a good note. All right, January 27th, 2016, AlphaGo is the first AI to defeat a champion Go player. That was 10 years ago. This day, 10 years ago, AI beat a human at Go. In a landmark event for pattern recognition software and autonomous learning algorithms, Google's artificial intelligence program, christened AlphaGo, flawlessly defeated one of the world's best Go players. Go, an ancient Chinese game long thought to be the ultimate test of AI reasoning, was previously the only major strategy board game that hadn't been solved by AI. Instead of being taught the game, AlphaGo came equipped with a general-purpose learning algorithm that it used to teach itself how to play and win. And here we are, 10 years later. Woo! So, but yeah, before we get into the news of the day, I mean, it is the news, but before I start reading the articles that we're going to be talking about, there was another ICE killing on Saturday in Minneapolis in the United States. A 37-year-old ICU nurse and veterans nurse named Alex Peretti was gunned down by ICE and Border Patrol agents for seemingly, what I can tell, legally carrying a firearm. Everybody has probably seen the videos, but if you haven't, he wasn't even the subject of who that they were after. The person that they were after ran into a donut shop. The people at the donut shop locked the doors and wouldn't let ICE in. And then ICE was bullying the people around who were like trying to stop them. And as Alex was attempting to help someone who a Border Patrol or ICE agent had shoved to the ground, that's when the altercation started. And you can see, I've watched the video repeatedly, and as a gun owner, a licensed gun owner in a very similar situation to Alex Peretti, this is something that I would say that I'm personally interested in. I challenge the official narrative that the administration is putting out for many, many reasons, but most of all for Second Amendment reasons. Because if you go through the process to have extensive background checks, fingerprinting, all of that stuff done so that you are legally allowed to carry in other situations where other people aren't, you have had more scrutiny put on you and your ability to responsibly carry a firearm. I saw a YouTube video that blew my mind this weekend of some bootlicker, not even a bootlicker, a boot deep throater, who had pictures of fucking Eric and Donald Jr. Trump and all kinds of shit on the back of his background, was all of those people. And he was in a suit trying to look presentable like me, like myself, trying to be taken seriously. But this guy tried to say that Alex Peretti's killing was justified because at some point he might have attempted to reach for his gun. He didn't, first of all. But secondly, in a situation like that, where you have officers with no identification, who have their faces covered, and who are coming after you, I don't know, man. The situation is so complex and nuanced that other than to say that it completely looks like an unjustified murder, to me, I don't want to go too much further into it. I do want to say that as a responsible firearm owner, that this is something that deeply saddens me, and it deeply worries me about the state of the country that we're in. So my stories are I'm putting my own bias out there beforehand. My stories this episode are going to focus on Alex Peretti and basically like all of the results and and everything kind of behind that, what's going on, because this is in my opinion the killing of Renee Good was terrible and unjustified, and this it ratcheted things up to a level that they didn't need to be. But then Alex Peretti took them up to a level that I didn't think that we would reach in this country. So I want to highlight some of that. I want to talk about it. And with that being said, with my preface and my biases out of the way here, we're going to go ahead and read some stories. All but the last of them really has to do with what's going on. And even in kind of a generalized sense, the last story is a little bit related. So we'll go ahead and get going, though, because I don't want this episode to be like an hour long or anything like that. So also, before we do get going into the stories, I do have a Patreon now. It's patreon.com/nightly news this morning. I had a supporter of the show. Hey, Von Beardo. I had a supporter of the show yesterday drop some money to help out. And I want to acknowledge him, Evan PDX. I really appreciate your support. Your help has gone a long way to, try to get the show to the next level. And we're going to continue to try to be professional here and keep things going in that direction. But if you guys want to help support the show, I'm not going to take sponsorships from anybody. I'm not. Biases are out there as it is already. Like this show will only ever be supported by the viewers of this show. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into it. Let's get moving here. We got some news stories to talk about, and I've just been kind of BSing and monologuing or whatever. So story number 1, Rand Paul calls on the leaders of ICE, Border Protections, and Immigration Services to testify before the Senate. This is what I would consider a blind spot for the right. If we look at our bias distribution over here on Ground News on the right-hand side, you can see that 17% of the reporting is coming from the right, 27% from the center, and 56% of the distribution is coming from the left. We have 86% of our sources are high factuality or above, and then Ground News also shows you how much of the ownership is independent news sources. I sort my stories by factuality always. And I have a story pulled from NBC News. It is 4th down on our factuality list. It does say that they have a left-leaning bias distribution with a very high factuality rating. The headline says, Republicans call for investigation into Alex Peretti shooting in Minneapolis increase. That's good in my opinion. So, a growing number of Republican senators are calling for an investigation into the killing of Alex Peretti in Minneapolis as many Trump administration officials defend federal officers' actions. Senators Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, Susan Collins of Maine, Mike Crapo of Idaho, John Curtis of Utah, Jerry Moran of Kansas, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Tom Tillis of North Carolina have all said that there needs to be a thorough probe into Saturday's fatal shooting of Peretti, a U.S. citizen, by Border Patrol agents. Administration officials overseeing immigration enforcement may soon face public scrutiny from Republicans and Democrats alike. Senator Rand Paul, Republican of Kentucky, chair of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, on Monday called for the heads of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Customs and Border Protection, and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services to testify before his panel at an oversight hearing next month. Paul sent letters to Ted Lyons of ICE, Rodney Scott of CBP, and Joseph Edlows of USCIS requesting their testimony on February 12th. All 3 agencies are part of the Department of Homeland Security led by Kristi Noem. Paul, who did not mention the deaths of Peretti and Renee Good in Minneapolis in his letters, said Congress has an obligation to conduct oversight of immigration funds and ensure funding is used to accomplish the mission, provide proper support to our law enforcement, and most importantly, protect American people. ICE, CBP, and USCIS did not immediately respond to requests for comment and information about whether they intend to appear at the hearing. Paul asked each agency to inform the committee of its availability by Wednesday. That's tomorrow. Representative Andrew Garabino, Representative New York, chair of the House Homeland Security Committee, has also called for testimony from the 3 immigration officials. So you have Republicans from both houses calling for all 3 of the leaders of these agencies to testify before the House and the Senate. I take my oversight duties for the department seriously, and Congress has an important responsibility to ensure the safety of law enforcement and the people they serve and protect. I am committed to ensuring ICE, CBP, and USCIS are effectively using the historic resources provided through reconciliation to strengthen public safety, and I look forward to each of these agencies testifying before the committee. He said in a statement Saturday, adding that the initial outreach for their testimony took place at the staff level on January 15th. His statements also did not mention the shooting in Minneapolis. While neither Paul nor Garbarino, excuse me, why was that so hard for me? While neither Paul nor Garabino drew a direct line between Minneapolis and the coming hearings, a Republican senator did just that on Monday. We must have a transparent, independent investigation into the Minnesota shootings, and those responsible, no matter their title, must be held accountable. Officials who rush to judgment before all the facts are known undermine public trust and the law enforcement mission, Curtis, Republican from Utah, said on X. I disagree with Secretary Noem's premature DHS response, which came before all the facts were known and weakened confidence. I will be working with bipartisan groups of senators to demand real oversight and transparency, including supporting calls from Rand Paul for leaders of those operations to testify, so trust can be restored and justice served, he added. Shortly after the shooting Saturday, Noem accused Peretti of brandishing a firearm while wishing to inflict harm on these officers. She also said that federal officers attempted to disarm Peretti and that he violently resisted. Witness videos of the altercation contradict that narrative. Brandishing is a legal term. Never once did Alex Peretti brandish his gun. Never once. DHS told NBC News on Monday that Peretti's killing was recorded on body cam videos, with spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin saying that investigators were reviewing video recorded by cameras worn by multiple agents. Noem said that every video will be analyzed, everything will be looked at as part of the investigation into Peretti's death. But will it be released to the public? White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on Monday distanced President Donald Trump from some of the more inflammatory comments made by administration officials about the shooting. I've heard the president say that he wants to let the facts and the investigation lead itself, Leavitt said at the daily White House briefing. The office of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said Monday that Trump agreed in a call with Walz, a Democrat, to speak to DHS to ensure state investigators can conduct independent probes into the deaths of Good and Peretti. FBI Director Kash Patel said on Monday on Fox News Hannity that DHS is leading the investigation into the shooting, but FBI is supporting agency partners there. Some Republicans calling for a probe cited Second Amendment rights, pushing back against the administration's argument that Peretti, who was legally licensed to carry a gun, posed a danger to federal officers. Lawfully carrying a firearm does not justify federal agents killing an American, especially as video footage appears to show after the victim had been disarmed, said Murkowski, a member of the Senate Appropriations Committee's Homeland Security Subcommittee. Moran, a chair of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee with funding jurisdiction over the Justice Department and the FBI, said that he was deeply troubled by the shootings in Minneapolis and that the tragic circumstances should be investigated to the fullest extent to ensure transparency and accountability. Crappa, who generally praised immigration enforcement under Trump within his social media post, said on X that he supports a full and impartial investigation into the events leading up to the death of Alex Peretti. His family, law-abiding citizens exercising their Second Amendment right and the trust of the American people deserve a fair process, Crapo added. Collins, chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, said in a statement that Peretti's tragic shooting needs to be thoroughly and transparently investigated to determine whether or not excessive force was used in a situation that may have been able to be diffused without violence. Tillis called for a thorough and impartial investigation into the shooting, calling it the basic standard that law enforcement and the American people expect following any officer-involved shooting. He previously said that as a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, he was putting a hold on all DHS nominees over Noem's refusal to go before the panel. The holds are not connected to Good's death, said Tillis, who made his announcement before Peretti was killed. Tillis said this month that he will release the holds as soon as Noem testifies. Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, said in a statement Monday afternoon that Noem will appear before the committee on March 3rd. With all the violence and deaths involving DHS, the secretary is apparently in no hurry to account for her mismanagement of this national crisis. And she expects to rubber stamp her record-breaking budget, and she expects us to rubber stamp her record-breaking budget in the meantime, Durbin said, criticizing Nome for having refused to appear before the committee last year. On the funding front, Senate Democrats have vowed to block an appropriations bill that includes money for DHS, raising the prospect of a partial government shutdown by the end of the week. ICE operations, however, would still continue. Tina Tampon said, fuck ICE. Von Beardo, yo, what's going on? Am I allowed to say that here? Yes, you absolutely are. Dark Entries, hello, welcome. Give me just a second here. Cool. All right. Gonna take a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor tubes. Before we, howdy, Mrs. Muddock. Welcome, good morning. Hello, everyone. That was story number 1. Still got 3 more to get through. This next one was just kind of a mind-blowing thing for me. When I saw on the Ground News aggregator this morning, we'll get into the story and then I'll let you know why I think this is happening. So, Melania Trump breaks silence after brutal ICE scenes in Minneapolis. So, Melania's documentary, movie, whatever you want to call it, is coming out in 3 days. And so it sounds like she's trying to get her name in the press so that people are like, oh, maybe I will go see that movie. But I'm not interested in seeing a Jeff Bezos funded puff piece on the first model or whatever you want to call her. So when I picked my story this morning, I found one from The Independent, and then I refreshed because there were only like 3 articles, and then it completely turned into an aggregator page about Bill Clinton, even though it still had the articles about Melania underneath, like over here. So I had to pick a different aggregator page because it was talking about Bill Clinton. But you can see that not many people are talking about this because nobody gives a fuck about what Melania Trump has to say about the ICE killing. Like, she has been so quiet about everything that has happened in the first administration and in this one that nobody gives a shit about her opinion, and I hope that her movie flops tomorrow. So, I'm going to get into the story by The Independent. Like I said, I can't really look at the bias distribution because it was on a different aggregator page and now it's not showing up. But I think that The Independent leans left. I can't remember. It's either left or center, but it does have a very high factuality rating. It was one of the highest on the first page that I was on. So let's see what Melania Trump has to say about what's going on with ICE. So First Lady Melania Trump called for peaceful protesting in Minneapolis as demonstrators continued to take to the streets following the fatal shooting of ICU nurse Alex Peretti by a federal agent. I'm calling for unity. I know my husband, the president. Okay, I'm not going to do the accent for her. I'll do the Trump accent, but not her, because that might start going into something else. Had a great call yesterday with the governor and the mayor, and they're working together to make it peaceful without riots. I'm against violence, so please, if you protest, protest in peace. And we need unity in this time, she said Tuesday morning on Fox and Friends. Her plea comes a day after President Donald Trump said he had very good calls with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and agreed to pull some federal immigration officers out of the state as outrage grows. It also comes as the commander of Trump's immigration crackdown, Greg Bovino, is pulled from his role in Minneapolis. Anti-ICE protests have been in full swing in Minneapolis since agents descended on the city in December, though they have only intensified in the recent weeks following the fatal shooting of Peretti on Saturday and Renee Nicole Good on January 7th. Trump administration officials claim the shots were fired defensively against Peretti, who federal authorities said had a semi-automatic handgun and was violently resisting officers. However, bystander video appears to show Peretti with only a phone in his hand. This version of events has also been challenged by Peretti's heartbroken family, who said in a statement, "The sickening lies told by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. The video circulating online shows Peretti, a 37-year-old ICU nurse at a VA medical center, being wrestled to the ground by federal officers before he was shot. Immediately after the shooting, Trump officials, including Bovino and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, jumped to defend the officer. Bovino claimed without evidence that Peretti had intended to massacre law enforcement. Meanwhile, Noem suggested during a press conference Saturday she believed Peretti was engaged in domestic terrorism, a statement refuted the next day by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Despite sparring narratives about what transpired leading up to the shooting, Trump has seemingly productive calls Monday with Minnesota Democratic leaders. The calls also seem to show weakening tensions between the groups following months of threats against Walz, Frey, and other Democratic officials, whom the administration is investigating for allegedly criminally obstructing immigration effort enforcement in the state. Walz's office said in a statement that Trump agreed to look into reducing the number of federal agents in Minnesota. More than 2,000 federal officers have been brought into Minnesota in recent weeks to carry out Trump's mass deportation push. Trump also said Monday that border czar Tom Homan would be calling Walz, and that what we are looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The announcement comes a day after Trump said he would be deploying Homan to the state to manage ICE operations. He has not been involved in that area, but knows and likes many of the people there, Trump wrote on Truth Social on Sunday. Tom is tough but fair and will report directly to me. Meanwhile, Melania Trump's appearance on Fox News comes as her documentary, Melania, helmed by disgraced director Brett Ratner and licensed by Amazon as part of a reportedly $40 million deal, premieres this weekend. We should boycott that shitty movie, that's all I'm saying. But yeah, that's just me, tubes. Y'all remember Melania's Be Best campaign? I do not, because I don't pay that much attention to her. She's about as relevant as Jessica Boyle, in my opinion. All right. Should we keep going? Story number 3. Story number 3. ICE agents to reportedly have a security role at the Winter Olympics in Italy, a report says. What? We're sending ICE agents to the Olympics now. That's fantastic. Bias distribution, 15% coming from the right, 26% from the left, and 59% from the center, with 93% of the sources being high factuality or above. 7% are coming from independent news sources. And as this has to do with sports, ESPN was second on the factuality list. They are rated very high factuality. It does say that they lean left. So, but yeah, let's see what ESPN has to say about this. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents will have a security role during the upcoming Milan Cortina Winter Games, according to information shared with local media sources at the U.S. Embassy in Rome. The Associated Press independently confirmed the information with 2 sources at the embassy. Sources who confirmed ICE's participation Tuesday said that the federal ICE agents would support diplomatic security details and would not run any immigration enforcement operations. During previous Olympics, several federal agencies have supported security for the U.S. diplomats, including the investigative component of ICE called Homeland Security Investigations, the sources said. They could not be named because they are not authorized to speak publicly. The mayor of Milan said that ICE would not be welcome in his city, which is hosting most ICE sports during the February 6th to 22nd Winter Games. This is a militia that kills. A militia that enters into the homes of people, signing their own permission slips. It's clear they are not welcome in Milan, without a doubt, Salal told RTL Radio 102 before ICE's deployment to the games was confirmed. ICE's role has been reported over the weekend by the Italian daily Il Fatto Quotidiano, an Italian news outlet, I assume, promoting conflicting statements from Italian authorities who did not want to appear to confirm the agency's role. The Italian Interior Minister said Saturday he had not received information about ICE's deployment, but added that, "I don't see what the problem would be," the news agency ANSA reported. The Interior Ministry on Tuesday repeated that the U.S. has not confirmed the makeup of its security detail, but insisted that at the moment there are no indications that ICE USA will act as an escort to the American delegation. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance will lead a delegation attending the February 6th opening ceremony. The delegation will also include Second Lady Usha Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the White House announced earlier this month. The confirmation of ICE's role in the Olympic security comes after RAI State TV aired a video Sunday of ICE agents threatening to break the glass on a vehicle of an RAI crew reporting in Minneapolis, where ICE operations have sparked mass demonstrations. In the past 3 weeks, federal officers in Minneapolis have shot and killed 2 protesters against deportations and immigration enforcement. Cool. So now we're gonna have ICE representing us at the Winter Games. That should be fine. That should be fine. I don't remember anything Melania's done either. I remember her naked. That's about it. Yeah, because that's what she's the most known for. And that's all. I mean, besides being married to Donald Trump now, that's the second most thing that she's known for. And like, it's still, it's not going away. It's never going away. So, one more story this morning has a little bit to do with my neck of the woods, but still kind of related to what's been going on. Let's get into our last story. Federal judge dismisses Justice Department's lawsuit seeking Oregon voter rolls. So if you don't know, the federal government has been trying to get all of the voter information for every single voter in the state of Oregon. It's kind of dystopian, and our attorney general has been pushing back against it. But it looks like a federal judge has completely dismissed it and is not going to allow the federal government to get it. But you can see there is hardly any reporting of this from the right, 7%. Mostly of the reporting is coming from the left, which is 57%. But a state like Oregon, which is a huge left-leaning state, I would expect this to have more reporting from the left than the right. It makes sense. I have my story pulled from the Associated Press because it's number 1 on my factuality list. I always sort. Ground News allows you to sort your stories by factuality, by bias, by location, by alphabet. I sort mine by factuality because I like to get as little BS as possible. So some may argue that getting my stories from left-leaning sources doesn't really do much for that. But I mean, we all have our preferences and our biases, I guess. So let's read the story from the Associated Press and see what's going on. Portland, Oregon. A federal judge in Oregon dismissed a Justice Department lawsuit seeking Oregon's unredacted voter rolls on Monday in another setback to wide-ranging efforts by President Donald Trump's administration to get detailed voter data from states. In a hearing, U.S. District Judge Mustafa Kasubahi said that he would dismiss the suit and issue a final written opinion in the coming days. The updated docket for the case showed that Oregon's move to dismiss the case was granted. Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield welcomed the move. The court dismissed this case because the federal government never met the legal standard to get those records in the first place, he said in an emailed statement. Oregonians deserve to know that voting laws cannot be used as a backdoor to grab their personal information. The Justice Department declined to comment. The judge scheduled the hearing after U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi sent a letter to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz dated Saturday, the same day federal immigration agents fatally shot 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Peretti in Minneapolis, which has seen widespread protests over the increased immigration enforcement in the previous killing of Renee Good by an immigration officer. In her letter, Bondi asked the Democratic governor to support immigration officers and shared 3 simple steps to help bring back law and order, including giving the Justice Department the ability to access voter rolls to confirm Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law. Bondi also asked for the state's records of its Medicaid and food assistance programs, and for the repeal of sanctuary policies that limit officials from cooperating with federal immigration authorities. The Justice Department has been seeking detailed voter data that includes names, dates of birth, residential addresses, driver's license numbers, and partial social security numbers. Officials in many states have said turning over such information would violate both state and federal privacy laws. The Justice Department has filed lawsuits against 23 states and the District of Columbia as part of its efforts to collect such data. Last week, a federal judge in Georgia dismissed such a suit after the ruling the federal government has sued in the wrong city, and earlier this month, a federal judge in California dismissed a suit after their finding that the government's request was unprecedented and illegal. The department has said that it needs to access detailed voter data to ensure election officials are following federal election laws. Election officials have disputed that and raised concerns that the federal officials are trying to use sensitive data for other purposes, such as searching for potential non-citizens on the rolls. In a July letter, the department asked Oregon for an electronic copy of its statewide registration list and details on the steps it's taken to remove ineligible voters, court filings show. It sent another letter in August saying it needs the voter list to assess compliance with federal law, and the list must include such as full names, birth dates, driver's license numbers, or partial social security numbers. Oregon officials responded in August that the department lacks the authority to request the list and offered to provide the publicly available list, court filings show. The department argued that it has the authority to request the data under multiple federal laws and is complying with privacy laws. The judge called for the Monday hearing in Oregon's lawsuit so that the attorneys on both sides could provide additional arguments on how Bondi's letter was relevant in interpreting the basis and purpose for the department's request for voter data. The department argued it had the authority under the Civil Rights Act of 1960 to request voter records. As the law says, such records are to be made available to the U.S. Attorney General upon demand in writing that states the basis and purpose of the request. Yet the judge said the department's August letter did not satisfy the law's requirements for stating the basis and purpose when requesting voter records. He added that he read the congressional record of the time when the law was passed and found it was unequivocal on the release of records being associated with investigations involving discrimination in elections. The Justice Department's outreach has raised alarm among elections officials because the agency does not have the constitutional authority to run elections. That power is granted by states and Congress. Federal law also protects the sharing of individual data with the federal government. So the feds are coming after your data. You better look out. You better watch it. All right. Well, that's what I've got this morning. So, yeah. I want to thank everybody who stopped by to hang out. I'll read the This Day in Science calendar again before I end the show. I do want to say we got a week ahead of us. I'll be back on Friday doing what's left of the news for the week. In the meantime, try to be good to the people around you. Give them a little bit of leeway. You know, everybody is a person. Everybody has good days and bad days. But if you keep that in mind and you try to spread your positivity to other people, hopefully you'll help more people have good days. So that's all that we can really do. Things are kind of dark right now, but we have to be good to each other. We have to stick by each other, and we have to remember that we can inflict the positive change that helps change things for the better. So yeah. Anyway, that's all that I've got for today, you guys. Again, AlphaGo. This Day in Science 10 years ago, AlphaGo, Google's AI, beat the world Go champion in Go, which is a little bit dystopian because AI is definitely something that we cover a lot on this show. So anyway, you guys, that's all that I've got for this episode. I've been Cousin Matt. This has been Nightly News this morning. Thank you for hanging out. We will see you guys again Friday morning. And until then, like I said, just be good to each other and spread some positivity. Thanks.
Up again. Yeah, she's untethered. She got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down. your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get caught again. Hey, baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring me down, you only get caught again.
All right. How's it going, everybody? How are we doing this morning? Hello. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Friday, January 30th, 2026. And we're here to read some news today. So wanted to say good morning to everybody that's here. Welcome. Hello. Thank you for stopping in. Von Beardo, I appreciate all of your support. Everybody from that community has been wonderful. Blaze and Banter, I'm so happy that you're here. Glad to see you. Goldilocks, good morning. How are you? Glad to see everybody. Just a person, glad you're here. Miss Murdoch, welcome. Mrs. Murdoch, excuse me, welcome. Hi everybody, how's it going? I'm Cousin Matt, and we're gonna read some news today. So, if you're not familiar with the show, this is actually episode 57, and that's 57 of me doing it on my own. This show started, Jeff Holiday and I actually started this show after, I think, like, it was actually right before Donald Trump was elected, I think was our first episode, like, right before the election. But then, you know, things with his life got busy, and I got all of this gear that I had, and I was like, I'll just do the show. So, and we've been doing it like that ever since. So I'm glad everybody's here. I started a Patreon. The only platform that I'm monetized on right now is Bitchute, funny enough. I got an email 2 days ago from Bitchute saying that I had advertisement money in my account. And I was like, what? So all of my videos from YouTube automatically upload to Bitchute as well. I think it's just kind of a funny little troll to do. But I got this email from Bitchute saying, hey, you've got money over there. And so I went over there. I've got 43 cents on Bitchute, man. That's right. My ad revenue is popping. So, but yeah, I am, I do have a Patreon. It's patreon.com/nightly news this morning. You can find lots of social media under that. There's a TikTok, Nightly News This Morning. There's a Bluesky, Night News Morning at Bluesky. And then, also on Instagram, Nightly News This Morning. So we're on all kinds of social medias, gonna do, chopping episodes up, and like any episode that I can do sub 3 minutes will get put on those, or any topic, excuse me, that I can do sub 3 minutes will get put on those platforms as well. So just trying to get out there and get some more visibility. The shorts tend to do pretty well. So I know 43 cents, it's amazing. It's amazing. So Evan PDX, good morning, sir. Big supporter of the show. Evan is actually an executive producer level supporter right now. So show him some love. He's been helping the show out, and it's really appreciated, man. I've been able to devote more time to the show because of you than I would under normal circumstances. So I really do appreciate your help. And yeah, so we'll get going. We'll get started here. I'm going to take a sip of my staple of the show, Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, Tubes. And then we'll read the This Day in Science calendar, and then we'll get going with some news here. So, and again, I'm so thrilled to see everybody here this morning. Like, thank you guys so much. This is amazing. Sense of community, people hanging out. It's really good. So, This Day in Science, January 30th, 2020. Genetic origin of schizophrenia explored. Geneticists from Columbia University's School of Public Health published their findings on the South African kosa one of the world's oldest civilizations. Blood and genetic analysis revealed that the presence of a specific gene mutation correlated strongly with schizophrenia in the kosa, excuse me. And experts hope these findings would help expand our understanding of the illness more broadly. So that's good. I've known some people in my time with schizophrenia. Being involved in the internet, I'm sure, might have something to do with that. I don't know. It's like there's a higher number of people with schizophrenia on the internet or something. I don't know. Anyway, though, you guys, we've got some news to talk about today. If you saw the title of the episode, my first story is about Don Lemon being arrested. I think that it's pertinent, it's topical, it relates to the show in general. So we'll go through the ground news aggregator and see what's going on with it, and let's get going here. We'll get moving. All right. So story number 1. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon arrested after protests that disrupted Minnesota church service. So if you remember last week, I believe I reported on the Minnesota church protest that Don Lemon was actually at and reporting as a journalist from. And I do remember at the time there was talks of him being arrested. And there's another YouTuber that I'm friends with locally where I live who sent me a message saying, hey, Don Lemon's not being arrested a couple days ago. And we were both like, that's great. That's good news. And then woke up to this morning. So looking at our bias distribution on our ground news aggregator, 48% of the sources are coming from the center, with 30% from the left, 22% from the right. So less reporting from the right than the left, but still pretty even down the center as far as bias distribution goes. 82% of the sources are coming from high factuality sources. So hopefully there's not too much BS in it. So ground news lets you sort your stories by all kinds of factors: ownership, factuality, locations. I like to sort by factuality. I like to know that I'm getting the best version of the story that I can with the least amount of BS, if you will. So top on our factuality list is CNBC. I have the story pulled up. It does say that they have a very high factuality rating with a center-leaning distribution. Let's get into the story from CNBC and see what's going on. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon was arrested by federal agents in connection with his journalistic activities covering protests in Minnesota, his lawyer said Friday. Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards, his attorney, Abby Lowell, said in a statement. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done, Lowell said. Department of Justice officials have publicly vowed to bring charges against Lemon over his presence at a January 18th protest at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Lemon, an independent reporter who hosts the Don Lemon Show on YouTube, has said that he was reporting on the protest. A federal magistrate judge last week reportedly rejected a criminal complaint that was brought against him. In Friday's statement, Lowell called Lemon's arrest an unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and a transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court, Lowell said. Not a very long article, but pretty damn straightforward and to the point. You've got a reporter being arrested for reporting on what's going on, and what I see personally is, and this is my own personal opinion on this, but I see this administration using intimidation tactics on anybody that they feel is going against them. You have people like there was a senator who was attacked, or not attacked, but he was thrown to the ground by ICE. His Alex Pettis or something like that. I know it sounds close to Preddy, so I don't want to say that, and I'm pretty sure that his first name was Alex. But then you've got people like Kat Abagzaleh, who was arrested for demonstrating in front of ICE. You've got people like Senator Mark Kelly, who is having his retirement threatened because he told people that you can refuse an illegal order in the military. Like if the administration orders you to do something illegal, like you can refuse that order. Like you have to refuse that order. So lots of intimidation tactics like this are being used, and I wanted to highlight this. I wanted to highlight this story, not necessarily as a left or right issue, but as a journalist issue. I don't have any journalistic credentials or anything like that, but I do try to bring the news. And I wonder, and I go to protests, and I've gone to events, and I'm actually planning on going to an event later today and possibly reporting on it live or making some videos and stuff. And I wonder how long that's even going to be still allowed for people to, because you've already got, like, in many instances, press being arrested, press being pepper sprayed, press being gassed, things like that. So it's happening more and more, and I think that we need to be aware of it. But that's what I've got to say. Hey, Tina Tampons, I didn't say hi to you. I see you in the chat now. Good morning. Hello. I will stay safe, Blaze. I've had a lot of discussions with people around me, especially since Renee Good and Alex Peretti. Like, there have been discussions with family members and people close to me about what I need to do to keep myself safe. If you go through and look at my content, there's actually, I've got a YouTube short at the ICE facility in Portland where, like, smoke grenades or flashbangs are going off. The all of the stormtroopers all push out into the street to, like, get cars out of the facility and stuff. So it's been ramped up since I went out. Even, I mean, people in Eugene, which, like, is a small place, but people in Eugene are getting arrested now too. So it's continuing to escalate, and we do need to stay safe, and we do need to be aware of what's going on. So anyway, I think that I've ranted a little bit too long about that. We can go ahead and keep going and get into our second story of the day here. So keep moving forward. Story number 2, SpaceX reportedly weighs merger with Tesla or xAI ahead of IPO. Huh. Weird. So, yeah, you've got SpaceX, who has talked about an initial public offering. Now they're talking about merging with, I don't see how they could merge with Tesla necessarily. I mean, I guess, I don't know. So we'll find out about this. So bias distribution has got 40% coming from the center, 29% from the left, and 31% from the right. So no blind spot by any means. You've got pretty equal reporting straight down the line. 84% of the sources are high factuality or above. Like always, I've got my sources sorted by factuality, and third down on our factuality list is Reuters. Very high factuality with a center-leaning distribution. So let's get into... Actually, no, that's not who I have. Sorry, I don't have Reuters on this one. I actually pulled from a right-leaning source on this one. So it's fifth down. It's Seeking Alpha. It's a source that I've read from before. Kind of a funny name, but especially when you take into account that they lean right. But they do have a very high factuality rating with a right-leaning distribution. So let's go ahead and get into the story from Seeking Alpha and see what they have to say. Elon Musk's SpaceX and xAI are in merger talks ahead of an initial public offering later this year. Under the proposed merger, shares of xAI would be exchanged for shares in SpaceX, according to a Reuters report on Thursday, which cited a person briefed on the matter and 2 recent company filings viewed by the news agency. 2 entities have been set up in Nevada to facilitate the transaction. A merger would combine Musk's rockets, Starlink satellites, the social media platform X, and Grok AI chatbot under one roof, according to the report. Some xAI executives could be given the option to receive cash instead of SpaceX stock as part of the deal, according to Reuters. A final agreement hasn't been signed, and the timing structure of the transaction remains fluid. Musk, SpaceX, and xAI didn't respond to Reuters' request for comment. The Financial Times reported earlier that SpaceX is looking at a mid-June IPO aiming to raise as much as $50 billion at valuation of roughly $1.5 trillion. Tesla said on Wednesday that it will invest about $2 billion in xAI. Tesla said on January 16th the company signed an agreement to invest about $2 billion to acquire the shares of Series E preferred stock of xAI as part of their recent publicly disclosed financial round. Shares of satellite services provider EchoStar fell 11% in wake of the Reuters report on the merger between SpaceX and xAI. I wonder why. So, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. It's probably good to get all of his stuff under one roof because he seems pretty spread about. But at the same time, like, this sounds like monopoly. I don't know. I'm just here to bring you the news, tubes. Yes, live protest stream, but yeah, be careful. Okay, Well, it's supposed to be around 2 p.m. Pacific time. It's 9 a.m. right now, so that's what, like 5 hours from now? Yeah, 5 hours from now. So I'll try to make an event for it once I get done with the news. It doesn't always work, like, so just look for an actual live stream from me. So a good YouTube person and like the stream, folks. Oh, be a good YouTube person and like the stream. Yeah, thank you, just a person. I appreciate that. No more freedom of speech. We're getting there. We are getting there. So, oh man. All right, we're charging right along here, getting into story number 3. Let's get moving here. Trump sues the IRS and Treasury for $10 billion over leak of tax records. I don't think he knows how to do anything else. I think that I think that he's good at one thing. And it's weird because, like, this is literally sucking money out of our federal government. Like, what? Let's just get into the news story, huh? I'll keep my opinions out of this. It's really perplexing. It's really perplexing. Bias distribution has got 59% of the reporting coming from the center, 25% from the left, and 16% from the right. So you could start to call it a blind spot for the right with only 16% of the reporting coming from there. And you've got 186 articles are reporting, so it's not like a small news story or anything like that. I pulled from the second factuality story is from cleveland.com. Says they have a very high factuality rating with a center-leaning distribution. So we'll get into the story from Cleveland and see what they have to say. President Donald Trump is suing the IRS and Treasury Department for $10 billion as he accuses federal agencies of a failure to prevent a leak of the president's tax information to news outlets between 2018 and 2020. The suit, filed in a Florida federal court, because of course that's where all of his suits get filed, Thursday, includes the president's sons, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., and the Trump Organization as its plaintiffs. The filing alleges that the leak of Trump and the Trump Organization's confidential tax records caused reputational and financial harm, public embarrassment, unfairly tarnished their business reputations, portrayed them in a false light, and negatively affected President Trump and the other plaintiffs' public standings. Interesting. In 2024, a former IRS contractor, Charles Edward Littlejohn of Washington, D.C., who worked for Booz Allen Hamilton, a defense and national security tech firm, was sentenced to 5 years in prison after pleading guilty to leaking tax information about Trump and others to news outlets. Littlejohn, known as Chaz, gave data to the New York Times and ProPublica between 2018 and 2020 in leaks that appeared to be unparalleled in IRS history, prosecutors said. The disclosure violated IRS Code 6103, one of the strictest confidentiality laws in federal statute. The Times reported in 2020 that Trump did not pay federal income tax for many years prior to 2020, and ProPublica in 2021 published a series about discrepancies in Trump's records. 6 years of Trump's returns were later released by then democratically controlled House Ways and Means Committee. Trump's suit states Littlejohn's disclosure to the news organizations caused reputational and financial harm to plaintiffs and adversarially impacted President Trump's support among voters in 2020 presidential election. Littlejohn stole tax records of other mega billionaires, including Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. The president's suit comes after the U.S. Treasury Department announced it had cut contracts with Booz Allen Hamilton earlier this week after Littlejohn, who worked for the firm, was charged and subsequently imprisoned for leaking tax information to the news outlets about thousands of the country's wealthiest people, including the president. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said at the time of the announcement that the firm failed to implement adequate safeguards to protect sensitive data, including confidential taxpayer information it had access to through its contracts with the Internal Revenue Service. Representatives of the White House, Treasury, and IRS were not immediately available for comment. So fucking weird, man. You get what I mean? Well, I'm glad somebody does. Yeah, just sucking money out of the federal government right into his fucking pockets, man. Like, what are you gonna do once you're done being president? You're gonna be like 97. Like, why? Okay. One more story today. Just trucking right along. Let's go ahead and get into story number 4. All right. Pentagon clashes with Anthropic over military use of AI. Sources say. Wow, look at our bias distribution on this. So we've only got 14 articles reporting. It's a fairly new story. It broke 35 minutes ago when I first looked at this, which was like, I don't know, 2 hours ago when I pulled this up. So not a very old story in any way, shape, or form. Bias distribution at this time had 75% of the sources coming from the center, 13 left, 12% right, and 87% of the sources are high factuality or above. Number 2 on our list is Reuters. That is who I pulled from this time. And we'll go ahead and see what's going on with Anthropic in the U.S. military, huh? The Pentagon is at odds with artificial intelligence developer Anthropic over safeguards that would prevent the government from deploying its technology to target weapons autonomously and conduct U.S. domestic surveillance, 3 people familiar with the matter told Reuters. The discussions represented an early test case for whether Silicon Valley, in Washington's good graces after years of tension, can sway how U.S. military and intelligence personnel deploy increasingly powerful AI tools on the battlefield. After extensive talks under a contract worth up to $200 million, the U.S. Department of Defense and Anthropic are at a standstill, 6 people familiar with the matter said, on condition of anonymity. The company's position on how its AI tools can be used has intensified disagreements between it and the Trump administration, the details of which have not been previously reported. A spokesperson for the Defense Department, which the Trump administration renamed the Department of War, did not immediately respond to requests for the comment. Anthropic said its AI is extensively used for national security missions by the U.S. government, and we are in productive discussions with the Department of War about ways to continue that work. The spat, which could threaten Anthropic's Pentagon business, comes at a delicate time for the company. The San Francisco-based startup is preparing for an eventual public offering, aren't they all? It also spent a significant resources courting U.S. national security business and sought an active role in shaping government AI policy. Anthropic is one of a few major AI developers that were awarded contracts by the Pentagon last year. Others were Alphabet's Google, Elon Musk's XAI, and Sam Altman's OpenAI. In its discussions with government officials, Anthropic representatives raised concerns that its tools could be used to spy on Americans or assist weapons targeting without sufficient human oversight, some of the sources told Reuters. The Pentagon has bristled at the company's guidelines. In line with the January 9th Department memo on AI strategy, Pentagon officials have argued that they should be able to deploy commercial AI technology regardless of companies' usage policies, so long as they comply with U.S. law, sources said. Still, Pentagon officials would likely need Anthropic's cooperation moving forward. Its models are trained to avoid taking steps that might lead to harm, and Anthropic staffers would need to be the ones to retool its AI for the Pentagon, some sources said. Anthropic's caution has drawn conflict with the Trump administration before, Semaphore has reported. In an essay on his personal blog, Anthropic CEO Dario Amati warned this week that AI should support national defense in all ways except those which would make it us more like our autocratic adversaries. Say that 10 times fast. He was among Anthropic's co-founders critical of the fatal shooting of U.S. citizens protesting immigration enforcement actions in Minneapolis, which he described as a horror in a post on X. The deaths have compounded concerns among some in Silicon Valley about government use of their tools for potential violence, as it should. So, all right. Good morning, Freedom. How you doing? So much news. How do you even choose what to cover? So yeah, that's a great question, just a person. It's exactly like that. There is so much out there that I have to go through, and I pick stories that I deem important to me, important to what's going on. I only have 4 stories. I mean, like, I could sit here and read all day, but I've limited it to 4 stories because I edit these and I put them up, and that's like the release schedule that works out with how often I'm live. But yeah, I try to pick stories that seem like they're important. Sometimes I try to pick stories that seem like they're not being reported on enough. It's not easy, and it's not always it's not always smiley and happy either. Sometimes it's difficult. which I'm sure that you can relate to having to watch Shanny and Rev all the time. So I know that's the last time I was here. Do you have an Earth segment? Sicily has a 2.5-mile long landslide on the 26th. The city's sliding off the mountain. Um, I like I was just explaining to just a person. I report on what I deem as important, and I'm more than happy to take suggestions and report on things that anybody in my community or anybody watches the show wants me to report on. Mrs. Murdoch, what I would recommend doing is once the live stream ends, or even before it ends, like if you want to go into the actual live stream or one of my videos and leave a comment about something that you would like me to talk about in the next show, I'm more than happy to do that. I do have a Patreon, patreon.com/nightly news this morning, where if you sign up for it, like there are levels where you're allowed to pick like one story a month that I report on. I don't have anybody signed up for it right now, so I'm willing to take suggestions. And as things go on, like hopefully that's the way that it'll go, is like, yeah, of course, if there's something that you want me to report on, you know, whatever. But I'm, like I said, I'm more than happy to take suggestions. So just leave a comment on it. I would be more than happy to look into it, see how people are reporting on it, see if people are trying to use it. Am I in Discord? Yes. My Discord is Mind for Lease. I'm not sure if it's the number 4 or the word 4, because sometimes it's different. But if you are in Von Beardo's Discord, I'm in that. I'm in the Drunken Peasants Discord. I like I said, I can't look it up right now because I've got all of the show stuff pulled up. But it's either Mind the number 4 lease or Mind for Lease, all one word. So yeah, you can hit me up on Discord if there's anything that you would like me to report on. I'm more than happy to do that. So I am gonna read the calendar one more time, and I'm gonna end the show with the same band that we enter the show with. I'm gonna start doing that. But we'll read This Day in Science for anybody who might have missed it at the beginning of the show. January 30th, 2020, genetic origin of schizophrenia explored. Geneticists from Columbia University's School of Public Health published their findings in the South African Xhosa, one of the world's oldest civilizations. Blood and genetic analysis revealed that the presence of a specific genetic mutation correlated strongly with schizophrenia in the Xhosa, and experts hope these findings will help expand our understanding of the illness more broadly. So yeah, you can tag me in Discord. That's absolutely fine. Absolutely. So, I want to thank everybody who was here today. Like, thank you so much. You guys have been making the show a success since I came back. I did the show for a long time, and I didn't have a whole lot of people. I would have like 1 or 2 people in the chat, which I didn't mind. And, you know, like my segments, you know, the short segments sometimes get over 1,000 views. The videos sometimes get over a couple hundred. You know, that's cool. I'm getting the word out there. But like everybody who has been hanging out the last few weeks in the chat, like you guys have made it just a lot more fun, a lot more engaging, and I really appreciate everybody that's been here. So thank you guys so much. If you're here and you're not subscribed to the great people in the chat, like everybody should subscribe to everybody. Just a Person Trying to Human, Von Beardo, Blazing Banter. Go subscribe to them. I don't know if Tina Tampons or Goldie do content at all, but like all you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Try to do your best, and like have a great weekend. Obviously, it's the weekend coming up. I hope you have plans. I hope you're doing fun stuff. Watch for a live stream from me later today, because like I said, I might be going down to the demonstration, seeing what's going on, just kind of reporting live from there. But try to spread some positivity over the weekend if you can. Be good to the people around you, and thank you guys, everybody, so much for hanging out. Evan PDX, thank you, man. I appreciate all your guys' help, all your guys' support, and we'll be back on Tuesday. Thank you so much. Take care, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Cold sweat in the night. through my bones. How could I be fooled by you? Breathing, breathing, breathing like you. Time is that then I'm short in your mind. 'Cause I don't really know and I don't really care, and I know pretty sure that this is always just a lie. Ooh, how you kick me right through my bones. Right through my bones. Cold sweat in the night, fading out all sense of time. Someone got their hands down my spine, weaving through my body like a vine. Ooh, how you kick me right through my bones. Ooh, that's bad. How could I be fooled by you? Breathing, breathing, breathing like you. Time is that then I'm short in your mind. 'Cause I don't really know and I don't really care, and I know pretty sure that this is always just a lie. Ooh, how you kick me right through my bones. Ooh, how you kick me right through my bones. Ooh.
All right, here we are. Welcome. Hello. Good morning and welcome to Nightly News this morning. Today is Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. I'm Cousin Matt. This is the show where we read some stories from ground news, try to root out media bias, because breaking this just in, I am neither objective nor unbiased. So that was pointed out pretty hard. But you know, that's I'm not here to be like objective, and I am here to be as objective and unbiased as I can. Not every like you can't take your personal bias out of everything. You just can't. What I am trying to do is just like give a more open view of things, you know? So that's what it is. Good morning, Miss Mud Duck. Crags 2003 says afternoon from Scotland. Hello, thank you for watching from Scotland. I've got some people that I've done tours with from Scotland that are all really cool. I hear it's a beautiful place. I'd love to go there someday. So, got to take care of a little bit of business real quick. Good morning, Goldilocks. There you go. I have two people who have been big supporters of the show that just based on what was going on this weekend, I told them both that they come in the show this today and like they can both be moderators because if you watched the channel at all over the weekend, I did some on location live streams from some demonstrations around my town. It was crazy. So a lot of craziness in the chat while I was doing it too. So it's a bit dull and rainy at the moment. Dull and rainy is okay though. Like dull and rainy here in Oregon means that like in the summertime we have less of a chance of everything catching on fire and making an apocalyptic scene where like the sky is orange for days at a time. So I did want to say thank you everybody for being here. Thank you everybody for your support and hanging out. I have I can't remember who, but somebody last week, it was probably either just a person or Von Beardo. Good morning, Tita Tampons. Hello. Was like, how do you pick which stories to do? And I really just go through and like what seems to be the most topical and relevant to what's going on in the world, and you know what ground news throws at you. One thing that is going to be decidedly absent from today's episode, which is kind of weird because it's something that I talk about a lot, is the Epstein files. And I'm not reading any stories about the Epstein files today because like there isn't a whole lot presented on ground news, but I think that everybody knows what's going on with that. My big shocker was like all of the Bill Gates stuff. I was like, whoa. It was rumored for a while that that's why he and Melinda got divorced, but it is icky when you read about like what went down. So anyway, with that being said, I hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope everybody's had a good Monday. Things are going well for you. I might do some more in the field on the ground reporting. I had a lot of people come after me for it. I had somebody I posted a picture of my dog and they were like, "You're not welcome at our protest. You've been vetted and we don't want to see you down there." And I'm like, okay. Well, it's a public place, so I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. That being said, we're gonna get into the news today because like that's what we're here to do. We're here to do the show. We're here to read about the news and see what's going on. And yeah, so I have my first story. Miss Mudduck actually, Mrs. Mudduck. I keep saying Miss. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Mudduck. It says it very clearly. I just can't read. I'm an idiot. Sent me some a couple topics that were relevant to them, and so I am going to read about the Italy landslide. So yeah, everybody's heated. You know, it's not very nice of them, but at the same time, like everyone is so heated in this moment. They're calling me like you're dangerous and you're doxing people that are down there. But what they don't understand, or what they should understand, is that that whole area is under so much surveillance that my live stream is not doing anything that the feds don't know about already. So I do want to start with my This Day in Science calendar because we're trying to make this a new segment thing where we do in the morning. So This Day in Science, February 3rd, 2014, English study predicts giant rats will become a large part of the ecosystem. Uh-oh. PhD professor in paleobiology at the University of Leicester, England. Leicester? I don't know how to pronounce words. Published a study theorizing that, given the current extinction rate of large mammalian species, rats show great potential to thrive, spread, and most disturbingly grow. Basing his research on island ecosystems where rats generally invade and dominate, the PhD candidate said that the adaptability and resilience of the common rat uniquely positions it as a mammalian species most likely to thrive the coming millennia. Ugh. That's disgusting. I'm not a big fan of rats. So, you worry for my safety. I appreciate you. You can't dox in a public place though. Exactly. And I'm not like, I'm sorry that I'm showing your faces on camera, but like so are many other people. Their problem was 100% with how I was dressed. So, and it's funny because like I went back there. I didn't live stream the last time that I went back there, but I did go back there again with a full, you know, other outfit, and nobody recognized me. Nobody said anything to me. People were like, yeah, you know, fist bumping me and stuff. So it's just a matter of these people's perception, and I understand that, and I try to take myself out of it as much as possible and not be offended by it. Like, everybody is heated and everybody has something to say about it. Everybody has an opinion, and everybody's very passionate about it. So I'm trying to keep those things in mind. You know, like I said, I will be safe, Mrs. Mudduck. I do appreciate your concern. Rat Overlords 2026. Maybe Rat Overlord will become president in 2028. Calls you Muddy. Okay, Muddy works. That's great. So, what's tubes? That's what's up, tubes. All right. Well, I think that I've BS'd long enough. Let's go ahead and let's start doing the news. Let's get into story number one. All right, story number one. This was brought to me by Muddy, and it was published 7 days ago, so I'm a little bit behind on it, but I want to report on the things that my viewers find relevant as well. So, viewer brought story. It says, Italy declares state of emergency after storms in the southern region. And if we look over here at our bias distribution on the right, you can see there's not a whole lot of left-right bias on this. Like, everybody's reporting pretty equally. 33% of reporting is coming from the left, 40% from the center, and 27% from the right. So no blind spot by any means. I did sort articles by factuality because Ground News lets me do that, and I typically do that every single time. It's over here on the right, and you just go to sort by factuality. My story is pulled from Discover Magazine. So it's number one on the factuality list. Very first story. So 88% of the sources high factuality, 9% of the sources are independent news. And let's see what's going on in Sicily. Damn. That's probably not even one of the worst pictures, I imagine, either. I watched a video on it this morning. It's pretty crazy, tubes. So the mayor of Nishimi, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, a small town in Sicily, ordered the evacuation of more than 1,500 people days after days of torrential rain triggered a massive landslide on January 25th. According from reports from the Associated Press, the landslide spanned about 2.5 miles. Can you imagine that? A 2.5 mile landslide? That's insane. As residents evacuated, some homes, vehicles, and other items have fallen about 65 feet from the newly formed cliff, while others are teetering on the edge. As of now, authorities have reported no casualties. What caused the landslide? According to Italy's Civil Protection Department, southern Italy has been experiencing severe weather caused by Cyclone Harry. The heavy rainfall has left the ground saturated and unstable. The Civil Protection Department reported that the landslide occurred on January 16th, 2026, followed by a larger landslide on January 25th. Wow. The larger landslide moved along the old fault line in the southern part of Nishimi, disrupting road networks and destabilizing several buildings. Because the ground is so unstable, officials in Italy have asked that residents prepare for a long-term evacuation as the shifting ground is too water-saturated. Officials in Italy have also set up nearly a 500-foot no-go zone to help keep public safe, as experts say the landslide is still active, making any sort of intervention methods difficult. However, crews from the University of Florence are scheduled to conduct surveys of the area and monitor the landslide. Landslides are not uncommon after periods of heavy rainfall in certain areas. According to the Associated Press, Nishimi is built on a hill composed of layers of sand and clay. These layers easily can become saturated with water during heavy rainfalls, such as those produced by Cyclone Harry. In fact, Nishimi has experienced landslides in their past, including one in 1997 when 400 people were evacuated from the area. According to a Reuters report in the incident, extreme weather events have risen in recent years. I wonder why, including in Italy, which has seen devastating floods. While it's not clear which methods Italian officials will use to stabilize the landslide in Nishimi, there are several general ways to stabilize landslides. Stabilization can depend on the size of the landslide and the environment. According to Oregon State University, where my brother is getting his doctorate, some landslides may be too risky or expensive to fix, but For those that can be fixed, or better yet, prevented, one of the key things to do is to drain and keep water out of the slope. Installing drains and pipes can help prevent water buildup in the slope, as can using ditching to channel the water away. Besides preventing water buildup, preventing soil erosion is also crucial to stable the slope. Man. Installing structures such as concrete or borders can help prevent soil erosion. Planting certain bushes and trees can also help. So when it comes to the situation in Nishimi, stabilizing the landslide will be expensive. According to the Civil Protection Department, the agency has already set aside about 100 million euros to help the town, though it may not be enough. Yeah, and Oregon State University is probably involved because the state of Oregon is no stranger to landslides. Highway 101 is like always falling into the ocean. There was another story that Muddy sent me about the Highway 101 in California near Big Sur, I think, which has been falling into the ocean for years now. So they can't fix this. No, I don't think that they can. We will be eating rats in no time. Ugh, God, I hope not. That's nasty. I'd rather eat the bugs than the rats, if I'm being honest. All right. The next story to me personally is kind of a feel-good story. I think it's something good that a company is doing when it comes to AI, which most of the time when you see companies doing things with AI, you are either neutral or like, that's terrible. This is something that I'm like, hey, I'm absolutely on board for this. So let's get into story number 2. Firefox to let users block all AI features with a single toggle. How about that? Look at this bias distribution over here, tubes. 53% of the sources lean left, 47% are from the center. Where's all our right-leaning stories on this? None of the Elon or Trump bros want to hear about how they don't have to use AI anymore. Okay. So I have sources, like always, sorted by factuality. I believe that TechCrunch, which is third down on our factuality list with a center-leaning distribution, very high factuality. 80% of the sources are high factuality or above. 11% of the sources on this one are coming from independent news sources. So let's see what's going on with the Firefox browser and why we should all get it. Firefox and Brave. That's what you use. All right, Firefox will be catering to those who don't want AI in their browser. On Monday, Mozilla announced that Firefox will soon let users block all current and future generative AI features. Users will also have the option to block certain AI features in Firefox while keeping others. Starting with Firefox 148, which is rolling out on February 24th, users will find a new AI control section within the desktop browser settings. People who don't want access to any AI features from Firefox can turn on the Block AI Enhancements toggle. With this setting turned on, they won't see pop-ups or reminders to use existing or upcoming AI features. This needs to be zoomed out a little. There we go. The new AI controls will let users manage AI features individually. These features include translation, which allows you to browse the web in your preferred language, alt text and PDFs, AI enhanced tab grouping, link previews, and Firefox's AI chatbot in the sidebar, which lets you use your chosen chatbot as you browse, including services like Anthropic Claude, ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, and LeChat Mistral. You know, I didn't see Grok on there. That's weird. AI is changing the web, and people want very different things from it, the company wrote in a blog post. We've heard from many who want nothing to do with AI. We've also heard from others who want AI tools that are genuinely useful. Listening to our community, alongside our ongoing commitment to offer choices, led us to build AI controls. The announcement comes as Mozilla appointed Anthony Inzor DeMeo as its CEO back in December. Inzor DeMeo said at the time that Mozilla will be investing in AI and would add AI to features to Firefox, but the company would make these features optional. AI should always be of choice, something people can easily turn off. People should know why features work the way it does and what value they get from it, he wrote in the blog post. His comments come as Mozilla scrambles to adapt in a rapidly changing browser market. Although browsers like Firefox and Google Chrome dominated the browser space for more than a decade, they are facing renewed competition from companies such as Perplexity, Arc, OpenAI, and Opera. While Mozilla plans to invest in its new AI features, it's also focused on transparency. CNBC reported last week that Mozilla president Mark Surman said he's building a rebel alliance of sorts made up of tech startups, developers, and public interest technologists committed to making AI more trustworthy and to checking the powers of players like OpenAI and Anthropic. That sounds like a great idea. Mozilla will deploy about $1.4 billion worth of reserves to support tech businesses and nonprofits, including its own, CNBC reported. The company is pursuing investments that promote AI transparency and push back against companies growing at historic speeds with limited oversight. Wow. I'm on board with that 100%. So, yeah, it would be nice to be able to turn AI off, not have to have it be infecting literally every single part. Like my new Windows update on my laptop that I bought like 5 years ago now has AI on it. I've never wanted AI on my fucking laptop. Come on. Phone updates, like they just throw that shit at you whether you want it or not. The power button on my phone now doesn't turn my phone off. It activates the fucking AI assistant on my phone that I don't use. Like, I understand rapid and changing technology, but I didn't ask for this. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm an old boomer that's out of touch and doesn't know how to get with the times, but I don't know. I like what Mozilla is saying. I like that rebel alliance of sorts of tech startups and firms and things. That's pretty cool. So, I want to give anybody who's still here watching the show the option now. I've got two stories left. One I think is positive, and one is a little bit worrisome. So I'm gonna, if you guys want, just tell me good news or bad news, and first. So we got good news and bad news. You pick which one you want first. So I'll let chat decide. While the stream is catching up for that, I'm gonna take a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. They're pushing us towards it. They sure are. We have no choice. Good news or bad news, tubes? Come on. Tina Tampon says bad. Anybody else? Bad news. All right, that's two. Oh man, all right, bad news first. We'll do the bad news first, and then we'll end with a feel-good story. Okay, that's fine. Let me move my stuff around here, and we will go ahead and get into our bad news story number 3. You do like that Red Bull? It's the best one, man. It's the best one. Every time I try a new flavor, I'm like, ugh, this isn't as good. And then anytime I go back to old, like regular plain Red Bull, I'm like, this tastes like piss. I can't believe I used to drink this all the time. So, all right, but let's do it. We got news. The news waits for no man. Story number 3, an internal document shows the Vietnamese military preparing for a possible American war. Oh God. Okay. Biased distribution on this subject has got most of the stories coming from the center, with a bigger distribution from the left than the right. 36% of the reporting is coming from the left, 52% is from the center, with 12% from the right. So it's a little bit of a blind spot for the right for sure. Man, I hope that there's some hyperbole to this. 96% of our sources are high factuality or above, with 6% of the sources are coming from independent news. You can see that the Korean Times is the highest factuality rating. I pulled from the Associated Press because this one is behind a paywall. You can see that little $sign. That means it's behind a paywall. But all very high factuality. AP leans left. It was just a little bit better formatted, and the article was a little bit longer. So, Vietnam. After a year after Vietnam elevated its relations with Washington to the highest diplomatic level, an internal document shows its military is taking steps to prepare for a possible American war of aggression and considered the United States as a belligerent power, according to the report released Tuesday. More than just exposing Hanoi's duality in the approach towards the U.S., the document confirms the deep-seated fear of external forces fermenting an uprising against the communist leadership in a so-called color revolution like the 2004 Orange Revolution in Ukraine or the 1986 Yellow Revolution in the Philippines. Other internal documents that the 88 Project, a human rights organization focused on human rights abuses in Vietnam, cited in its analysis, point to similar concerns over the U.S. motives in Vietnam. There's a consensus here across the government and across different ministries, said Ben Swanton, co-director of the 88 Project and the report's author. This isn't just some kind of fringe element or a paranoid element within the party or within the government. The Second U.S. Invasion Plan. The original Vietnamese document titled The Second U.S. Invasion Plan was completed by the Ministry of Defense in August 2024. It suggested that seeking its objective, strengthening deterrence against China, the U.S. and its allies are ready to apply unconventional forms of warfare and military intervention and even conduct large-scale invasions against countries and territories that deviate from its orbit. I think that we've seen examples of that. I mean, anyway, while noting that currently there is little risk of a war against Vietnam, the Vietnamese planners write that due to the U.S.'s belligerent nature, we need to be vigilant and prevent the U.S. and its allies from creating a pretext to launch an invasion of our country. The Vietnamese military analysts outline what they see as a progression over 3 American administrations, from Barack Obama through Donald Trump's first term and into Joe Biden's presidency, with Washington increasingly pursuing military and other relationships with Asian nations to form a front against China. In his term, Biden in 2023 signed a comprehensive strategic partnership with Vietnam, elevating relations between the nations to their highest diplomatic level, on par with Russia and China as trusted partners with friendship grounded in mutual respect. In the 2024 military document, however, the Vietnamese planners said that while the U.S. views Vietnam as a partner and important link, it also wants to spread and impose its values regarding freedom, democracy, human rights, ethnicity, and religion to gradually change the country's socialist government. So they're worried about progression. Okay. The Second U.S. Invasion Plan provides one of the most clear-eyed insights yet into Vietnam's foreign policy, Swanton wrote in his analysis. It shows that far from viewing the U.S. as a strategic partner, Hanoi sees Washington as an existential threat and has no intention of joining its anti-China alliance. Vietnam's foreign ministry did not answer emails seeking comment on the 88 Project report or the document it highlighted. The U.S. State Department refused to comment directly on the Second Invasion Plan, but stressed the new partnership agreement, saying it promotes prosperity and security for the United States and Vietnam. A strong, prosperous, independent, and resilient Vietnam benefits our two countries and helps ensure the Indo-Pacific remains stable, secure, free, and open, the State Department said. Nguyen Kok Gang, I believe, of Singapore's ISEAS, Yusof Ashok Institute Research Center, said the plans highlighted tensions within Vietnam's political leadership, where the Communist Party's conservative military-aligned factions have long been preoccupied with external threats to the regime. The military has never been too comfortable moving ahead with the comprehensive strategic partnership with the United States, he said. Tensions within the government spilled into the public realm in June 2024 when U.S.-linked Fulbright University was accused of fomenting a color revolution by an Army TV report. The foreign ministry defended the university, which U.S. and Vietnam officials had highlighted when the two countries upgraded ties. Zachary Abuza, a professor at the National War College in Washington, said the Vietnamese military style has a very long memory of war with the U.S. that ended in 1975. While Western diplomats have tended to see Hanoi as most concerned by possible Chinese aggression, the document reinforces other policy papers suggesting leaders' biggest fear is that of a color revolution, he said. Further undermining trust between the U.S. and Vietnam were cuts made to the U.S. Agency for Internal Development by President Donald Trump's administration, which disrupted projects such as an effort to clean up tons of soil contaminated with deadly toxins from the military's Agent Orange, defoliant, and unexploded American munitions and landmines. So that's what defunding USAID did. It prevented us being able to clean up from the wars that we fought and shit. This perversive insecurity about color revolutions is very frustrating because I don't see why the Communist Party is so insecure, said Abuza, whose book The Vietnam People's Army from People's Warfare to Military Modernization was published last year. They have so much to be proud of. They have lifted so many people out of poverty. The economy is humming along. They are the darling of foreign investors. While China and Vietnam have been at odds over territorial claims in the South China Sea, the documents portray China as a more of a regional rival than a threat like the United States. China doesn't pose an existential threat to the Communist Party of Vietnam, he said. Indeed, the Chinese know they can only push the Vietnamese so far because they're fearful that the Communist Party can't respond forcefully to China, and that they're fearful the Communist Party can't respond forcefully to China and will look weak and it will cause a mass uprising. Okay. This is a long article, Tubes. China is Vietnam's largest two-way trade partner, while the U.S. is its largest export market, meaning Hanoi needs to perform a balancing act in keeping up a diplomatic and economic ties while also hedging its bets. Even some of the more progressive leaders look at the United States saying, yes, they like us, they're working with us, they are good partners for now, but given the opportunity, if there were a color revolution, the Americans would support it, Abuza said. Trump's second administration softens some of the concerns but raises more. Under the Vietnamese leader To Lam, who became the Communist Party General Secretary at around the same time the document was written, the country has moved to strengthen ties with its U.S., especially under Trump. Liam was reappointed General Secretary last month and is expected to also assume the presidency, which would make him the country's most powerful figure in decades. With Lam at the helm, Trump's family business has broken ground on a $1.5 billion Trump-branded golf luxury resort and luxury real estate project in northern Hung Yen province. The Vietnamese leader almost immediately accepted Trump's invitation to join the Board of Peace, which Gang said was an unusually swift decision given that the foreign policy moves are typically calibrated with close attention to Beijing's possible reaction. But Trump's military operation to capture former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has given the Vietnamese conservatives fresh justification for their unease about closer ties with Washington. Any U.S. military action involving Hanoi's ally Cuba could upset Vietnam's strategic balance, Gang said. Cuba is very sensitive, he said. If something happens in Cuba, it will send shockwaves through Vietnam's political elites. Many of them have very strong, intimate ties with Cuba. Overall, the first year of Trump's second term is likely to have left the Vietnamese happy about the focus of the Western Hemisphere, but wondering about other developments, Abuza said. The Vietnamese are going to be confused by the Trump administration, which has downplayed human rights and democracy promotions, but at the same time has been willing to violate sovereignty of states and remove leaders they don't like, he said. All right. You guys come and hide at my place. Vietnameses. Like Jimmy Payne. Vietnamese. No, what does he say? Vietnamese? Vietnamese. Or I don't remember. Jimmy Payne's funny. I miss Jimmy Payne. All right. One more story, and I consider it a feel-good, kind of positive in the light of like science and things like that, which I like to report on as much as I can. Fairly new story, so this is kind of breaking news in my opinion. Developing, you heard it here first, exclusive, nightly news this morning exclusive, however you want to say it. Study says engineered algae can remove 91% of microplastics in 1 hour. This is great. This is what science, a lot of people have been waiting for. They're like, we don't know how to solve microplastics, but science will figure it out. Well, people are taking the time to try to figure it out. So, yeah, you can see there is not a whole lot of reporting on this. I have my story is pulled from the Missouri.edu. The formatting on this, man, if you look at this, because I have my story sorted by factuality. Top is Nature. That's like the actual study that was published in Nature magazine. So you can see 100% of our sources are coming from the center because we've only got 5 articles reporting right now. Like I said, this is breaking news. This is big. This is Susie Dye, the scientist who created the algae that eats microplastics. So let's read about this because maybe it'll save the planet. A University of Missouri researcher is pioneering an innovative solution to remove tiny bits of plastic pollution from our water. Mizzou's Susie Dye, I believe is how you pronounce that, recently applied a revolutionary strain of algae towards capturing and removing harmful microplastics from polluted water. Driven by a mission to improve the world for both wildlife and humans, Dye also aims to repurpose the collected microplastics into safe bioplastic products such as composite plastic films. Microplastics are pollutants found almost everywhere in the environment, such as ponds, lakes, rivers, wastewater, and the fish that we consume. Dye, a professor in the College of Engineering and principal investigator at the Bonn Life Science Center. Currently, most wastewater treatment plants can only remove large particles of plastic, but microplastics are so small that they slip through and end up in drinking water, polluting the environment and harming ecosystems. A three-pronged approach. In a recent study, Dye used a genetic engineering to create a kind of algae that produces a volatile natural oil called limonene, the same chemical that gives oranges their refreshing scent. So it is probably pronounced limonene. Limonene makes new algae water repellent. Because microplastics are also water repellent, the two come together like magnets when they meet in water, forming clumps that sink to the bottom and create a solid layer of biomass that is easy to collect and remove. The specially engineered algae can grow in wastewater, feeding on excess nutrients and cleaning the water as it grows. By removing microplastics, cleaning the wastewater, and eventually using the removed microplastics to create bioplastics for good, we can tackle three issues with one approach, Dye said. While our research is still in the early stages, our eventual goal is to integrate this new process into existing wastewater treatment plants so cities can clean their water more effectively and reduce pollution while creating useful products at the same time. Scaling up. Dye's lab grows algae in large tank bioreactors. Her lab has built a 100-liter bioreactor named Shrek to process industrial flue gas to help clean air pollution. Dye hopes to build bigger versions of Shrek growing forward that could be adapted for wastewater treatment and other pollutant removal purposes. Remediation and upcycling of microplastics by algae was published in Nature Communications, which, like I said, we saw that. So yeah, this is great news for the environment. Good science working to make the world a little bit of a better place. So I wanted to highlight that because, like, you know, there is bad news in the world, but there's good news too. We want to keep trying to have a positive mental attitude. My mom had this coin when I was a kid from like some company that they worked at that they gave her, and I thought it was the coolest thing, and it said PMA on it, and I was probably like 8 at the time, right? It's like, Mom, this coin, it's so heavy, it's so cool. What does it mean? Positive mental attitude. She told me that, and it stuck with me. And I don't always have a positive mental attitude, but we keep it in mind. We try to reinforce having a positive mental attitude and being positive and giving people more leeway and just trying to, you know, take people at face value and be a little bit more understanding about things. I think that's how we get there, you know, one step at a time. Nobody does it overnight. So, but yeah, that's what I've got for Tuesday's show, you guys. I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate you watching. I hope that you've liked the stream. I survive on dark humor. Does that count? It does. It does. I also survive on dark humor, but I do think, and this is personally for me. For you, it might not be. But for me, I feel like my sense of dark humor has a tendency to pull me back into the negative, and it takes a lot of purpose to actually, like, a lot of actual effort and focus to actually stay positive. It's a lot easier to be pulled into the negative. So yeah, absolutely survive on your dark sense of humor. That's kind of how we have to right now. But also just like be aware that, like, that could definitely pull you back into, you know, don't let it pull you. I'm not saying that it can, but like, don't let it pull you back into the negative side, tubes. So I will read the This Day in Science calendar one more time for those that weren't here, and then I will end the show with the song. So 2014, This Day in Science, February 3rd. Professor of paleontology at the University of Leicester, England, published a study theorizing that given the current extinction rate of large mammalian species, rats show great potential to thrive, spread, and most disturbingly grow. Basing his research on island ecosystems where rats generally invade and dominate, he said the adaptability and resilience of the common rat uniquely positioned it as the mammalian species most likely to thrive in the coming millennia. So watch out for the giant rats, you guys, because they're everywhere, I guess. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. We will be back on Friday. There may be some more coming live streams at demonstrations around locally. I'm hoping that things are kind of fizzling out here. What I saw last night seemed like there's definitely like people down there trying to keep pressure on the federal building or whatever, but it wasn't like the kind of crowds that were there over the weekend. So if things do pop off some more, I will be down there. I'll probably try to report from down there, at least report. I'll try to live stream from down there at least like 1 or 2 more times this week. And then if anything else happens, I'll definitely bring you that too. I've got some local people that I'm hoping to talk to, maybe bring some local stuff to the channel. We'll see what happens in the future. But yeah, everybody, I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for being here. We will see you on Friday. We'll be back Friday morning, and we'll be releasing some segments and stuff over the week and everything like that. Thank you guys for hanging out. I've been Cousin Matt. This is Nightly News This Morning. Be great to yourselves, guys.
She's untethered, she got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, she can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, she can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get caught again. Hey baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring me down, you only get caught again.
Cousin Matt. Matt here. I'm sitting down with Tex. We met on Friday at a demonstration. Is that right?
That's correct.
You came with some other guys. You guys had AR-15s, sidearms. You came locked and loaded. I guess my first question is, why did you see the need to come to that protest with guns?
The primary reason we came with rifles and full kit and everything is, well, one, because both sides carry firearms. And two is, we do not support what the federal government is saying about carrying armed at protests. We don't support what Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and Kash Patel are saying about that.
That sounds great, but I have to ask then, why did one of you guys show up with a sign that said, "I love ICE"?
Well, we support overall what ICE is doing, even if we don't support some of their individual actions.
So as far as the killings of Nicole Good and Alex Peretti, how do you personally feel? And if you feel differently about Renee Good than you do Alex Peretti, that's fine. Would you mind telling me how you feel about both of those?
Both of them, people on both sides make terrible mistakes that led to tragedy. Legally, I would say it's justified. Morally, I would say not really.
Do you think that the officers involved, the ones who discharged their weapons, should face disciplinary action in either circumstance?
I believe they should all at least go through a thorough investigation, and if it's found to be a bad shoot, absolutely they should go through.
Do you agree with the federal government withholding those agents' names and not making them public?
I would say yes and no. More yes than I don't support it as much as I do support it, because at the end of the day, they are public servants. And we should know who our public servants are, especially if they're involved in a shooting. Because police departments, sheriff's offices, they all let all of that be known after it happened.
When we were down there, I did point out to you that Tyler didn't have a strap on his holster, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All of the issues that have been noted with especially Tyler's kit will be rectified.
Yeah, I think a retention strap is a very important part of your open carry setup.
Absolutely.
If you're going to be out there defending Second Amendment rights.
If your firearm is visible, it needs to be retained, because somebody might try and take it.
Do you know anything of what happened with Joseph over like the last 24 hours?
I do not. I haven't heard anything about it.
Okay, so Joseph was arrested for a road rage incident.
What a moron.
They actually arrested him because he's not legally allowed to own a firearm.
Really?
Yes.
That's something I did not know about.
What I saw from both of those brothers was two kids who were trying to make a viral moment. Is that fair to say?
I would say after the fact, having seen everything, I do believe so.
Because I think you and I both know that the Second Amendment crowd, as soon as they found out that Joseph wasn't legally allowed to carry, would completely disavow him and everything that happened on Friday.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I do wonder what the thought process behind with what you guys say that you were trying to accomplish, how does that get accomplished by what happened on Friday?
I don't think it does.
Cousin Matt here. I'm sitting down with
blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain. Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my aches. Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't